Beasts with magical powers, we call them mystical creatures. A rare few of these creatures are gifted human forms by God himself. They descend as avatars to drop prophecies and help humanity. But that power also creates evil incarnations. That's what people call demon kings. Just hearing the name makes you shake in your boots. But for the hot-blooded mad lad Ananta, when he sees a demon king, everyone else is terrified. But Ananta pops his beast lord mode. Fangs, blood, and sweat, bone and flesh. I will devour you whole and turn you into my weapon. How does he do it? Let's find out with Pi. Read the good stuff at bmaoshin.com. A mighty beast once asked a brave warrior. The wolf pack surrounded Ananta while he was in transformation mode. Golden eyes, sharp fangs glowing in the dark forest, razor-sharp claws, clawing deep grooves in the ground, just waiting for the alpha's command to rush in and tear apart their prey. They asked Ananta, "Your teeth aren't sharp. Your claws are weak." Surrounded by the wolf pack, stood Ananta in his black dragon form. They asked him, "So, what is your weapon?" He stood up in that massive, hulking form. The wolves saw the alpha howl the signal and rushed him. Ananta grabbed a wolf with his right hand and used his left hand's sharp claws to shred the rest. He answered blood and sweat. He used his massive foot to crush a wolf flat. He replied, bone and flesh. Seeing his crew wiped out, the alpha wolf raged. It charged at him like a maniac. Ananta reached out, grabbed its jaw, and held it tight. He said, "Devour the enemy's body, one by one." Then he leaned down, bit its neck, and drank its blood like a vampire. And just like that, they became his weapon. Ananta ripped the wolf's jaw apart. He said, "I'll finish you, then feast on you." Monsters with magical powers are mystical creatures. A rare few are gifted human forms by God. They come as avatars to bring prophecies to help humans. But that power also creates evil incarnations. That's what humans call demon kings. A figure is panting heavily, sprinting through the forest. He hopes someone will save him because he's being hunted down, but no miracle happens. An arrow hits him. The shooters laugh and roast each other for landing the shot. They're bandits. They kill anyone passing through to loot and sell their stuff. Loot secured. They head back all hyped. They gossip about rumors of a beast stalking them. The boss suddenly spots wolf corpses littered all over the ground ahead. One guy thinks it's a turf war, but Han says it looks more like a massacre. Suddenly, one screams. He found the body of a mystical creature. It's Ananta, leaning against the alpha wolf's corpse. The bandits crowd around to check him out. One guy reaches for him, and Chomp Ruby bites him hard. The guy gets mad and tries to kill Ruby. But right then, Ananta wakes up. He punches the guy, threatening his lizard right in the face. Han gets instantly deleted. His face goes dark as he tells them, "I forbid you from touching him," or else the bandits scream that he started beef with them. One guy accuses him of killing Han. They surround Ananta, demanding his head, but they don't know. Mess with a beast, and you're cooked. Ananta takes a stance, waiting. Then zoom, he dashes back and forth, slicing off limbs. The bandits scream in agony. The rest of them are terrified and scatter in every direction. These guys are still stubborn enough to surround him. The leader is literally shaking in his boots. One guy snaps and grabs a crossbow. So the others aim theirs at Ananta too. He turns his back and spots them. The leader screams. Fire-sharp arrows fly straight at Ananta. He doesn't even flinch, he just blocks them with his hand to protect Ruby. Then he activates his power. The bandits start panicking when they see this scene. Ananta's back turns pitch black, with red streaks glowing all over it. It looks like a volcano about to erupt. Then, the souls of the beasts he slaughtered start manifesting. They fuse into one massive entity. Watching all of this unfold, the bandits scream in terror. Demon King, suddenly, Ananta's blood-red eyes shift back to their normal golden color. He withdraws all the power he just unleashed, then slams his hands on the ground, breathing heavy. Looks like using that much power completely drained his energy bar. The bandits tie him up and drag him to camp. The leader stares at the giant alpha wolf carcass. Totally shook, he asks his minion if Ananta did this. Ananta just tells them to burn it and send it off properly. But that guy Marin starts yelling aggressively. The leader stops him from getting closer. He asks the stranger, "What is your name?" He answers, "Ananta." Then he asks for his objective. Bro just says he's hungry. Hearing that, The leader looks skeptical. Marin chips in from the side, swearing he saw him transform. He talks about the recent rumors people say there's a corpse-eating demon king lurking around here. The leader thinks he's just a human, but Marin insists he's the demon king in human skin. Ananta claps back at him. Suddenly, a crow flies over and drops blood right on the leader's head. That alpha wolf everyone thought was dead, it just came back to life. Ananta explains it's an extinct creature, but it's actually a minion of the demon king. The camp gets swarmed by wolves. A guy wearing a deer skull mask commands the pack to attack the base. The wolves jump the fence into the camp, biting the bandits. A fire erupts, burning the wolves. A figure leaps out from the flames. It's Ananta, starving and furious. He lets out a roar. He gathers his energy, burning up in the form of a black dragon. Blood and sweat, red glowing eyes, bone and flesh. Ananta walks up to Deer Skull. "I'm going to swallow you whole." Saying that, he rushes straight at where Deer Skull is standing. "I will crush you," Ananta taunts him. "Let's make you look more like the dying prey you are." Deer Skull stomps his foot in rage and screams. From deep in the forest, souls of beasts charge out. They lunge straight at Ananta, but he grabs them by the necks. He slams them deep into the ground. Then Ananta stomps hard, does a flip, and kicks the whole pack away. He unleashes a move at Deer Skull. That guy uses the skill Phantom Manifestation. He howls and activates his power. Both Ananta and Deer Skull charge at each other. Boom, a huge explosion rings out. They trade blows back and forth. It's intense. Ananta bars his sharp fangs. Deer Skull tries to stab him in the back. Suddenly, he catches that guy's hand. Deer Skull is shocked. Ananta throws a massive punch at him. Deer Skull gets hit in the head and goes flying. Ananta uses his claws to grab his arm and slams him down painfully. Deer Skull is bleeding out, lying on the ground, barely breathing. He slowly walks toward him. Ananta lifts him up by the neck. The face of a girl appears under that Deer Skull mask. He is completely shocked. Did he realize this guy had zero sanity left? Suddenly, a noise from behind. Ananta whipped around, but the guy flew past. Slashing his shoulder, a massive raven appeared in the sky. It swooped down and landed near him. Ananta realized that bird was actually the corpse-eating demon king. The bird literally morphed back into a man. He looked shook and said, "No way. My beloved shadow puppet has never been taken down by anyone," he explained. "I've had my eyes on you since the moment you stepped foot here." He got mad at Ananta for not even waiting for him to finish speaking, cause Ananta just shoved the Deer Skull girl toward him. He said, "Bro, your yapping almost put me to sleep. I've got zero interest in your beast monologue." He challenged the guy. "Come at me. I'm gonna wreck you." The guy got triggered and summoned his power. "Oh, power of mine. Allow me to command the spirits of the dead." He transformed back into his raven form and looked at Ananta with interest. "If I kill and control you, I'll have a puppet way bigger and more OP than those deer or anything else." So he used the skill Shadow Manifestation. The physical spirits of the beasts and the bandits under his control stood up to fight. They surrounded Ananta. The raven screamed, "You unknown piece of trash. Let my army of bloody corpses tear you apart and swallow you whole." The wolf lunged to bite his leg. While those trash bandits stabbed their spears into him, the raven gloated. Out of stamina already, then he slashed his wing violently at Ananta. A savage scene unfolded. He was loving it. "Wow, let me hear your wailing before you die." Ananta said nothing. Then suddenly, he burst out laughing like a maniac. He activated his power, creating a blinding red zone. The raven was shocked. "What the?" Zooming into his eyes, the silhouette of a monster appeared. This was Ananta unleashing his beast spirits to bear their fangs. He laughed. "Let me hear the beast scream." Saying that, he opened his mouth wide like he was going to eat the guy alive. He chomped down on the raven's head. Inside the mouth, the raven probably smelled his bad breath or something, 'cause he coughed up blood, choking hard. The beast, spirits inside his body, saw a friend and rushed out. The raven was so scared he cried blood and dissolved right into them. The Deer Skull girl opened her eyes to see Ananta absorbing the power. She just sat there, totally stunned. Ananta sensed someone watching and turned his head. His eyes were glowing crimson red. Seeing that, the Deer Skull girl gulped in pure fear. Ananta walked up to the girl. Startling her, he announced, "You are no longer under the Demon King's control. The girl held her head, remembering. Back then, I had glowing wings. Ananta was suspicious. Could it be you're a victim of those wings too? The girl didn't understand what he meant by victim of the wings. She asked Ananta. Who are you? He replied. Ananta, descendant of the Black Dragon, the survivor who will purge every demon king in this world and kill the incarnation of the wings. The sun slowly began to rise in the sky. Under that flickering sunlight, a gruesome scene appeared, corpses piled on top of each other, clearly visible before their eyes. Amidst the ruins, Ananta stood before the girl. Introducing himself, Ananta, descendant of the Black Dragon, the survivor who will purge every demon king in this world and kill the incarnation of the wings. Hearing Ananta's god-tier intro, Nadia was sweating bullets from fear. She said, I seriously don't understand a single thing you're yapping about. She explained, Black Dragon or incarnation of wings or whatever. I just don't get it. Suddenly, her pupils shrank tight. Before they could even finish talking, Nadia passed out cold on the floor. Ananta looked down at her with a chilling gaze. Guess you've caused quite a bit of trouble too. Huh, his face turned serious. Meanwhile, in her dream, Nadia was running for her life. Literally sprinting till her legs gave out. Panting like crazy, that stag skull suddenly popped up right in front of her eyes. Nadia whipped her head around. Saw that stag skull guy chasing her. So she bolted at Godspeed. Suddenly, she tripped and face-planted hard onto the ground. When she lifted her head, her whole body was covered in fresh blood. The silhouette of that stag skull guy was reflected in a pool of blood. Nadia looked around in shock. Seeing corpses scattered all over the place next to the lake, she screamed out in pure terror. Suddenly, the incarnation of the wings appeared, lighting up that whole gloomy sky. Nadia turned around to look at that guy and smiled radiantly. The dream ended right there. Nadia woke up. Whitefoot noticed and asked, Oh, you're finally awake. She stretched and checked in. You were frowning super hard while sleeping. Did you have a nightmare? Nadia thought. An incarnation. Suddenly, a shout calling for Ruby rang out. Ananta ordered it. Get started. Ruby gathered fire in its throat and then sprayed it out just like watering plants. That fan-shaped flame was torching the guys controlled by the Demon King. From the fire, black shadows emerged and then shot up, turning into ash. Ananta stood there coldly, watching the scene unfold. Whitefoot dropped some lore for Nadia. Monsters that have been mind-controlled by the Demon King have to be dealt with like this. She ran over like a total simp to praise Ananta. You're actually pretty cracked at this. Huh. He got pissed and grabbed her by the scruff, making her let out a scream. He snapped. Shut up. You trash messenger. Whitefoot just laughed it off awkwardly. He pointed over at Nadia. Because of your garbage intel, something bad happened this time too. Then he threw Whitefoot down hard. I'm done with the job. Pay up. Whitefoot yelped in pain. She rubbed her back and said, You're still so toxic. Aren't you? Then she turned to ask Nadia. Hey girlie, mind if I ask what your name is? She spaced out for a sec, then introduced herself. My name is Nadia. Whitefoot teased. Oh wow. I never thought there'd be another victim of the wings just like Ananta. Nadia asked in surprise. What Ananta furiously cut off their conversation. He shouted, Hey. That's when Whitefoot finally remembered what she needed to do, but she still teased Ananta first. So impatient. Saying that, she pulled out something that looked like a pendulum clock. The front of it was carved with a rabbit shape. She pressed the switch, and the lid popped right open. Inside revealed something looking like a constellation circle. A massive hole suddenly appeared right where they were standing, while Ananta and Whitefoot calmly slid down the hole. Nadia screamed her lungs out. Nadia shut her eyes tight in fear, thinking, I'm gonna land right on my butt, but absolutely nothing happened. So she opened her eyes in shock. A city appeared before her eyes with a massive tree right in the center. She asked, stunned, Where is this place? Whitefoot wittily replied. They say a smart rabbit always digs 3 burrows. So sorry for this late introduction. Then she introduced herself. I'm a member of Rabbitfoot, the largest intelligence network on the continent, and the adorable Snow White messenger girl is right here. She gestured toward Ananta. And this is Ananta. I think we've known each other for a long time. She said, This place is cafe. the biggest commercial hub in the south. That giant tree trunk in front of you is usually called the Sacred White Lotus. And on top of the tree is where Nadia's face turns grim as she cuts him off. Stop. Look. I appreciate you guys, saving me from the Demon King's mind control. But I'm done listening to you yap. You want to keep talking, answer my question first. Why did you drag me to this creepy city? Ananta just tells her to shut up and follow him for answers. They hit the market. Nadia asks about the Avatar of Wings. He calls it a disgusting beast. She's still confused. So Whitefoot breaks it down for her. Shifters take human form. But the Avatar of Wings grants power to others. It's a half-baked power. They finally reach their destination, the Kafis slave market. Inside, it's packed with outsiders, drifters, and even mythical beasts all enslaved. Nadia doesn't get it. What's this place got to do with the Avatar of Wings? Ananta just kicks her straight into the dungeon below. Savage, it's full of sacrifices for the Avatar. Ananta's using her as bait for his trap. After locking Nadia up, Ananta tells Whitefoot, "The rest is up to you." Whitefoot agrees. But suddenly Nadia yells out. She asks if he captured all these people too. She screams at Ananta. Using innocent, weak people for your own goals. Don't you have a conscience? Ananta challenges her. Want revenge? Go ahead. Just try not to get your hands dirty. Nadia is fuming. Whitefoot chimes in. Imagine the pain those poor souls will suffer at the hands of the Avatar of Wings. Whitefoot teases her. And Nadia snaps back. Whitefoot calls her out. That's exactly why the Demon King controlled you and made you slaughter all those people. You didn't care about those ants either. Just because you didn't mean to. Doesn't erase what you did, she tells Nadia. Our real enemy here is that evil Avatar of Wings. Later, in the arena hallway, Ananta is brooding. Whitefoot walks up and says, "You said a bit too much back there. It's not like we're actually hurting those sacrifices." Right. Ananta asks, "How is she?" Whitefoot replies, "I asked Nadia if she wants to team up. Everything's going according to plan. The Winged Guardians took them to the White Lotus Shrine. By now, Nadia's already inside." Whitefoot explains, "Offering a sacrifice is step one to meeting the Avatar of Wings. This way, all our hunting won't be for nothing." She adds that there's a barrier around it, so not even the White Lotus cultists can break in. To get inside, you need a living sacrifice. That part's sorted. She continues, "If you can touch a branch of the White Lotus, the symbol of the victor, you'll summon the Avatar of Wings." But Whitefoot knows it won't be that easy. She thinks if Ananta goes full monster mode, just one massacre would be enough to draw out the enemy. She narrows her eyes. But there's a line he can never cross. She knows Ananta can't control his power when he shifts into a beast. She thinks, "You're a monster. Can you really draw a line between man and beast?" She knows there are ways. It's such a contradiction. Ananta catches Whitefoot spacing out. He swings his blade. Just had a big meal. Gotta work it off. He tells Whitefoot, "Sit back and watch." Gripping two blades. Ananta declares, "This is how I hunt beasts." Whitefoot looks nervous. Just don't make too much noise." "Okay," Ananta smirks. "Chill. I know what I'm doing." Both of them brace themselves for the brutal fight ahead. You know exactly what happens if you do that. Ananta, looking cold as ice, says, "I'll think about it." Meanwhile, in the arena, Bernhardt is commanding the army against the beast. He shouts, "Raise shields." The armed squad spreads out in a line, ready to face the monster. A massive leopard is trapped in the formation. Dead soldiers are scattered everywhere around it. Then it growls. Bernhardt tries to hype up his troops. "Don't fear, hold the line." Suddenly, a hand appears on a soldier's shoulder. Ananta violently shoves the guy to the ground. The soldiers see that and yell angrily, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Ananta snaps back. "So annoying. You idiots." The leopard is baring its fangs right in his face. Then it swipes at him with a giant paw. Ananta has zero fear. Just smacks it right on the head. Bernhardt is totally stunned seeing this. Whitefoot rests his chin on his hand like, "Here comes trouble." Meanwhile, Ananta already chopped off the leopard's right leg. Bernhardt can't believe his eyes. How is this possible? A normal human is gapping a mystic beast? No way. Ananta takes a stance. Then jumps right in the monster's face. Drops the leopard with two blades. The crowd in the stands is absolutely shook. After killing the leopard, Ananta screams in rage. He turns to the white lotus tree and yells, "Just you wait. I'm gonna rip you apart and eat you alive soon." Meanwhile, at the white lotus shrine, the tree is glowing. The shrine gate opens and closes fast. Nadia, hidden among the sacrifices, is super nervous. A man walks out to the center of the shrine. He speaks up. "Oh, my fearful subjects." He tells everyone not to be afraid, then opens his arms. "Welcome to the divine shrine." Nadia wonders, is he the avatar of wings? Quick lore drop on the white lotus tree for you guys. Surrounded by a solid barrier. It's also known as the holy tree. For some unknown reason, the avatar of wings made its nest there and started accepting living sacrifices. Those who offer up sacrifices get the privilege to fight in the Kafest arena, and warriors who survive fighting the spirit beasts and show off their skills get awarded a branch of the white lotus tree. Anyone who proves they're useful to the avatar of wings receives unmatched power and becomes a guardian of the wings. Basically, God mode. Back in the dungeon, Whitefoot had a plan with Nadia. To get past their defenses, "We'll disguise you as a sacrifice to sneak in." Nadia asked Whitefoot, "Why does Ananta want to kill the avatar of wings? Does it have to do with his power?" Whitefoot didn't give a straight answer. He just said, "If the avatar of vengeance is real, nobody fits the bill better than him." Whitefoot remembers Ananta holding a burnt corpse, crying tears of blood. That's deep pain. Back to now. At the shrine, the man in the center says, "O humans who have overcome countless hardships, look up at me." The sacrifices look at him. Some even start praying to the guy. He introduces himself as the god they worship, the master of the white lotus tree, also the avatar of wings, bringing sweet mist to this dark world. He says his name is Banjac. Banjac speaks in a deep, gloomy voice. "I will show mercy to you sacrifices. Prepare for the coming liberation, and offer your bodies to the wings that save all living things." Suddenly, a little girl kneels and says, "O avatar of wings, please have mercy on us. My sister and I are innocent. Please spare us." She begs, "Please just spare my little sister." Hearing that, Banjac smiles. He raised his hand. "Oh, my beautiful subjects, it is good to think of others. I shall grant you a reward." Hearing Banjac say that, the girl was super hyped. Then, boom. Her head just exploded. Didn't even finish saying thanks before she got deleted. The little sister standing next to her was terrified. The rest of the sacrifice squad saw that and started shaking uncontrollably. But Banjac just sat on his throne, all high and mighty, and preached, "Before the line of death, all living things are equal." He lifted his foot and pointed at the little sister. "Your sister was just liberated from her fear and regret. You guys will meet again in Nirvana soon." Hearing him spout that nonsense so confidently, the sacrifice group got even more scared. Then a henchman drew his sword, ready to slice. But suddenly, the sky went pitch black. "It's Nadia." She activated her ability. Banjac still smirked. "There is no savior here." Nadia grit her teeth at him. "You're just a ruthless, cold-blooded killer." Banjac propped his chin, looking bored. Wonder which living sacrifice gets lucky enough to become an avatar. Nadia was still radiating her power. But suddenly, she heard everyone around whispering that she was a monster. Looking at her avatar's shadow, Nadia hesitated. She remembered what Whitefoot said, whether on purpose or by accident. What's done is done. There's no turning back. She flashed back to when the Demon King controlled her, making her kill so many people. Then an encouraging voice rang out, "Don't lose." Nadia snapped out of the nightmare. She looked at the kid who said that and smiled. Then she popped her ability. Bushes shot up from the ground, surrounding the sacrifices. Other branches wrapped tight around the minions, hanging them in the air. The remaining bushes formed a shield to protect the victims. Nadia reassured everyone, "Don't panic. I got you." While Nadia was caught off guard, Banjac launched an attack at her. He taunted Nadia. "Little dear girl, quit capping with those promises." He insulted her. "A nameless avatar like you dares to fight me." Behind the dust, Nadia's silhouette appeared. She said, "I have a name. My name is Nadia, avatar of nature." Deer antlers sprouted as she spoke. That scumbag Banjac mocked her. "Haha, you insolent wench." Nadia used another skill. Branches growing wild. She wondered, is that an invisible wave? or remote control. She realized that even though she accidentally blocked every attack, they didn't look panicked at all, so she decided to use the move Susan Loss, a skill where branches wove together, forming a mushroom shape. Nadia thought, with this power, I'm gonna crush him, but seeing her use her ult, Banjac just smiled. He floated up and ordered, shatter back at the arena. Ananta looked toward the temple. Sensing something was wrong, the crowd was buzzing. Back at the temple, Nadia's skill got cancelled by Banjac in just one hit. He looked down on her with pure contempt. Then he summoned his loyal servant to fight Nadia. It was a dragon with human skulls all over its head. The dragon impaled Nadia's chest with a sharp horn while she wasn't looking. At the arena, everyone in the stands was cheering, hyped for the bloody spectacle. Down below, Ananta stood with his blade facing a white tiger, which was slashed up and covered in blood. The tiger bared its teeth, growling. Seeing that, he narrowed his eyes. Ananta ordered the tiger, go crazy for me. Then he raised his blade. Grim Reaper's here. Don't look away. Swish. The blade chopped down on the tiger's head, killing it instantly. Bonhart saw this scene and didn't say a word. The minion next to him spoke up. Lord Bonhart, this sudden plot twist came out of nowhere. Everyone is totally panicking right now. He glanced at his squad, collapsed on the floor, completely wrecked. It's obvious who took the W here. According to the script, he times was supposed to be the winner. Not Ananta, who's covered in blood and gasping for air. The MC announces, ladies and gentlemen of CAF, the winner has finally revealed himself. The minion panics. Sir, what do we do now? While the MC screams, oh, glorious champion. The reward is a branch of the White Lotus tree, handed over by the Guardians themselves. A squad of masked figures walks out with their leader, carrying a box. Bert tells his goon to chill out. Don't lose it. We stick to the plan. He's absolutely certain that no matter what crazy stuff goes down, that White Lotus branch belongs to times us, asterisk. The group walks straight toward Ananta. He gets serious and opens the box. Inside lies the White Lotus branch. He grabs it, staring at it intensely, like he wants to devour it whole. At all costs, he has to kill the winged avatar, Banjac. At the temple, vines are sprouting everywhere inside the barrier. Two kids peek out to see what's happening. They're watching Nadia get jumped by that skeletal dragon monster. Nadia is completely drained. She yanks out a sharp horn and drops to her knees, gasping for breath. She's cooked. The monster towers over her. Banjac starts roasting her. You said you'd protect those sacrifices with your life. What a liar. He taunts her. Just look at those pathetic little faces. Hurry up and save them from their fear. That would be true mercy. Wouldn't it? Nadia claps back. Don't make me repeat myself. You're no savior, she screams in rage. You're just a disgusting demon, spreading death and fear to everyone. Hearing that, Banjac's face goes dark. Excuse me, true repentance comes from despair. He casts a spell. Suddenly, trees burst from the ground inside the barrier, skewering the sacrifices. Nadia stares in horror at the massacre. They're all dead. Just like that, she screams helplessly. No, stop it. The branches creep toward the monster. They dig right into its flesh. Banjac glows with a villainous aura, smiling. Accept the blessing of these penitent wings. Serving me is the greatest honor you trash could ever have. The branches drain the energy from the sacrifices. Nadia just stands there, stunned. She wonders if there's something inside the White Lotus branch. Banjac laughs. It's obvious. This is hell, where life and death exist together. He raises his hand like some immortal Naga. Humans are destined to die. Only times can save your meaningless lives. The monster's power surges through the branches and flows into the sacrifices. He says, look closely. Your cheap lives are feeding the White Lotus tree, and now, they will create immortal warriors. The circle of life, reborn as light to protect the tree, the monster roars, signaling the end. It is here, the blessing of the wings, Nadia yells at Banjac. What the hell are you? How many people have to die for this? Banjac just snaps his fingers. A vine shoots up from the ground and wraps around Nadia. He answers her. Too many to count. And frankly, who cares? He sneers. You really are a stubborn woman. He asks if she has any last words. Nadia spits back. Go to hell. Banjac gives a cold laugh. Suddenly, Something black flies straight at him fast. Banjac spins and slashes. The white lotus drains half the sacrificer's head dry instantly. Life force gone. Right then, Ananta jumps up, locking onto Banjac. You can see Ananta's reflection in his pupils as he thrusts that white lotus branch, the one he just snatched, straight into Banjac's eye. After the stab, Ananta lands like a total boss. Nadia sees him and screams, "Ananta." He turns to roast her. "You still alive, that's some insane luck." Banjac realizes it's a white lotus branch in his eye. He turns to Ananta. "You won the arena." He can't believe it. "No way, you won. I never thought anyone would make it this far." Ananta turns to Nadia. "Yo, where's the avatar of the wings? How'd you get mixed up with that loser?" Nadia's confused. "What do you mean?" Ananta speaks up. Without his permission, this much isn't enough to enter L's territory. Banjac hears L and gets triggered. You dare insult L. The great avatar of the wings." He transforms in a rage. "That trash mouth of yours, I'm gonna rip it apart myself." Ananta said something to him. He calls him out. "Hey, you know he's not the real avatar of the wings." "Right." Suddenly, a guardian swings his sword, attacking Bernhardt straight on, but he dodges the blade in a split second and counters instantly. Slash. The guardian gets caught by Bernhardt's spear tip, slicing right through his body. One shot. Dead. After taking the guardian out, Bernhardt looks up, gripping his spear tight. He looks absolutely commanding. He orders his minions to wipe out everyone there. Fast. The minions go berserk on command, attacking the guardians like maniacs. Staring at the chaos unfolding in front of him, Bernhardt feels suspicious. He's waiting for the results, to bring the winner in. But nobody's holding the white lotus branch yet. He's starting to suspect something. Thinking this whole thing might be a trap set up just to catch him, Bernhardt slowly steps into the room, 1 foot at a time. Once he sees the whole room, he freaks out, realizing someone else is targeting the avatar of the wings just like him. Back to Ananta in the present. He and Nadia are tied up, standing silently, facing Banjac, watching the psycho morphing in front of them. Nadia speaks up, worried. If he isn't the avatar of the wings, is he actually an impostor? Hearing Nadia's super naive question, Ananta stands there and gets totally annoyed. He snaps back without holding back, telling her, "Are your eyes just for decoration?" Because to him, the avatar of the wings is a title that actually means something. The original form has 3 pairs of white wings. Saying that, Ananta casually glances at Banjac. He scoffs. Him, the avatar of the wings, when he doesn't even have a single proper wing bro. He mocks Banjac even more. He should fix his look first, before he even thinks about impersonating someone else. Ananta made his disgust crystal clear. He flamed Banjac, saying the guy is all talk and zero skill. Banjac heard that and shut his mouth real quick, probably trying to save the last bit of his dignity. He put on a dark, angry face, claiming Ananta's trash talk wasn't even worth responding to. Then he immediately ordered his goons to go wipe Ananta out. But right at that moment, Ananta unleashed his berserk power. He smashed his fist into the ground, and the vines choking Nadia instantly dropped her. After struggling out of that mess, Nadia looked over and saw 2 others still wrapped up tight in the vines. Without a second thought, she rushed to save them. Back to Ananta. He was dealing critical hits left and right to Banjac's minions. While he was popping off, a monster covered in skulls showed up and launched a direct attack. Seeing things get intense, Ananta instantly transformed his whole body into a terrifying fire salamander, clinging tight to a white pillar. Next up, he rushed the giant monster at light speed, smashing into the beast with a brutal punch. Not wasting a second, Ananta kept the pressure on. He launched himself like an arrow at the monster, activating his ability and driving a fatal blow right into it, successfully ripping its body to shreds. But just as Ananta finished the job, Banjac suddenly transformed and attacked him from behind. Ananta couldn't react in time and got pinned down by those sharp claws against the ground. Banjac looked down on him like he was superior, saying Ananta had shown him the full power of a god. Saying that, Banjac raised his claws, ready to end Ananta's game, but with everyone watching, Ananta managed to block his power just in time. The two clashed, trading constant critical hits. Ananta even got one of his arms sliced off by Banjac's claws. You'd think Ananta was cooked, but he instantly gathered all his strength to finish Banjac in one strike. Banjac wasn't a pushover though. He immediately activated his vine defense mode, but his power was nothing compared to Ananta's. Those vines got sliced apart in seconds, and that terrifying attack went straight through Banjac's body. Right then, another monster suddenly appeared behind Ananta and attacked him directly, claiming he'd teach him a lesson and show him the true wrath of a god. Just then, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the clear blue sky. As part of the sky shattered into pieces, a massive hand emerged, standing within a purple halo with a majestic vibe. Biharon looked down at the scene below. Deep down, he seemed to be silently plotting something. Back to Ananta's fight. After feeding him a brutal punch, that cruel monster started acting all proud, telling everyone to witness his glorious wings. But that joy was short-lived, because while he was caught lacking, Ananta quickly counterattacked. Seizing the moment, he used all his strength to drive a massive hit into his body. That hit was heavy, caught him off guard, and he took the full force. The damage was insane. That punch had the monster writhing in agony, realizing he was losing ground. Banjac finally popped his skill. With a flick of his wrist, he commanded the vines to strangle Ananta tighter, and that critical wound from earlier gone. He healed himself just like that. Broken, pure rage in his eyes. He glared at Ananta. Trapped in those vines, he swore he'd chop him into 100 little pieces. Didn't even wait. Boom. He launched himself straight into the air. The thorns inside him turned into razor-sharp needles, and he started firing them at Ananta at light speed. But wait. Ananta's energy spiked. He's unleashing everything. A blinding red light exploded outwards. And then, boom. Ananta broke free from those nasty vines instantly. The monster was still in shock, but Ananta was already moving. Blitzed right past him, channeling every ounce of power. He charged straight at that freak. He was moving so fast he created twisting shockwaves in the air. One hit took nearly half that arrogant monster's health bar. He only had time to scream a curse word. As the dust settled, he finally got a good look at Ananta. The monster couldn't believe his eyes. No way. He was shook, completely stunned by Ananta's transformation. Nadia was watching from the sidelines, taking it all in. She was floored too. She had no idea when Ananta's form had started to change like that. Ananta's speed, faster than the naked eye. He's literally a blur. Now Banjac is starting to panic. He wondered, is his power regeneration, or shapeshifting? What is this guy? Whatever. He decided to just use his raw, overwhelming power to crush Ananta into dust. No hesitation. Banjac launched a frontal assault. Ananta immediately threw up his guard. But with that agility and super-level power, Ananta dodged every single strike. Weave. Perfect evasion. Glancing at that maniac Banjac, Ananta realized something. No matter how hard he hits, this psycho just keeps regenerating. Over and over again, thanks to the white lotus tree. He knew. If this drags on, he's cooked. Just then, Ananta spotted the ceiling nearby. Lightbulb moment, he geared up and jumped straight up. He smashed the ceiling with one punch, but Banjac grabbed Ananta's leg with his vines. He thought Ananta was up to something stupid. He called him out. But Ananta didn't even answer. He just asked random questions to stall for time. Smart. Then he saw his opening. Ananta told him, time to pay for all the lives you took. Bam, his body transformed again. Level up. While Banjac was still confused, Ananta instantly summoned the shadows. An army of ghosts started spawning. More and more of them. They rushed Banjac like lightning. The monster was terrified. He was literally screaming his head off. Watching this madness unfold right in front of her, Nadia was just stunned. Jaw dropped. She had so many questions, but then it hit her. Those people, they were living sacrifices. Right then. Boom. A blinding light ripped through the air. She cracked her eyes open. And Biharon dude was already bowing down deep. Total submission. She spun around to check the white-haired guy behind her. And the mask was off. Disguise dropped. No way. It's Julio, the actual avatar of the True Wings. He is him. Meanwhile, over in the forest, Whitefoot was on the comms, updating her boss on the situation. She reported a weird dimensional rift opening up in the sky. If she was right, that rift was a dead giveaway. The Wings guard had arrived. which meant the true wings avatar. He was definitely somewhere in the city right now. Back to Julio. His expression dark, menacing. He took slow, heavy steps toward Biharon. Seeing Julio standing there, the real avatar of the true wings, Nadia felt a sharp pain in her chest. She clutched her heart tight. Her face went pale from the pain. She looked totally terrified. Just who exactly was this monster standing right in front of her? And Banjac bro was cooked. Zero energy left, covered in critical wounds. He struggled to look up at the guy who absolutely wrecked him. Panic hit Banjac the second he saw Julio walk in. He couldn't figure out why Julio was even here right now. Julio just looked at his confused face and asked coldly, "Do you still remember who I am?" Banjac made a face of pure disgust. How could he ever forget? His cold-blooded, ruthless master from the past, still acting totally indifferent. Julio replied slowly, "The reason I took your wings, punishment. You were sleeping on your fake glory." Then, calm as ever, Julio ordered Biharon to strangle Banjac. It cut off his air instantly. He started gasping for breath. Julio stared down at Banjac, who was literally just a torso now. Julio gave him a warning about those wings. They belong only to those worthy of soaring through the blue sky. Hearing that, Banjac instantly snapped. He thought Julio was just spouting nonsense. To him, the real monster was the guy who sacrificed thousands, even millions of lives, just to build a vessel for a monster. All he wanted was to take back the wings that were rightfully his. But Banjac's little rant, it just made Julio see him as a useless idiot. And people who have lost their value, they're trash to be thrown away. Julio slowly charged up his power, a blinding flash of light. And Banjac instantly turned to ash. Ananta watched the whole thing go down. His eyes were filled with pure rage and hatred. Flashback to the past. That villain Julio once told him he had a small dream. He wanted to pierce the heavens and find the path to the realm of the gods. And until that dream comes true, he will never stop. Even if he had to become the enemy of this entire world. The memories came flooding back, his whole tribe getting absolutely wrecked. Wiped off the map, and his sister Asita's gentle smile, just praying for him to come back home safe. Then came the nightmare watching his beloved sister get burned to ash. Ananta screamed Julio's name in pure rage. Meanwhile, over by Biharon, they were discussing the White Lotus tree. Biharon said that the White Lotus is basically just a plant from the Eden Kingdom. It had nothing to do with what Julio wanted. Julio slowly picked up the White Lotus flower, calling it a cheap knockoff compared to the real-world tree. What he actually cared about right now was the connection between Nadia and his own existence. And right at that moment, Ananta burst out from the swarm of ghosts. Fueled by hatred and madness, he charged straight at Julio, but Biharon blocked him instantly with some insane reflexes. Ananta was completely consumed by rage now. He unleashed every ounce of power he had, throwing fatal strikes at Biharon. The guard took his stance, ready to counterattack any second. While those two were going at it, Julio was just staring at Nadia, looking super amused. But just as he reached out to mess with her, Bernhardt pulled up with his spear and shut down Julio's dirty scheme. Right then, Ananta ramped his power up to the max. He stood facing Julio and let out a crazy roar. Seeing him like that, Julio got all excited, saying he recognized that familiar face. Because Ananta had fully transformed into the black dragon, Azidahaka. Looking around at the scenery, Ananta just stood there, totally spaced out and confused. He had no clue where he was or how he got there. But mostly, this place gave him bad vibes. He decided he needed to bail. Fast. But even if he escaped, he didn't know where he'd go. Suddenly, the black dragon Azidahaka appeared right behind him. It reminded him not to forget the guy who took everything from him. Seeing the black dragon, Ananta couldn't believe his eyes, because standing right there was the bearer of the death curse. Azidahaka stared down at Ananta. Before he left this illusion, it told him to drown himself in rage and endless tears. Back in reality, Ananta kept swinging wild, fatal strikes at Biharon, completely out of control. This made the guard think the kid had lost his mind and gone totally psycho. Thinking that, he quickly powered up, focusing all his energy into his arm. Before punching Ananta, he mocked him, thinking he looked absolutely pathetic. But the moment the guard finished speaking, Ananta blasted a massive wave of fire straight at Biharon. The guy wasn't a pushover though. He used his power to block the attack. Their insane power collided, instantly causing a massive shockwave. Julio quickly shielded himself with his wings, Then he looked over at Bernhardt, with a totally indifferent look, wondering if the old man had been cooked alive yet, but he's standing his ground. Even though they're sworn ops, Juyo has to admit Bernhardt is actually cracked. Back to Bernhardt. He grips that spear tight, telling himself he's gotta end Juyo right here. No way is he letting those guys link up again on his watch. But reality hits hard. Just as Bernhardt is about to slam his spear down, Juyo speed blitzes him with a slash. Then boom, ability activated. A blue laser beams right through Bernhardt's body. One shot. He's cooked. After brutally ending Bernhardt, Juyo side-eyes Nadia, who's literally shaking in her boots. He hits her with that toxic taunt. You think you've changed? Nah. I just clapped Bernhardt. And you're already trembling. Nadia just stands there. Silent. She bites her lip, furious at Juyo's trash talk. Turns out, she's dealt with this villain before. Juyo claims Nadia's a chosen one too, cause she resonates with the branch. That branch is the cheat code that nerfed the rebirth barrier, but gave them OP power. It's also exactly what Juyo needs, to keep ruling the skies of this world. Then, he slowly walks toward his little brother. An entity spawned from infinite lives, but trapped like a bird in a cage. Hearing that, Nadia can't help but get curious. So she asks for his name. The kid flashes a super creepy smile and says, I'm Ritz. Meanwhile, cut to the intense brawl between Ananta and that guard Biharon. Both sides are going absolutely ham right now. Ananta spreads his wings pure power and rockets straight up into the air. Once he hits max altitude, he focuses every ounce of his energy and unleashes a massive fireball. He shouts, Heavenly Fire Orb, and the fireball crashes down like a meteor. Juyo is standing down there, casually watching the flames get closer. He thinks Ananta is seriously underestimating him. Juyo barely lifts a hand, slowly casting his ability. He drops a cold line, heaven has no room for trash like you. Then he starts chanting, and blinding blue light explodes out. It's finally over. This might be the end for the White Lotus tree. Because after the battle exploded there, taking that massive damage from the raw power of Ananta's wings, the trump card, the Avatar of Vengeance, completely failed. Cut to a desolate wasteland, where Ruby is running for his life to escape the hounds. He's out of stamina, and they catch up fast. But clutch moment, Ananta spawns in, blocking them with his axe, successfully saving Ruby's life. The rest of the hounds see that and freak out, scattering immediately. Knowing Ananta is the one who saved him, Ruby sticks to him like glue. Ananta finds this super annoying. A bit later, he glares at Ruby, asking, Why are you following me? Ah bro, he even says he has no food. Ananta tries everything to shoo him away, but Ruby just stands there, unbothered. Ananta has no choice, so he decides to use force. But the second Ananta swings his hand, Ruby instantly breathes out a huge stream of fire. Ananta jumps back in shock, still reeling from the crazy scene he just witnessed. Suddenly, a loud noise blasted from behind. Ananta was stressing out, and when he turned around, he saw a massive monster standing right in his face. They just stared at each other awkward. A split second later, the beast started hunting Ananta down. Run. Back to Ananta, he had Ruby sitting on his head, running for his life, sprinting full speed without daring to look back. That monster was right on his tail, relentless. In that critical moment, Ananta jumped straight off the cliff and landed safely. Then, he saw a guy in a black cloak sitting across from him, silent as a statue next to a dry bush. But Ananta was way more worried about the monster. He glared up at the beast, staring down at him, feeling totally helpless, realizing this thing wanted him dead for real. So Ananta quickly put Ruby down. He gripped his axe tight with both hands, looking straight at the monster with pure defiance, declaring he was going to make it, taste the power of a black dragon descendant. But as soon as he said that, Julio had already appeared behind him out of nowhere. He just casually took off his hood and stared right into the monster's eyes, scaring it off instantly. Job done. He kindly checked on Ananta, and that meeting, it changed his life forever. Scene switch. After a long while, Ananta finally made it back to the village. The villagers saw him and immediately started fussing over him, asking where he'd been, and wondering who the heck Julio was. Just as he was about to explain, Asita suddenly showed up. She sternly grilled Ananta, asking if he went to the Mystic Beast territory again, and didn't forget to ask who Ruby and Julio were standing next to him. After hearing that, Ananta started introducing his sister to Julio, but right after the intro, Asita suddenly covered her mouth and coughed violently, coughing up a huge amount of blood into her hand. Seeing this happen, Ananta panicked hard. He quickly told her to go inside with him and rest. Julio watched everything unfold silently. Cut to the camp. The chief was being super polite, inviting Julio to try their village's food. Since outsiders rarely visited, he felt he needed to treat him right, especially since he saved a tribe member. Not only that, to show hospitality, the chief let Julio stay as long as he wanted. This warm welcome made Julio really grateful, and he thanked the chief. Right after, his eyes locked onto Ruby. He gave it one sharp glare, and Ruby freaked out, scrambling to hide. While Julio was staying with the tribe, Ananta was assigned to be his guide, per the chief's orders. Then, the chief looked at Julio, wondering why he came to this middle-of-nowhere place, and Julio answered immediately. Turns out, he's an explorer researching geography, customs, and gods across different lands. Saying that, he pulled out a map, claiming he'd traveled from south to north, roaming every continent, learning countless customs and legends. Right now, he's tracking the story behind the death of god Hanhoa in this desert. To be precise, Bro is on a hunt for a deity named Aida Haka, the first being ever gifted with divine power, also known as one of the 6 great gods. That's an entity worshipped but straight up feared by everyone, the avatar of the demon Black Dragon. Aida Haka. Night falls. Everyone is chilling together around the campfire. Big Sis Asita takes a sip of the medicine. And just like that, her health bar starts going up. Turns out, that potion is made from S-tier herbs with insane buffs that boost the immune system and level up the user's overall health. Feeling the recovery kick in, Asita gratefully thanks Julio. Seeing she's downed the potion, Julio dips out quickly, but not before telling her to rest up. Ananta hears this and gets curious. He asks Bro where he's headed today. Julio doesn't bother hiding anything, straight up replying that he's going to scout the rivermouth area. Hearing Julio's answer, Ananta immediately suggests they should duo queue and go fishing today. So the next day, at the crack of dawn, Ananta happily says bye to his sis Asita, then rushes off to party up with Julio, promising her he'll be back soon. But the moment he turns around to leave, Asita calls him back. She tells him to stay safe and make sure he comes back to the village in one piece. Ananta flashes a bright smile, promising he'll be back in a flash, but as he turns to go, he feels a chill down his spine from the sus stares of the villagers watching him. Scene switch. Right now, Ananta and Julio are grilling fish by the beach, holding a skewer. He curiously asks Julio if he's going to camp in the village for a whole week, and asks how his investigation quest is progressing. Hearing Ananta's question, Julio looks down, admitting the grind is actually super tough. For him, just finding a few fragmented lore drops about the Black Dragon's descendants is already a win. Turns out, way back in the day, human ancestors had to fight off some brutal invaders, absolutely savage enemies. But thanks to the Black Dragon's carry, they managed to clutch the win and defeat them. Since then, the descendants of those warriors have worshipped the Black Dragon, treating him like the tribe's savior, and that's literally all the intel Julio has managed to farm about the Black Dragon's descendants. Saying that, Julio sighs. He says the villagers are gatekeeping hard, refusing to say a word about the Black Dragon, like they're hiding a massive secret. Hearing this, Ananta reacts instantly. He tells Julio he's overthinking it. Julio doesn't push it further, and switches topics, asking if Ananta is still sneaking out to hunt behind Asita's back, since the kid's been stacking up way more injuries lately. Confronted like that, Ananta gets serious and begs him to keep it a secret, saying he needs to grind as much as possible while there's still prey around. Truth is, Ananta's parents both got hit with a critical illness and passed away when he was just a kid, which is why Asita is so protective of him. Ananta's eyes look sad. He tells Julio not to worry about his business, claiming these wounds don't even hurt. To break the awkward vibe, Ananta quickly changes the subject. He wonders why Julio is grinding so hard to find the first gods. Hearing this, Julio just slowly explains. He wants to find God's treasure. Turns out, Those gods hold the sources. God's power. That stuff breaks every single law of this world. It goes way beyond human understanding. That treasure, it's made of 6 items, packed with the raw power and authority of the gods. If anyone actually manages to get their hands on it, they'd basically become a god. An entity totally beyond this realm. After listening to Julio's whole spiel, Ananta got nervous and immediately asked about the ancient scale. That made Julio suspicious instantly. He figured Ananta definitely knew something. Realizing he'd just slipped up and acted a bit sus, Ananta scratched his head helplessly. He decided to just spill the tea and tell Julio everything. It was a story he heard from his sister when he was a kid. The Black Dragon went on a rampage and couldn't stop at just fighting off invaders. Nah, it didn't stop until the entire steppe was turned to ash. To keep itself in check, the Black Dragon entrusted one of its scales to their ancestors. Then it fell into a deep sleep after splitting its power. Later on, Ananta's ancestors built a temple in the canyon to worship the Black Dragon. They sent the village's elite warriors to guard it, making sure the scale never fell into the wrong hands. Hearing that, Julio stammered, about to ask Ananta to take him there. But before he could even speak, Ananta saw right through him and shut it down, realizing that place was off limits. Julio asked Ananta to take him somewhere else instead. A bit later, they finally arrived. Looking at the majestic view in front of them, Julio said he wanted to pierce the sky and find the clouds that lead to the land of the gods. He swore he wouldn't stop until that dream became reality, even if he had to become the enemy of the entire world. Saying that, Julio stared at Ananta's shocked face, standing opposite him. He spoke slowly. It's all because of the Black Dragon's curse, a servant of the Demon King, the ruler of curses and death, someone who'd do anything to become a henchman for such an evil god, actually gave a treasure of God to a mediocre tribe. The reason Ananta's parents died and his sister is so sick is all because of the Black Dragon's curse. Night fell, and the area around the village was blanketed in a silent darkness. After waking up with a start, Asita groggily opened her eyes and looked at Ananta's sleeping spot right next to her. Realizing he'd been gone all night, Asita felt a wave of anxiety. She slowly stepped out of the small hut. The cold night air was harsh, making her let out a few dry coughs. She was worried sick, wondering where Ananta had gone this late. Looking up at the sky, Asita just hoped her little brother wouldn't catch a cold. Scene change. Now we're in front of a cave entrance. While 2 guards were keeping a sharp lookout, Julio suddenly appeared from the distance. Spotting him, they immediately got into a defensive stance, pointing their spears right at him, ordering him to freeze. Even though Julio looked super annoyed by all this, the guards still did their job. They said anyone without permission is absolutely forbidden from entering. But even with those warnings, Julio didn't look worried at all. In fact, he just kept walking straight toward them, like he owned the place. Seeing that Julio wasn't backing down, one of the guards got pissed. He quickly lunged at Julio with his spear, but before he could even land a hit, Julio caught the spear with his bare hand. Fast as lightning. With the guard staring in total shock, Julio threw a heavy punch. Boom. One shot cleaned him up instantly, witnessing the whole scene right in front of him. The guard standing nearby was just completely stunned. While that dude was still trying to process what happened, Julio unleashed his ult, successfully taking down the other one. One shot. Done. After clearing up the mess, Julio shot a cold glare at the rock behind him, demanding the person hiding there to come out. Fast. Hearing that, Ananta crept out. He was holding a flower that wouldn't stop glowing in his hand, silently vibing with how insane Julio's power was. With just a few simple moves, he easily wrecked the tribe's elite warriors. Bro is actually cracked. Back to Julio. Noticing Ananta seemed to be zoning out a bit, he urged him to hurry up, cause he wanted to get everything done right before the sun came up. After entering the cave and throwing hands with the guard squad, they finally reached the spot. And right at this moment, the flower in Ananta's hand started radiating a massive amount of light. He was super surprised, staring at the flower in his hand, then looking over at Julio with a million questions. But Julio, he didn't even bother answering. He just told him to chill and walked step by step toward the wooden box ahead, gently pushing the lid. The final scale instantly appeared in front of them both. Realizing only this scale was placed in the opposite direction, Julio got super hyped because he figured out its perk. Then, he acted all grateful for Ananta's help. But the second the kid mentioned healing his sister, he flipped the script immediately. He quickly snatched Ananta's hand holding the flower and shoved it toward the scale. Instantly, a powerful light blasted out from Dragon's Gorge, along with the ground shaking violently. The black dragon was successfully summoned and rushed straight toward the light. Seeing this unfold right before their eyes, the tribe people completely lost their cool. Which idiot unleashed the god's power back to Ananta? Bro had lost both arms by now. Looking weakly at Julio, who was high on power right in front of him, he just slowly reached out, grabbed that strange flower inside the pillar of light, and stabbed it straight into his own chest. A blinding blue light started to appear and spread everywhere inside his body. A moment later, the black dragon finally arrived at Dragon's Gorge. It warned that Julio had touched the dragon's weak point, looking super dangerous, telling him about the consequences. Then, the black dragon solemnly stated its title and ordered Julio to drop his name. The second he said his name, the black dragon instantly fused with him. From that moment on, the manifestation of those powerful and terrifying wings finally appeared. Ananta collapsed face first onto the ground. He looked up with shallow breaths. In front of him was the image of Julio, the embodiment of Azidahaka's wings with glowing red eyes. It sensed that inside his body were the divine artifacts. Julio in the sky, with a mere mortal body. How could he withstand it? Azidahaka asked him about the previous owner of the artifacts. He told Azidahaka those questions were pointless. Spreading his wings loaded with glowing bullets, he replied. He finished them all off and snatched the loot. Obviously. Then he fired those bullets right at him. Those things caused a massive explosion. Smoke everywhere. From the ground, due to the shockwave earlier. While Azidahaka was closing in, he was still talking down from above. Since it separated the god's artifact from the body, the energy was draining fast. He smirked evilly. Ghosts of the gods, I'll bury you myself. Azidahaka glowed bright red. Furious. It's challenging him to see if he's strong enough to do it. Then boom, it opens its maw and unleashes a stream of crimson fire right at him. Juyo flaps his wings and weaves through the flames like it's nothing. Azidahaka looks furious, beating its wings hard to launch into the sky. It rockets upward at high speed, closing the distance instantly. He's flying for his life, trying to shake off the pursuit. Suddenly, Azidahaka is surrounded by a swarm of fireballs. Then, with a massive wing sweep, it fires the whole barrage at Juyo. He's actually caught off guard, but he's not done. He activates his light ultimate, gathering a massive amount of energy right in front to tank those fireballs. The two powers clash. Boom! Massive explosion. Over here, Azidahaka is still locked in, glaring at him with glowing red eyes and growling like a beast. It beats its wings harder, enveloping the whole area in a blazing red aura. It thrusts its wings forward, sending a wave of crimson energy straight at his head. Juyo just smirks at the attempt. Disrespectful, he spreads his wings wide. Gathering power, beams of light shoot out from his wing flap, heading right back at Azidahaka. Fire and light collide, setting off a chain of explosions. But wait, Azidahaka is caught off guard by something incoming. A beam of light is rushing straight for its face. It hits giant beam. Epic explosion. The flash and the boom are so loud they're shaking the entire tent area down below. Ananta clenches his fists tight, looking up at the chaos unfolding in the sky. Ananta is completely wrecked right now. He's trembling, sobbing, and blood is gushing from his mouth. His arms, they're gone. He drops to his knees on the rocks, gasping for air. Ananta stares at the distant sky and whispers, "Sis." Suddenly, Azidahaka slams into the ground. Huge impact. Now it's lying in the dirt, and it is looking rough. Like, really bad. Dust and smoke are everywhere. Juyo looks down from above. He grins, totally full of himself. He smirks and declares that Azidahaka is done for. Its heart is completely crushed. He says it, then laughs at the loser one more time. Juyo looks up at the sky, flaps his wings, and smiles like he's won the lottery. Finally, he can ascend to heaven. He shoots off, leaving a streak of light straight up into the sky. Ananta's eyes fill with tears. Why did it end up like this? He did everything for his sister. Suddenly, Azidahaka's voice makes him jump. Even while dying, It speaks up. You aided the avatar of those wings. Tears just pour from Ananta's eyes. His whole body is shaking uncontrollably. He begs for forgiveness. Everything he did was just for his sister. Azidahaka's eyes glow red. Right on the edge of death. It is not happy. Its whole body glows crimson. It's about to tear him to shreds. Azidahaka forces itself up, using every last ounce of strength. It beats its burning red wings. As they spread out, it rears its head back and screams at the sky. Ananta looks up at this nightmare, his face absolutely soaked in tears, and whispers two words. Demon King. Azidahaka slams its wings down and starts rising. It launches itself forward. Ananta's eyes go wide as he watches it. It's heading straight for the village. In no time, Azidahaka reaches their home. It breathes fire right down onto the village. The whole village goes up in flames. Everyone is screaming in agony, trying to run, but they're too slow. His sister. She's being consumed by the flames too. The fire is raging out of control, mixed with screams of pure pain. Ananta can only sit there and howl. And Azidahaka circles back to where he's sitting. It dives straight at him. His body is engulfed in a red inferno. Every second, every cell is turning crimson. Azidahaka roars. Stupid human, it uses its final breath to speak. You will be forever surrounded by death and endless disasters. Then, it fades away like a dying ember in a dark cell. Ananta is still slumped on the ground. Slowly, he starts to stir, eyes cracking open. The sky is bright. The trees, dead and barren. Julio and Rit are just staring off into the distance. What a crazy long journey. Nadia is still standing there, eyes wide, frozen. Suddenly a crack forms. Julio calls it out. Time to go back to their sanctuary. Biharon smacks the rift. Boom. Another dimension opens up. But Julio stops cold when he hears Nadia's voice. Metthon catches Rit's attention too. Nadia speaks up. They called him a coward. Low-tier trash. They deluded themselves into thinking they were gods. But this kid right in front of me, he is the real god. She hugs herself, shivering. Before I met him, I didn't remember a thing. Tell me. Yuya smirks. Confirmed. It's that brat Ananta. Everything exists because of karma. When karma is gone, poof, they disappear. He grins, pure evil, eyes glowing. That is destiny. He can't wait to see you again. Nadia frowns. She hates hearing that. Meanwhile, Rachel Sinha is soaking in the water. Her bright red hair draped over the edge. Mo and Scan rush in to report. There is news, Lord Bernhardt. He is back from the southern outpost. She slides up. Finally, some good news. She steps out. Lucky him. If it was bad news, I don't know what I'd do. Mo drapes a robe over Rachel. Scan continues. According to the intel, he has an incarnation and 2 humans with him. Rachel asks, does the incarnation have wings? Mo replies. Best if your highness sees for herself. Rachel smiles. Satisfied. Cut to a massive fortress on the mountain. Bernhardt leads his crew inside. He is walking with Nadia, just like Ananta. This guy claims he has got beef, a huge grudge against the winged incarnation. That is why he invited them to HQ. Says he wants to team up. Yeah. Right. He is definitely after Ananta's power, and after the battle, the rabbit girl vanished. Kept her location a total secret. Nadia walks in, face set like stone. She could have gone anywhere else, but something pulled her north. She is looking for someone. Duke Bernhardt. Inside the room, everyone is assembled. Standing in a perfect line, Rupa watches them move. Taken arms crossed. Eyes shut. Too cool to care. Announcement, Her Majesty. The Empress has arrived. Rachel struts in with Mo and Scan. Nadia watches. Brow furrowed. Is that? Grand Princess Munghuk Vankaria, the Warrior Kingdom. A militia group that absolutely hates the winged incarnation. Rachel Sa takes her seat. Big. Confident smile. Total boss energy. Bernhardt bows low. Respectful. Rachel nods back. Congratulations. She wants the tea. Tell me everything. How did the expedition go? According to plan, to reach the Kapha's temple. We took out a group of arena fighters, disguised ourselves as them. Things got messy, but we got in. We infiltrated the temple. And there, I met him. Juyo. The winged incarnation. The room goes silent at that name. All eyes up. Rachel press on. And then, Bernhardt takes a breath. I engaged him immediately. Head on. But, to my shame, he beat me. Rachel frowns. Not impressed. So you crawled back here, empty-handed, pathetic. Bernhardt winces. That stung. Victory and defeat. It is the warrior's life. Doesn't matter how many times I lose. One day, I will end him myself. Rachel just chuckles at his grit, then she bursts out laughing. That is it. That is the Bernhardt I know. It was only then that Ragarosa clocked the person walking next to him. Nadia bowed as the intros were made. She's the avatar of nature. She's part of a squad hunting down the avatar of wings. Bernhardt spoke respectfully to Ragarosa. Nadia is the new ally who's gonna buff Leviathan's power. Thanks to her clutch assist during the expedition. I was able to bring her here to meet your highness. She asked. Where are the others? Mo spoke up. Calling them people is a stretch. It's really just a savage brute and a basic normie girl. She offered to team up in exchange for our care and protection. A trade-off. The girl's health is green across the board, so she'll be moved to civilian housing soon. The savage guy is in the med bay. His condition is looking up, but he's in bad shape right now. Deep coma. Zero response. Mo suggested. If you want to use force, you can drag him along too. But she passed. Ragarosa walked up to Nadia to say hi. Ragarosa got right in her face. Reaching his hand out to her, he held her hand as she bowed politely. Thank you for the warm welcome. Your Highness. But he wasn't done. Ragarosa pressed her for answers. Why ally with Leviathan? He suspected she was a spy. Nadia fired back fast. She wanted to cut a deal regarding the branch fused with her. I want every scrap of intel Leviathan has on it. Someone shouted Ragarosa's name. They spun around to see Koopa. He was fuming. Screaming. Why the hell are we listening to her? The second Koopa walked in. He smelled the stench of the avatar of wings on her. He pointed a finger straight at Nadia's face. He asked, You got that branch from the avatar of wings, didn't you? Bernhardt side-eyed her too. Ragarosa looked confused and asked her about it. Nadia touched her chest. Koopa's not wrong. Ever since I met that guy, this branch has been resonating. But as for it fusing with me, that just proves I don't know anything. Ragarosa turned to his subordinate. Bernhardt, did you tell Nadia about the branch? He replied. Didn't have permission, so I haven't leaked a thing. If Nadia is really the one the avatar of wings is hunting for, then this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Suddenly, a voice yelled, Your Highness, Ragarosa snapped. What can't you see? I'm busy. Sorry to interrupt. But this is urgent. There's a massacre in the civilian zone. A vision of Aida Haka glowing red flashed up. Ananta flashed back to when that thing invaded his body. He felt like he wasn't himself anymore, sanity slipping away. The monster roared at the sky, and the whole area burst into flames. It walked with purpose, stomped the ground, then launched into the air, full speed ahead. It stopped at a high vantage point and let out a sky-shaking screech. Ananta's eyes went wide. The village in front of him. Incinerated. Everything. The people. The huts. Gone. He broke out of his shell and stepped out. He dragged his broken body forward. A vision of his beautiful, gentle sister appeared, smiling, her voice echoing. Be careful on your way. Ananta, his beautiful sister, burned to ash. Ananta stared at the charred body. He screamed, hugging her corpse. Shaking uncontrollably, he choked on his sobs. Pure agony. Tears of blood streaming from his eyes. He shrieked in despair. Nothing but hatred left inside him. I will kill Juyo with my own hands. Ananta opened his tear-filled eyes. Bro wakes up totally confused. No clue where he is. Then he spots this adorable little girl sitting by the bed. She looks at him and calls him Conan. He's just staring like, who even are you? Then he freezes. Wait. Is she a goddess? No way. Ananta braces himself against his legs to sit up, but there's no time to think. His face turns furious. He has one mission, find Juyo. Suddenly, he hacks out a cough. The little girl looks up, asking if he's okay. He's gasping for air, choking up. His vision goes blurry. And bam, he collapses. That's the price for abusing his powers. He's cooked, panicked by the curse. The little girl rushes outside. He frowns. Looking ahead, the city is packed with people. and they're all staring in one direction. It's Ananta, even with those heavy injuries. He's walking forward, step by step. What a beast. He looks around. Totally lost. Where on earth is this? It's huge. But there's no sky to be seen. Is this an underground city? Suddenly, someone yells at him to stop. He looks sus. Definitely not a local. The guards instantly point their spears at him. They tell him to surrender peacefully. Or they're gonna have to use force. He just sighs and dares them to try it. Then, a guy steps up, scratching his head like he's bored. The guy asks if anyone's seen his kid. But Ananta, he's locked in on the symbol on that guy's hand. He remembers that mark. It's the key to finding the incarnation of the wings. Anyone on that enemy side definitely has this mark. Ananta reaches out to touch him. Whoa, a blade flashes right in front of his face. The guy swings his sword, trying to slice Ananta. The guy's eyes are glowing. He hates it when people sneak up on him. Ananta counters, throwing a punch. The guy realizes instantly this kid is strong. He jumps back fast. He's thinking, "You ain't getting past me today." He winks. This guy is dangerous, fighting like he's ready to die. Suddenly, Ananta's body erupts in red flames. Where did he get that aura? Ananta demands to know about the symbol on his right hand. He glares at him, clenching his fists. Furious. What's your connection to the incarnation of the wings? The guy says nothing. Just grips his blade tighter. He rushes straight at Ananta. It's sudden, but Ananta manages to dodge just in time. He unleashes a flurry of slashes, dancing with the blade. But Ananta, he's dodging everything. Smooth. Ananta gets backed up against the wall. The guy swings his sword and taunts him. You want something, come and take it with your own strength. Then he unleashes his special move, Silent Snake Claw. Ao swings his sword with full force. Smoke explodes everywhere. But when it clears, O freezes. He sees Ananta. Ananta has transformed. He's got massive, glowing red arms, staring at Ao with pure murder in his eyes. O smirks nervously. You. What's with those arms? Suddenly, a soldier screams out. Tell the queen, we need backup, now. Ananta's eyes glow, and he charges straight at Ao. He spams attacks with those giant, clawed hands. The speed is insane, but Ao is cracked. He's dodging Ananta's strikes. He analyzes Ananta while dodging. It's too dangerous. He knows his sword can't block those hits head on, but he notices something. Ananta wasn't in peak condition from the start. After failing to hit Ao, Ananta stops. He suddenly drops to his knees, screaming in pain. Ao's been waiting for this exact moment. An opening. He dashes in and stabs his sword right through Ananta. But then, a low growl comes from Ananta. His face isn't human anymore. It's morphed into a literal monster. O rips his sword out and jumps back. Ananta lets out a massive roar. His whole body transforms into a gigantic beast. He's gone full monster mode. It's terrifying. O crush, ready to fight. But then he freezes. Is he actually scared? Suddenly, Ao's voice rang out from behind. Get back. Rachel Sa charged from the rear, swinging her sword hard at the beast's head. Nadia panicked, shouting, Wait, please stop. He's not the enemy. Don't kill him. Rachel Sa looked grim, her voice ice cold. If he hurts my people, I don't care who he is. I won't show mercy. You ugly freak. I'm ending you right now. Suddenly, Ananta, still in beast mode, started clawing at his own body. It was a horrifying sight. The soldier stood there, eyes popping out, unable to believe it. Is he choking himself? The beast crashed to the ground with a massive thud. Nadia watched Ananta anxiously. Rachel Sa stepped closer and saw the beast morph back into Ananta. She was completely shook. What is this? This guy? Rachel Sa and the other four sat around a round table. Scan stood by, giving his report. As per your orders, the Savage Squad is locked in the dungeon, and the incarnation of nature is under the Royal Army's surveillance. They received orders to stay put. We watched their every move. But chaos still broke out in the end. Mo stood next to him and added, Rumors spreading through the fortress is just a matter of time. Rachel Sa spoke up. I'm sure you all grasp the situation. We'll start the leadership meeting now. Main topic, the arrangement for the man named Ananta. The final decision will be announced after I have everyone's input. Rupa rested his chin on his hand, saying, How much longer are you planning to keep a ticking time bomb like that in the fortress? Why even discuss it? Just finish him off, Ao chuckled. Why so pressed, Ruba? He looks kinda interesting. Why not just use him for all he's worth? Taken crossed his arms. Frowning. Shut up. Ow. I'm not interested, Rachel Saw asked Bernhardt. Do you know anything about him? Bernhardt replied respectfully. I do. My queen. Ruba clenched his fist and slammed the table, shouting angrily. Are you kidding me? Bringing a monster into the fortress without a warning. What were you thinking? Bernhardt. Bernhardt's face darkened as he replied. Just his arrival alone caused enough of a mess in the fortress. But no matter what anyone says, I insisted on bringing him in. Queen Rachel Saw. I didn't expect his power to be so unstable and terrifying, but it's true that he has a grudge against the incarnation of wings. If we can use that power for our side, he'll be an absolutely broken weapon. I strongly ask you to consider letting him join the rebel forces. Ruba slammed the table and stood up. Rachel Saw, you're seriously gonna listen to that nonsense? Hey Ao. You fought him, didn't you? Why didn't you fight for real and kill him? Then Ao sat with his legs crossed, resting his chin on his hand. You start a fight and now you say that? Pretty bold of you. But Bernhardt's right. This guy's gonna be useful. If I had gone all out back then, both of us would have ended up wrecked. Ruba's eyes widened in surprise. What Rachel Saw called out. Come out. The messenger, Whitefoot, stepped forward with a beaming smile. A cute girl with distinct rabbit legs. Here, by Her Majesty's summons. At the place where Ananta was held, Blackfoot was teasing him. How's it going? Ananta, I thought you would have bailed by now. Looks like I stressed for no reason. But the way you're looking at me, I'm kinda obsessed. Whitefoot takes off her hat, grinning as she greets everyone. Greetings, Your Majesty, and all you high and mighty heroes. This humble messenger is honored to make your acquaintance. Rupa spots the stranger and immediately starts grilling her. Who the hell are you? How did you get in here? Ao glances at Whitefoot and spots something peeking out from behind her. Rachel pops her head out. Ao beams, spreading his arms wide to welcome her as she runs toward him. Take my eyes off you for 1 second and you vanish. You little troublemaker. Bernhardt asks about Whitefoot. Queen Regelsa. Who is this? Regelsa replies. No need to panic. She has dimension-hopping abilities. A high-ranking member of an elite organization called Rabbitfoot. Before you all returned, they came to me with a deal. She recalls what Whitefoot told her. Aren't you interested in an ability that can delete the avatar of wings? At first I thought it was just a mid-gamble, but turns out she predicted everything. From the start, she looks over at Whitefoot. That offer does sound spicy. Speak. What are your conditions? Whitefoot claps her hands with a smirk. Sharp as ever. Your Majesty, I want a long-term alliance between Rabbitfoot and Leviathan. In exchange, Rabbitfoot will go full try-hard to defeat the Avatar of Wings, and hand over the Avatar of Vengeance to you. What a load of trash. A loud voice booms out, making Whitefoot jump. Everyone turns to look at the source. It's Ananta. He roasts Whitefoot for causing all this chaos. And you dare try to hustle people too? I don't need any treaties or compromises. Ruby, resting quietly in Rachel's arms, hears Ananta's voice and perks up. Sprinting toward him and climbing onto him, he points a thumb at himself with pure confidence. The one who's going to end the Avatar of Wings is Me. Hoopa flares up, hands morphing into claws. Criminals belong in the dungeon. Give me the order. Regelsa, I'll wreck him right now. Regelsa doesn't seem rushed at all. Chill out. Rupa, I want the full story. Her eyes lock onto Ananta, analyzing him closely. Interesting. Every scar on his body is proof of the battles. He survived. The killing intent hidden. Beneath his skin is overflowing. It's on a totally different level from anyone I've ever met. The Avatar of Slaughter. Whitefoot sidles up to Ananta. All right, everyone. Meet Ananta Rabbitfoot's strongest trump card. But inside, she's wondering, is this guy really the Avatar of Vengeance? Ananta uses his massive hand to crush Whitefoot's tiny head down, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Since when did I become some loot you stole? You got a death wish. Whitefoot clings to his arm, trying to sweet-talk him. But didn't. Ananta already lose to the Avatar of Wings. You can't solo him. Let's team up. He glares at her, gritting his teeth. You scumbag. Rachel teases Whitefoot. You don't look too comfy there. Huh, Whitefoot, still getting her head crushed by Ananta, laughs painfully. You can see that. More importantly, he seems a bit unstable, but looks like Ananta's adjustment is complete. Regelsa asks Ananta, "Can you really kill the Avatar of Wings before Ananta can speak?" Whitefoot cuts in, answering for him. "Your Highness." Like I said, Regelsa's face darkens, her voice dropping low. "Whitefoot, I'm asking Ananta." She looks at Ananta. "It doesn't matter where you came from. The spot is still open for you. Real talk, though, I need to see that power and ability of yours with my own eyes. The key here is that endless rage you've got for the Avatar of Wings." Ananta looked her dead in the eye and asked, "Yo, what's your name?" She stared right back. "Rahisa in Hasa." He took his hand off Whitefoot's head and clenched his fist, holding it up to her face. He asked, "You asking if I can kill the Avatar of Wings? I've got a curse that steals abilities. The more monsters I devour, the higher my power scales. That's why my potential is infinite. I'm broken. If you want an alliance, learn your place." "You small fries." Rajasa didn't even get mad at the disrespect. Instead, she laughed, hyped up, and walked toward him. "In the name of the Queen, I declare that Leviathan is allying with you. Avatar of Vengeance." She turned and ordered Scan and Mo to bring Nadia in. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Biharon kicked the door open, standing next to a monster's corpse. He grinned like a creep. Blood was splattered everywhere all over his face, his hands, his clothes. Juyo, wearing a cloak with a wing crest, gave a wicked smile. "Just a little celebration for our third member." Biharon knelt and bowed his head as ordered. "Everyone is here." "Sir," Juyo commanded. "Open the gate." Biharon instantly popped a skill. Sharp ice blocks spawned all around. A super dark abyss opened up right in front of them. Monsters were down there, growling like crazy. Juyo looked down from above. That abyss was packed with screaming beasts, but his eyes and voice were ice cold. "Don't forget, God abandoned you all. You lost your humanity because those evil spirits latched onto you. There's no way you're ever going back to normal. Wake up." Suddenly, his shining wings burst out and he shouted, "Oh, you lost souls. You who are spat on by the world, you who suffer injustice. Is this death really worthy of your sacrifice? Is this really the meaning of your existence?" He dove straight down, landing right in the middle of the monster horde. "I'm not from this world. I'm the one who turns people here into a bridge to God's domain. Now, show me what you've got. Whoever survives till the end gets the wing's blessing." The monsters understood him. They went berserk, tearing each other apart. Absolute carnage. Blood sprayed everywhere. But he just stood there. Didn't even dodge. Just smiling like a psycho. Back with Rajisa. Nadia walked in. Her eyes went wide when she saw Ananta. And Whitefoot too. Whitefoot tipped his hat and grinned. "Lady Nadia, long time no see." "Huh." She looked over at Blackfoot and asked, "Who's that?" Rajasa reassured her. "Don't stress. I already ordered the other commanders to leave, so you could relax." Nadia glanced at Ananta, thinking hard. He was clearly losing it just a minute ago. Was that just a coincidence? Rajisa continued. "I just had a little chat with Ananta over there. You two. I declare that both of you are officially members of Leviathan." Ananta frowned, annoyed. "When did I say I was joining your crew?" Bonhart jumped in. "It's just a temporary alliance. No biggie. We need your power to catch the Avatar of Wings, and since we're allies for now, you can use our resources too. Pretty sweet deal." "Right. And, Nadia, if you want answers, you have to work with Leviathan. Starting now. The road ahead is going to be rough. I just hope you're ready to face the answers you've been looking for." Nadia's eyes locked in. "I've made my intentions crystal clear. So I expect you guys to tell me about the branch embedded deep inside this body." Rakshasa speaks up. "Miss Stiltane. It's also known as a branch of the World Tree. At least that's what Bernhardt's report says. Back when we fought at Kaphas, surely you all witnessed how a savage beast turned into a god." "Right." Nadia instantly thinks of Zid. "That kid," Rakshasa continues. "The true nature of the branch granted by the wings. Grace is usually a catalyst for evolving from an evil creature into a god." Bernhardt adds, "You also evolved into a god because of Julio's influence. The one born with the blood of the winged avatar. Your current form is the result of the branch's power. For all we know, your original form might be some sort of demon. Her face goes pale, stammering. No. No way that's true. If the winged avatar really has power on par with the Supreme One, why use it on a demon instead of a god? The branch also has the power to turn a god into an evil creature. Rakshasa grimaces, explaining to Nadia, while recalling her childhood. I saw it with my own eyes the day my homeland, Valkyria, crumbled to dust. The thing is, the god of Valkyria was turned into a demon by the winged avatar. Ananta, keeping that same scowl and that same nasty attitude, speaks up. That sounds like total crap. Based on what you guys just said, this girl might be a follower of Julio, or some dark spirit. Right, no matter how I look at it. She's just a clueless airhead. Couldn't even kill a bug. Bernhardt tells him. That is exactly why she is special. Perhaps she is the being closest to the world cloud that Julio is looking for. He widens his eyes, asking back. World cloud, Rakshasa replies. Correct. Legend has it that our royal family has quite a few tales about the branch of the world tree. The world cloud is actually the dimensional rift, which appeared simultaneously with the birth of the world tree. The winged avatar has always been desperate to invade the Supreme One's world through that dimensional rift. That is why Julio is constantly trying to create a creature capable of becoming a sapling for the world tree. However, the branch's power is too immense. A normal creature would struggle to endure it. The number of individuals who can handle that power is tiny. Here's the kicker. We are here to hunt down the branch in Julio's hands. With your help, we will subdue the royal guards who have been turned into demons. Rakshasa stands up from her queen's throne, gathers everyone, and declares loudly, Present here now, 3-star Commander Ao, 4-star Commander Rupa. I order you 2 commanders to march straight to the land of Pasa. The soldiers below raise their fists, shouting in unison. Roger, that. She stands with both hands on the bog, sword planted straight down, looking absolutely majestic. Her voice is steely. In the name of the Vanguard Army, establish an allied frontline base in that local sector for me. Our objective is to drive out the demons that have taken over Pasa. May your battle be a glorious success. 3 days ago, Whitefoot sat talking to Nadia. This is Valkyria's secret fortress in the northern continent. This place holds 500 elite warriors under the Queen's command, and a small group of mercenaries under Bernhardt's orders. Under their protection, thousands of civilians finally got to chill and settle down. And those commanders, straight up god-tier power levels. Leviathan is basically the strongest resistance squad out there fighting against the wings. Ananta took an L at the Kafest battle. We need to stack our deck before the next round. Nadia chimed in. From Leviathan reaching out to that meetup with the Queen, looks like it was all part of their master plan. Whitefoot nodded. You got it. But honestly, we didn't expect you not times to run away. That was a plot twist. Anyway, we secured a cracked ally. But Ananta's power, total double-edged sword, it grants him demon-tier hacks. But if he doesn't absorb that energy as soon as possible, he loses his mind and goes full monster mode. They glanced over at Ananta and Blackfoot chilling nearby. Nadia asked, Who's that? Though Whitefoot replied, That's Blackfoot. She's in the crew too. Her hypnosis skill is the only thing keeping Ananta's rage bar from maxing out. But that's just a temp fix. We gotta speedrun killing demons to break the curse. That's the real meta here. So, since I've spilled the tea, Nadia, wanna form a pact with us? Nadia blinked. Suspicious. A pact, for what? Whitefoot grinned, reaching out a hand. Help Ananta wreck the avatar of the wings. In exchange, our guild promises to keep you safe. No cap, Nadia. You've got that branch inside you that pulls the wings avatar like a magnet. When he shows up, he'll definitely reveal his true form to you. Nadia didn't hesitate. Hell no to the pact. I just don't want anyone else becoming a sacrifice. I'm not gonna stand here and do nothing. So we don't need a trade. She reached out her hand. I'm doing this to stop innocent people from being fed to Julio. Whitefoot. I'll team up with you. Whitefoot scratched her head, laughing awkwardly. Not exactly the pact I expected. But sure. She shook Nadia's hand. Sweet deal confirmed. Whitefoot jumped up. Hyped. Now. Here's the strat. Queen Rajasa is gonna buff herself with Ananta's power. We're taking back the ancient capital of Valkyria. They're prepping to raid Fukvan right now, a cursed map littered with bodies. The boss ruling that zone is named Pasa. That is... Nadia cut in. The avatar of the sacred alicorn. Whitefoot nodded. Yup. The one-horned Pegasus. One of the 6 prime gods. Also a minion of Valkyria's guardian deity. According to the queen, Alicorn got corrupted into a demon right after facing the Wing's avatar. Ananta's voice boomed. TLDR. We're getting revenge on the monster that wrecked an entire country. Quest is simple. Even an idiot could figure it out. Ananta walked up. They clenched their fists, radiating pure murderous intent. Hey, messenger girl. Take me to the next hunting ground. Whitefoot hid. You're impossible. Fine. Fine. Why are you so impatient? The raid starts in 3 days. The alliance includes 2 Leviathan commanders and a 100-man squad. Whitefoot opened a black hole portal. Fukvan coordinates locked in. Go whenever you want. He stepped out, hands on hips, and winked. Ladies. Not bad. Rupa clenched a fist, hyped up and ready to throw hands. Don't D on me. Everyone. Way too early to log out and go to Valhalla. Ananta was dripping sweat, panting like crazy. Blackfoot teased him, itching for a fight. Ananta's eyes were filled with bloodlust. Obviously, I'm so buffed right now I could one-shot anyone. A dark zone appeared. Cold and spooky. The trees were just bare skeletons. Ao and Rupa sprinted to the edge of the black pit. Rupa realized something and screamed. Ow. Down below. O looked down. Huge mistake. A savage beast was gaping its maw right at them. Nadia pulled up from behind, instantly twisting branches into the shape of a horse, clashing with the beast. But nah, that thing was too OP. It instantly crushed Nadia's branches. Then Ananta appeared, using his massive arm to deck the beast right in the face. Boom. Ao and Rupa watched the whole show. O smirked. This quest just got way more interesting than I thought. Looks like the whole squad is down here too. Ananta leaned back against a tree. Blackfoot stood next to him, checked his watch, then snapped it shut. Scanning the area. Looks like not even a single ray of light can get in here. Inside, Rajela Fortress. Rajesa stood leaning over a map on the table. Rupa. Listen up. I'm gonna break down the upcoming raid for squads 3 and 4. It covers the northern coast. Mostly grasslands. Since originally, this was home to the fish and spirit tribes. Back in the day, thanks to their help, Valkyria could hold off invasions. But now, we just have to let that death army spread misery everywhere. Building a solid fortress is our #1 priority. You two are leading the vanguard to set up the front lines. O asked. Do we really have to build a whole fortress? Why don't we just use Whitefoot's power? You know, the rabbit incarnation, if the plan goes south. It's all on Whitefoot anyway. Rajesa shot back. If we could just take the royal path, that would be great. But Whitefoot's ability can only get us from the start point to the nearest safe zone. Right now, he can only reach the forest, south of the royal path. If we go in blind, moving forward is impossible. That means someone has to take the risk and go thousands of kilometers away from the royal path to keep things safe and prep for this. Ananta and Nadia have to join the alliance forces, Rupa said. Chill. Rahisa. Me and Ao are enough. Rahesi ignored her, face still super tense. Squad leader Rupa. This is a direct order from the Queen. 1 week after you get my orders. Link up with Ananta's team at HQ, and one more thing. Don't die. Come back in one piece to the rest of us. Back with Ananta. Nadia looked down at Ruby crawling on the ground. Thanks. Ruby stepped up, opened wide, and blasted a huge stream of fire, roasting the beast. Rupa glared at Ananta, who was leaning against a tree, fast asleep. Blackfoot was squatting there, watching him. Rupa clicked her tongue, clearly annoyed. O saw that and handed her a paper. Why the long face? You look salty. Rupa walked slowly. We're about to hit the forest anyway. By the way, from now on, we're comrades again, fighting side by side. Rupa snapped back. Hearing that makes my ears bleed. Comrades. That word is just for losers who got left behind. Someone I can trust with my life 24/7. Through thick and thin. That's a real comrade. That nameless trash, never gonna be my comrade. Rupa marched up to Ananta, getting right in his face. Looks like someone went God mode once and then flopped. Huh. Didn't think you'd be this much of a weakling. What, a guy who can't do anything without a babysitter? Like you is supposed to be our ally, Ananta frowned. Spit it out. What do you want? Rupa didn't hold back. Continuing. Looks like Richelsa is obsessed with your power. I don't see it though. You can't even control your own abilities yet, even if you took down a god before. Have you actually learned to keep your cool when you rage? Nadia walked over, hugging Ruby. Shocked. For real, what happened? Rupa replied to Nadia. He looked like a ticking time bomb back then. Ananta couldn't take it anymore. He snapped. Standing up and getting right in Rupa's face, he shouted. Just say what you want already. Rupa looked ready to explode. I want you to stop yapping. You scumbag. You and your little crew. Get out of my sight. I'll tell Richelsa you got scared and ran away. She extended her claws, her eyes glowing bright red. If you don't agree, I'll rip you to shreds right here, Ananta. Furious, prepared to transform, his eyes flashed with bloodlust. Shut up before I, Blackfoot reached out. Releasing a scent. That's enough. Rupa suddenly found herself standing alone, surrounded by monster bones. Then, she saw Richelsa. Turns out Blackfoot used hypnosis to mess with Rupa's mind. Ananta. You stop too. Ananta was still fuming. She started it. And you want me to chill? Blackfoot kept up the hypnosis. Look at the state she's in. You really want to keep going, he scoffed. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. He shoved Blackfoot aside. A giant serpent opened its massive jaws. It lunged at him and Rupa. Snap. The serpent bit down, coiling around a tree, panic on his face. He screamed, Rupa. Then he barked orders at the soldiers. Get 10 more people over here, chase them. Now. A horde of beasts charged them. Nadia's vines shot up from the ground, skewering them instantly. She gripped a branch and yelled, Battle stations, the whole swarm is coming. Ananta covered Rupa's mouth, hiding behind a tree to avoid the serpents. He whispered, Keep it down. Flashback to when the serpent swallowed them. He laid the unconscious Rupa inside the beast's stomach, then used his giant arm. Boom. He punched a hole right through it to escape. The serpent's eyes bulged. It roared in agony before collapsing. He carried Rupa out and laid her down. A moment later, she woke up, leaning against a tree. He asked, finally awake. You got lucky. She was still confused. She snapped, What is with that attitude? Then she looked down at her chest, realizing her top got torn up during the fight. Blushing hard, she covered herself. He explained calmly, Did you forget a snake ate you? We're trying to get out of here. Her expression softened. Wait. Did this guy actually save me? Ananta looked at his hand, thinking, Energy regen is too slow. It's gonna take a minute before I can move properly. He told her. Bit toxic in here. Huh, makes sense. With all that acid nearby. Rupa jumped up. Panicked. We got eaten and you're just chilling. How long has it been, my team? Ananta glanced behind them. He suddenly yanked Rupa down next to him. Hey, what are you doing? She asked. Startled, he clamped his hand over her mouth. Quiet. Ananta scanned the area. Giant serpents were everywhere, hunting for them. They were completely surrounded. Is this the snake's turf? More importantly, why do I feel so sick right now? Are they demons, nah? Gods, maybe. Rupa yanked Ananta's hand off her mouth. Quick question. You planning to fight them? He kept his eyes locked on the pythons while answering her. No. Like you said. I can't fully control the curse right now, without Blackfoot. If I go all out, I'll definitely go berserk. But I don't want to be snake food either. We've got two options. 1. Tank the hits and fight head-on. 2. Dodge the smoke and head back to the Alliance. Your call. Rupa cut in immediately. Or option 3. We smash through the encirclement and stick to the original escape route, just sniffing the air. I can tell there are countless snakes hunting around us. Rushing out now is a dead end. Even if we circle back to reinforcements, it'll just lead to unnecessary losses. Hearing that, he asked, Got a better plan? Her face flushed a bit, looking slightly annoyed. I hate this. But get on my back. She knelt down for him to climb on. He stood there clueless, wondering what she was up to. What are you doing? She was too lazy to explain. She just said, Stop asking and just do it. Her eyes glowed red like a beast ready to hunt. Hold on tight. Don't fall off. She transformed into a wolf, carrying him on her back. She dashed off at insane speed. The pythons noticed the movement and roared in unison. She blitzed past, chomping through a snake's body, snapping it in half. Blood sprayed everywhere. She kept sprinting forward with the pythons hot on her tail. Ananta shouted. We're about to lose them, Rupa yelled back, almost out of the forest. Just hang on a little longer, she thought about her teammates fighting. This should take some heat off them. They thought they were out. But nope, she suddenly sensed something ahead. Wait. There's someone there. His pupils dilated as he stared at the symbol on the old man's shirt. Ahead was an old man wearing a monocle on his left eye. His right eye looked venomous. Just like a snake's, he was reading a book, legs crossed, sitting on top of a giant python. So sorry, but no one is allowed to leave. Get them, he snapped the book shut. A swarm of pythons burst from the ground, jaws wide open, lunging at Ananta and Rupa. Ananta broke into a cold sweat, looking panicked. Too fast, can we dodge that? Rupa suddenly grabbed his arm with her mouth and flung him away. While she took the bite from the snakes, she cried out in pain. Ananta instantly rushed in, punching the pythons. Rupa turned back into human form. Her face was pale, her voice weak. Guess you owe me one now. She collapsed and passed out. Ananta reached out to catch her. The old man closed his book, mocking them. Trying to save your little friend, useless. Ananta was absolutely furious. His power surged out uncontrollably, holding Rupa close. He gritted his teeth. You want me to beat you to death? The general horse roared in terror. Ao had already drawn his silent slash blade, ready to strike. The moment the general horse lunged, O impaled it through the chest with a single thrust. One hit, and the general horse collapsed, sent straight to the afterlife. Even though he wrecked the monster, Ao didn't look happy at all. Instead, he looked worried. Just then, Nadia walked over with her staff. Seeing the general horse on the ground, she let out a sigh of relief. Looks like her side took barely any damage. O stood behind her, scowling like he just ran into his ex, and called out to Nadia. Ananta sensed something was definitely sus about this situation. Just seeing how they attacked. Seems like these monsters aren't even aiming at our squad. On the contrary, they look more like they're trying to escape a predator. Ananta flashed back to that horror scene. It reminded Ananta of that giant snake that swallowed 2 people whole. Just when the tension was peaking, that girl, Breakfast, popped out of nowhere, walking toward them. Man, she raised her voice, telling them to quit yapping. They both froze for 5 seconds. Does she think my guys are just chilling? She's the one who needs a reality check. Seriously, I'm being nice here. If it were me, she'd get roasted instantly. She insinuated their mission right now is to find Ananta, Asap, before everything turns into a mess that even she can't fix. Meanwhile, somewhere else, in the dead of night, something suddenly crashed toward the ground. Look closer. It's Ananta holding Rupa. Both are critically injured. With weak breaths, Rupa told Ananta it's useless to try. This is super potent poison from her clone. Even evil spirits would get deleted instantly if they touched it. Suddenly, a voice echoed. If not treated in time, that avatar is cooked. Looking far off, an old man stood there, long white hair dragging down. That British phantom haircut. Honestly, it's an eyesore. I can't even look straight at it, covering his eyes for style. Plus a massive black snake behind him. Truly a destruction combo. Calling him a ghost is a bit mean, but looking at him, even a devil would be scared, let alone a ghost. Thought he'd look cool appearing like that and flex a bit. But we waited half a day, and Ananta gave zero reaction. Talk about a self-own. Ananta put Rupa down. He'll be back after he skins that old man. Rupa watched Ananta's back with worry, screaming, "Don't," but it was hopeless. He walked straight toward the old guy. He transformed into his buff, majestic lizard form, burning with bloodlust, waiting to throw hands with that old man azing. Ananta reassured Rupa that he'd destroy that old devil and take her to breakfast. The old man watched from afar and muttered, "Savage nature is deep in the bone. Seems that is the one in Biharon's report." Then he stepped forward, spreading his arms to summon his beast, saying, "This old skeleton's name is Azing, avatar of Katan." As soon as he finished, the black snakes lunged at the lizard. But a second later, snake pieces were flying everywhere, Only the lizard's rage remained. The white-haired geezer stood there calm as ever, just as it was about to attack. The black snake, his true body, revealed itself. But the lizard was too fast. A part of the black snake's tail got wrecked. Seizing the chance, he rushed the old man, thought he could take him down. But guess he never learned that the old masters are the deadliest. Even I could see something was off with the old man's tactics. Meanwhile, Mr. God-tier Super VIP Pro Lizard got played, just a split second from touching the old man. The regenerating black snakes instantly wrapped tight around him. So, the silver-haired old man laughed smugly. Hey. Speed. Power. Precision bro thinks his stats are absolutely perfect, but that's nowhere near enough to throw hands with me. This old geezer, his ego is aging right along with his wrinkles. I mean, I've seen plenty of hot narcissists. But a gray-haired grandpa flexing this hard, that is a straight-up first for me. 2-1. Rupa struggles to crawl, dragging her body toward where the fight is going down. She makes it a few steps before a shadow pops up and blocks her path. It's Lagerta. Rupa asks why she would risk her entire life like that. Just to fight for someone else. Lagerta smiles and hits her with this. Rupa, a teammate is someone we trust with everything, even our lives. 24/7. And if it's for you, Rupa, I'd trade my life in a heartbeat. Hearing that, pain fills Rupa's eyes. She feels like total trash, blaming herself for being so useless. And she just begs Lagerta to promise she'll come back in one piece. But looking at the situation, Lagerta can't give Rupa the answer she wants. She knows. This is one promise she's probably gonna break. Stepping into the fray, Asen raises a hand to attack. But in a split second, his arm is gone, detached. He stares, eyes popping out in pure shock. The claw gets sliced clean off, dropping to the ground right next to that savage wolf. The wolf is burning with battle rage. Meanwhile, the blue dragon is just stumbling around, clueless about what's going down. Bro can't even see anything. What is actually happening? Nah. Forget that it doesn't even matter anymore. The only thing that matters is the fight right in front of him. Too late. It's all over. A dark shadow rushes in, unleashing the wicked blood slash to rip him apart from every angle. His entire body is just one big mess of wounds now. Blood is dripping everywhere. And that wolf just lifts his chin, looking smug as hell. That's the privilege of the strong, something a loser could never understand. The defeated one keeps letting out pathetic howls. Seeing that, Ananta turns back to talk some trash. Go on. Howl like the monster you are. Talk about double damage, his body is wrecked. And now his mind is getting tortured too. Asen tries to let out a roar, but it comes out sounding like a dying cat. Nice try, bro, but that was weak. Avon Mistilton, the branch of the world, has shattered in the darkness. The silver-haired geezer sits on his mount, shooting straight up into the sky. He's covered in blood, looks like he took some serious damage. He stares ahead, eyes deep in thought, kicking himself for what happened. The embodiment of conquest. His quest to push back the invaders has officially failed. Looking at him now, you almost feel sorry for him. But nah, he totally deserved it. That's what you get for being an arrogant old boomer. Suddenly, by some supernatural force, the blue dragon is back and way stronger than before. He raises his voice to roast that monster. Where's that tough attitude you had earlier? You said you were gonna beat me to a pulp. But that was just all talk, wasn't it? The lizard is panicking, thoughts racing through his head. He messed up. He can't control this curse anymore. Letting the curse swallow his malice is basically suicide. If he can't completely wreck his enemy, the power of the curse will drown everything. He looks over at Rupa, heartbroken. If he doesn't want Rupa getting involved, he has to figure something out fast. The name Wicked Bloodslash screams out again. Now, there's nothing left but darkness and the color of blood. Lagerta made the first move. The rest is up to Ananta now. With that, Lagerta's body slowly hits the ground. Everything, literally everything, depends on Ananta now. Ananta screamed like a total maniac. Power surged through his veins, threatening to consume the unquenchable fire burning inside him. But it still wasn't enough. Ananta glared up at the old geezer floating in the sky and roared. His aura shook the entire heavens. I need more power, I'm ending this right now. And that floater up there, he's dead meat. Ananta launched himself into the air to clash. He swore he'd devour it all. Down below, Rupa lay motionless, completely drained of energy. High above, his eyes were locked on the old man. Ananta's gaze was overflowing with pure hate. He recalled Lagerta's words from earlier, "I'm leaving the rest to you." That just threw more fuel on Ananta's rage. Scene shift to inside the forest. 2 guards stood watch out front. Inside, the squad was huddled together. Something must have gone down. Rupa slowly opened her eyes. Vision still hazy. Nadia was right there in front of her. Everyone was hyped to see her awake. Rupa looked around, confused. "Where are we?" She shot up, but her whole body screamed in pain. Nadia panicked. "You're still hurt. Don't push yourself too hard. We got the antidote just in time. Any later, and you would have been toast. Thank God Ananta rushed you back here. Otherwise, it would have been game over." Hearing that, Rupa freaked out. That idiot. Is he okay? Nadia flinched too. These two are seriously a chaotic duo. Before she could answer, Ananta's voice boomed. "Instead of thanking the guy who saved your life, you call me an idiot." The audacity ow from the back jumped in to roast them. "You two at each other's throats again." Rupa scowled at Ananta. "What about your injuries?" But Ananta just coldly snapped back. "Forget about me and worry about yourself. Stay put and stop thinking about stupid stuff. I don't want any more debts with you." "Oh me good. He's so toxic, but I kinda dig that toxic trait." After that, Rupa was stunned into silence. She's half dead and he can't even say anything nice. The disrespect. Nadia tried to speak, but Rupa cut her off, calling her an idiot. "Shut her right up. Those two are literally made for each other. Their attitudes are exactly the same." Ao addressed the group. "Rupa just needs to rest. She'll bounce back soon. Her recovery rate is actually cracked." He bowed his head to Ananta. "On behalf of the team, thanks." "Man," Ananta just scoffed and didn't say a word. Nadia asked, "Did you fight one of Juyo's minions?" Ananta frowned, clearly annoyed. It was some old dude named Asen. His ability summons snakes from his own shadow. But the snakes are just mindless clones. They can only do basic stuff. Thinking back, there weren't any bodies around. Seemed like he just wanted to drive invaders away, not kill them. But here's what I think. They probably captured anyone trying to enter Pasa territory. And then, it looked like they got an order to return to their master as soon as possible. Nadia still didn't get it. But what's the point of that? Ananta looked down and shook his head. He didn't know either. But he could feel it clearly. That guy's branch had started taking root inside his body. Blackfoot giggled next to him. "Facts. Ananta's curse has been super stable lately. 1 herbal potion and it's already working like magic." As she spoke, she clung onto Ananta. Ananta looked absolutely terrified. "Bro, I don't even know what game she's playing." She's teasing him like, "Ananta, if you absorb that whole branch, who knows what kind of monster you'll turn into." Nadia's over here like, "You having fun yet?" "Girl," her face says she is definitely not amused. "Whatever form he takes, he ain't gonna be your husband." Okay, the pick-me energy radiating off her is suffocating. Ananta just shoves her aside, looking totally annoyed. He hasn't said it, but bro is already taken. Dream on. And what's this about the 6th seat in Sephora being the incarnation of naivety? Speaking of Sephora, everyone's asking what the hell that is. From what Ananta knows, Sephora are the elites chosen to guard the incarnation of wings. It's a title for the 10 strongest figures, gifted power directly from the branch, and the top warriors are known as his 5 disciples. Their job is to keep an eye on the rest. Since Asen actually showed his face, it proves that one of Julio's 5 disciples is about to pull up too. The power of a top Sephora disciple, let's just say. A single twitch is enough to cause an earthquake. Meanwhile, over on Asen's side, looks like he's retreating to his hideout. But someone's standing right in front of him. The guy immediately roasts him. "You look just like a scared little animal. Do you have no shame left?" Asen lowers his voice and replies, "Looks like I can't escape you." Incarnation of conquest. The guy asks for his mission. Asen, sweating bullets, answers, "My mission was to stop anyone from entering the land of Pasa, and eliminate anyone who got in the way." Lord Gahan, the 2nd Sephora, the incarnation of Dominion. Actually, the old man looked pretty badass fighting earlier, all arrogant and stuff. But now, in front of Gahan, he's curled up, obedient as a puppy. Embarrassing. Makes sense though. If he kept acting tough, he'd get one-tapped straight to the afterlife. Hearing the report, Gahan looks intense. He tells the old man to lead the way so he can wreck them properly. Having said that, they turn to leave, but they barely take a few steps. When two strangers appear out of nowhere, one guy puts a hand out to block Gahan. He says, "Incarnation of Dominion. Don't be rash." Gahan shoots him a death glare and sneers with pure contempt. "You telling me to stand still? Do you have any idea who I am, you filthy low-life trash?" The leaders lock eyes intensely. It's like if anyone has the guts to make a move, the other one's gonna throw hands instantly. The big boss sees the drama and speaks up sarcastically. "Gahan, you seem full of energy. How about you listen to a request from me first?" Hearing this, everyone bows, ready to obey, ready to receive orders. Incarnation of wings. Even the arrogant Gahan isn't acting wild anymore. He clasps his hands and bows, knowing he can't defy him. Okay. It's rare to see him this obedient in front of the incarnation of wings. Thought he was all that. But standing before the incarnation of wings, he barely dares to breathe. Just a poser after all. In the end, it was all just a fake flex. Julio says there's news about the queen from a spy in Leviathan. They're organizing an expedition force heading to Pasa. Gahan starts mumbling, questioning reality. Is that really her goal? Julio isn't sure about that either. He guesses she might be following the old traces he left behind. Then he gets deep, trying to drop some wisdom like a life guru. A useless effort trying to exploit that defective trash from the branch, just to snatch back the other branches. Asen bowed low, begging, "Lord Juyo, please give this quest to me. I'll personally wipe out those trash humans. First time I've seen a corporate slave simp this hard for the boss." The other guy frowned and asked Asen, "Yo, do you remember Banjac?" The old man looked confused. "You mean the guy who was ranked 10th in origin?" "Exactly. Him. The human cursed by the Black Dragon, Ajihaka, and the guy who wrecked Banjac is currently in Lave. That dude is dangerous. He faced him times and times, the incarnation of wings, yet still made it out alive, appearing next to the incarnation of conquest now. At least he's smart enough to give a warning." Gahan got curious and asked for his name, but that look on his face kinda sus. Not gonna lie, bro thinks he's the domineering CEO in a romance drama saying, "Interesting." The answer was obvious, Ananta. Asin, though, had a lot of doubts about Gahan deep down. He times the incarnation of Dominion, the strongest spear, and Biharon, the strongest shield. They're an unmatched duo. No wonder, he holds the supreme power of Sephiroth. He's a monster among monsters. Even though this guy has zero loyalty to Lord Juyo, he was still given the rank of number 4 or 5. That's already insane. But why would Lord Juyo trust times with this quest, while Asin was spacing out? He got snapped back to reality. "Asin, you know what this is," the old man flinched, looked at the item in Gahan's hand, and stammered. "That's a defective branch embedded in a crocodile heart." Gahan explained that compared to the branch inside their bodies, this is just trash material. But isn't that actually better? With this, they've pretty much completed the quest Lord Juyo gave them. Instead of replying, Gahan went cold. He yeeted that branch straight into the abyss. Asen flipped out, screaming, "Bro, what the hell are you doing?" Gahan didn't give a damn about Asen's rage. He just laughed like a maniac, giving the old man a look full of love, and said, "I told you already. I said what I meant. I'm going to conquer them myself." Birds of a feather flock together, they all love to yap. Last episode, Asen was flexing hard, got wrecked, and ran home crying to daddy. Now it's Gahan's turn. This squad is all talk. Autumn leaves fall. Gahan walked off, leaving Asen deep in thought. Gahan chuckled to himself, muttering, "What happened to the demon lord ruling the Basa lands with his invincible ghost army? Huh. Guess how that's gonna end." Asen was absolutely terrified by this young man, who clearly had more guts than brains. He pissed his pants, stuttering, unable to form a sentence. Meanwhile, Gahan held something in his hand, deep in thought. Bro already got a new toy to play with, the strongest spear and the incarnation of wings. If he fought them and survived, that's actually insane. The cold CEO, Gahan decided he was gonna set up a stage. Worthy of Ananta. I don't know if our MC can hear this, but Gahan's heart is totally obsessed with him, saying, "Come find me soon." Okay. 1 week later, everyone was standing out front, looking at their new base. The prep work was finally done. Lagertha and her guards stepped out. Rose was super hyped, welcoming Lagertha's arrival. Rose was like, "Bro, I thought I'd die of old age waiting for you." Lagertha happily walked up to the crew. "It's great to see the Vanguard unit is safe." Ananta. Nadia. You two did a solid job too, but honestly, neither of them looked happy. Lagertha turned around to call Scan and Mo, asking, "We didn't leave anyone behind." Right. Mo looked up and replied that the 50 Queen's Guards and the defense force, all were present and accounted for. Then Ananta spoke up, asking Lagertha, "Hey, how does it feel stepping back on your homeland when it's been completely wrecked like this? How do you feel?" Lagertha's smile shut down immediately. She turned away in silence, staring into the distance. No cap. Ananta needs to just zip it. Every time he opens his mouth, he kills the vibe. Lagertha was deep in thought, about to speak from her heart. But just as she opened her mouth, Blackfoot cut her off. Per the report sent earlier. You know the sitch. Right, a week ago. A light appeared from the royal capital. Probably a sign that another branch power source has popped up. The 6th Sephiroth revealed himself. Plus the branch power showing up. It's like the enemy plotted this whole thing from the start. Right now, everything's gone way past our predictions. Even if you want to use my power for this, emergency or not, it'll take 3 days to get there. You still want to go?" Lagertha fell silent again, then shouted loud enough for everyone to hear. "Brothers and sisters, this is our home, where we were born and raised, but the incarnation of Wings stole it and forced us to leave years ago. I swore to our fallen comrades, for the people who live in pain and loss in this ruined land, one day, I will return and revive Valkyria for them. When that time comes, I'll scream it to the spirits of our fallen, that their sacrifice wasn't for nothing, we made it thanks to their blood, sweat, and tears." Her voice boomed louder. "My indomitable, heroic compatriots, fight with me to the end," everyone shouted together. "Long live Her Majesty." This scene hits different. Guys, even Ananta looked locked in. The order dropped. "All units, to the capital. Let's go." The expedition team's route followed the map they planned out earlier. Night fell at camp. Blackfoot was chatting with Whitefoot. Orders came down, anyone not fighting needs to stay put and stay quiet. Hearing that, Blackfoot looked absolutely cooked. Even though she's not fighting, she wanted to sideline watch Ananta fight. Sitting here makes her feel like a house dog, oh my god. She's actually Delulu. Simping way too hard. Let the man fight. If you go, you'd just be a 1-ton deadweight on his back. Whitefoot next to her read his sister like a book and teased. Someone's salty they can't join the raid. And now she's sad. But the way I see it, she's only sad because she can't see Ananta. If he was here, she wouldn't give a damn about the expedition. White understood his sister's feelings, so he comforted her. Ananta's rage intensity has stabilized now. Don't worry. You don't need to go to the front lines anymore. No matter how this raid turns out, your ability is literally the lifeline keeping everyone alive, and our queen must be protected at all costs. Actually, it's not protection, it's surveillance. Look at the way they're guarding us. Looks like we still haven't earned their trust. Blackfoot still couldn't understand why her sister was so sure about that, considering they haven't actually done anything to the two of them. Plus, whether the Queen's expedition is going to be a W or an L is still a total mystery. Whitefoot smiled mysteriously, saying the outcome of this raid has nothing to do with them. It doesn't matter, the real key is Ananta. She wants Ananta to get stronger, even if it means destroying everything. What a scheming girl. Looking at her, nobody would guess her thoughts could be that toxic. Guess it's true, the prettier the girl, the deadlier she is. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, an arrow shot out at light speed, heading straight for the black serpent. Boom, whoosh. The arrow pierced right through its head, making it scream in agony. Then, Mo and the team proceeded to wipe out that entire horde of savage black serpents, but more and more kept popping up, all rushing straight toward their army. Lagertha screamed, commanding everyone to keep pushing forward together. The enemy is focusing their attack on the right flank, all troops. Group up and merge shields into one giant barrier. Block those snakes. Ananta saw the situation getting critical. So he called out to Ruby. Wipe them out, receiving the order. The little lizard jumped in front of the shield, opened its mouth and blasted a raging stream of fire, looking like it wanted to burn everything to ash. Ananta watched from the back. And for a second, he thought, maybe he didn't even need to step in. Over on Nadia's side, she was fighting intensely too. Every black serpent that rushed her got skewered by her and the tree roots, successfully leading the whole army to break through the enemy encirclement. This was basically a gamble. One small slip-up and our whole side would be wiped out. Looking at the female generals fighting, Ananta wondered if they had enough confidence to keep going. This battle formation is hard enough for men, let alone for women, who are supposed to be soft-hearted. But according to intel, facing an army that has survived my endless training sessions, there's no way they can't handle this. But our troops have reached the border of the heart of Pasa. Why haven't we seen the army of alicorns and evil creatures show up yet? Suddenly, Mo shouted out, startling Lagertha. She said they were approaching the V-grid watchtower, and welcoming Lagertha's army was none other than that old man Asen. He looked down with a savage grin. Welcome. You who dare to deny the embodiment of the wings, let me just sit back and watch how miserable your end will be. As he spoke, he snatched Sky's ambush arrow out of the air with lightning speed. But in that moment, he didn't expect another assassination attempt. It is not yet time to discuss the end. His face hardened with determination. Very soon, you will witness this old man's rage. Then, he summoned his true form. It was carrying something absolutely creeping. Even Lagertha went pale when she saw it, realizing the danger. She quickly ordered everyone to hold formation and defend immediately. Then, Asen dropped that thing right into the middle of Lagertha's army. After hitting the ground, the slime started squirming and rising up. It formed into savage alicorns. To make it worse, their mouths kept babbling something not even human speech. Who the hell understands that? Lagertha, in a panic, quickly ordered a retreat to save everyone's lives. That alicon freak is merging, turning into some slime nightmare and snatching up all of Lagertha's squad. Our side is fighting back hard. Warning everyone, don't touch that stuff. That goo is swirling like crazy. First horn pops out, boom, piercing the sky, stacked with creepy demon eyes. And that head literally couldn't be uglier. Razor-sharp teeth, 4 layers deep, flaring out. Nasty. 0 aesthetic points here. And bro, that tongue is way too long. Lower body's forming now. Slime is splashing everywhere, splattering right at Lagertha's army. Up above, Asin tells himself, old man won't underestimate you runts anymore. Then he orders Alicon to attack. Show them what true power looks like. It charges in like a maniac, instantly clashes with Little Ruby, eating a combo of Ao's Fury Serpent Claw physical damage. Rupa rushes in with her wicked crescent slash, facing Alicon's spam attacks. Asin's sweating a bit. Then L shows up. Don't get cocky, Alicon. As their ally, I'm ending you myself. Ananta screams in rage, eyes glowing fiery red, looking like he wants to devour Alicon whole. But that monster ain't an easy target. It lifts its head, pointing that long-ass horn at the sky, summoning a mysterious dark circle. Every step it takes shakes the ground like an earthquake, making the air so tense you could cut it with a knife. Then it hurls that dark orb right at Ananta. In a second, Ananta's shadow gets swallowed up. Rupa watches, terrified, and screams Ananta's name. Seconds later, Ananta's silhouette hits the dirt. Blood sprays everywhere. Rupa snaps. She launches herself like a reflex, screaming, cursing him as a monster. She's going feral, desperate to pay him back for all the damage. Suddenly, tentacles start popping out of that Alicon thing, dark shapes twisting around, dancing with terrifyingly sharp teeth. This thing is so gross even demons would be like, whoa, too much. All those tentacles aim right at Rupa, forcing her to freeze. Before she can scream, O flies in from behind with insane power, fighting aggressively, showing off some crazy movement skills, pushing those tentacles back, putting them on the defensive. Seeing the opening, Rupa winds up and charges, her eyes completely gone. No humanity left in them, mouth screaming vicious orders at them. Die. Suddenly, a weird green object flies straight at them. Luckily, O spots it and blocks just in time, but the impact is massive, knocking both of them back into the dirt. Looks like they took damage. The impact makes the air heavy and more stressful than ever. Asen, that dirty old man on the tower, is chanting curses at Lagartha's squad. You maniacs who took my right arm, he roars. I'll crush you into pieces myself. Then, the eyes of the creature on his shoulder start glowing. He opens his mouth and spits out green projectiles at Lagartha's team fighting below. Chaos spreads. Pure fear and tension. The air felt heavy as those things rained down like a merciless barrage. Al stared at the chaotic scene unfolding right in front of him. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he realized things just got way more complicated. Like, way more than he expected. And before he could even regain his composure, that blue object came hurtling right at him, luckily. Rupa was cracked and reacted just in time, pulling Al out of danger and getting him to a safe spot. As they watched, that old man Asen's spirit beast got absolutely pierced by Scan's arrow. It tried to dodge at the last second, but there was no escaping that. Her arrow punched right through its wing. Old man Asen couldn't believe his eyes. Scan kept channeling her power, calling out to the free-spirited wind elemental. Grant me the power of the wind to tear these enemies apart. A little girl, looking like a badass general, raised her bow and aimed straight at old Asen. She looked incredibly majestic. That move hyped up the morale of the other commanders too. Squad 3 and 4. Go support the commanders. Meanwhile, the entire army launched a fierce attack. Everyone was fired up, ready to dive headfirst into the fray. After merging, Asen became terrifying, his eyes flashing with a menacing light, glaring at Al's troops. He let out a mocking laugh. It's useless. You useless humans. Rupa jumped up in a rage, landed right next to him, and roasted him. You still dare to talk? You moron, where's your right arm at? Huh. Old Asen couldn't come back with anything. He just spewed out a bunch of curses, just to vent his rage. The situation was getting more intense than ever. Al leaped into the air, swinging his sword, perfectly coordinated with Rupa's support. A fierce sword strike lashed out and impaled that old guy's body. In just a few minutes, the battle was decided. Al's sword might have snapped, but that guy Asen had collapsed. Al didn't think he looked pathetic enough yet, so he told Rupa to roast him a bit more. Rupa glanced over at the battlefield. It looked like something bad happened to Ananta. Down below, the warriors were still fiercely fighting against old Asen's spirit beast. Over by Ananta, things weren't looking good. He was lying motionless on the ground. Beside him, Nadia was pale with fear. Ananta was seriously injured right now. He needed immediate treatment. Nadia kept begging Ananta to wake up, but it was no use. He couldn't even move a muscle. On the other side, the battle between Lagartha and the Alicorn still hadn't ended. After its last attack, Lagartha retreated behind a shield to catch her breath. The soldiers also stepped up to the front line to protect her, but with just one toss, the Alicorn sent those soldiers flying everywhere. While it was distracted, Lagartha ambushed it from a distance. She put everything into a slash across its neck too fast. Too dangerous, nearly severing its head. It didn't even know what hit it. Then, Lagartha shouted an order to Nadia. Quick! Heal Ananta up. If we want to win this fight, we need his power. Lagartha raised her sword high. All her power gathered together. Or in other words, this was Fragarak, the legendary sword from Irish mythology wielded by the hero Lug. Lagartha took her stance, leaped high into the air, and slashed straight at the Alicorn's head. The impact was explosive. Everything around them looked like it was being incinerated. When the smoke cleared, the Alicorn was nothing but dry bones. Lagartha walked up to it and said, "What a pity." Alicorn. She remembers his OG handsome look. The guy she used to admire back in the day, gone. All she sees now is a dried-up skeleton. How did he turn into such a monster? It's tragic. Lagartha lifts her sword again. Time for the final words. She looks at Alicon. She has to be the one to send him off. But then, a vision of the old Alicon hits her. Right at the clutch moment, he calls her name. Princess Lagartha. That voice, it echoes across the sky. The vibe gets heavy. Everyone stares up at that towering spire. Danger zone. For real. Scan is freaking out, thinking it's way too risky. Please come down. Lagartha. But amidst the tension, a voice speaks up. Haha. Scan, still a chicken just like always. Huh. They spin around. Shook. No way. It's Alicon. The old Alicon. He shouts up, asking, "Why are you climbing so high? What's the point of risking it?" Lagertha claps back with that royal sass. "Don't worry, Alicon. I'm literally above everyone else. Why would I be scared of heights?" This scene, it hits different. So familiar, it's just like back then. When they were carefree kids with zero stress, she climbed up high like this. And Alicon, he was always right there, guarding her. Alicon promised he'd stay by her side forever. Protect her. That was the only way she could become a legendary queen. But snap back to reality, it's brutal. In front of her stands a skeleton. A literal bag of bones calling her Princess Lagertha. Her sword drops. Lagertha hesitates. She's wavering. The memories are too OP. She just can't shake them off. Suddenly, Alicon's mind awakens. He looks at his own hands. Confused. Is this me? Bro doesn't even recognize his own form. Lagertha gasps. Did he actually regain consciousness? Is he back? He recognizes her. His mind is rebooting. But inside Alicon's head, a voice screams, "Wake up." Visions of death flood in. The massacre. The one Julio caused. When he invaded, anyone who stood up got sent straight to the Shadow Realm. Zero mercy. Alicon was running on fumes. Completely drained. After a brutal fight, Julio did the unthinkable. He stole what was basically Alicon's extra life. Everything went into chaos. Lagertha and the squad fought a deathmatch. But it was useless. Julio took their turf. Suddenly, Alicon's body twitches. Lagertha drops her guard. Big mistake. Alicon and the demon Julio controls. They merge. His consciousness hijacked. Tentacles burst out, attacking everyone. Even Nadia and Lagertha get wrapped up. It's a full-on man-eating monster now. Even little Ruby is terrified. It locks onto Ruby. The little lizard senses danger and goes on the offensive. Nadia and Lagertha get slammed to the ground. Nadia yells at Lagertha, "Your Majesty, we need to dip. Casualties are gonna skyrocket if we stay." She begs Lagertha to retreat and heal the wounded, but Nadia gets shut down. Denied. Lagertha screams. The battle goes on. "I just slipped up for a second, Alicon." He's at his limit. Lagertha stands tall. Sword raised. She signals Nadia. "Time to team up. Let's hit him with a critical blow." She spun around, ordering everyone to clear out. Right then, Ananta pulled up, blazing with fire. He warned that Alicon freak move or get turned to ash. Lagertha stared at Ananta, totally stunned. Bro is literally wielding the fire spirit right now. It's got defense stats just like the dream spirit. Ananta walked down Alicon. Step by step, Alicon tried to hiss back to scare him. But nah. Useless. Like he's gonna be scared of some mosquito buzzing. Yeah, right. Try harder. Whatever though. Ananta raised his hand and conjured a heaven-devouring fireball, then launched it straight at Alicon. But the monster wasn't backing down either. It summoned a quasar black hole to counter. The two spheres clashed. Boom. Massive explosion. Then the two beasts rushed each other like moths to a flame. Ananta opened up by serving him a few legendary kicks. He mocked Alicon's current form. Sure, they were both victims of that winged freak, that bastard Juyo. But Alicon, he's just a coward cowering in fear. While talking trash, Ananta rained down world-ending punches on him, told him to stop clinging to this life and just accept his fate already. On this side, Alicon was completely cooked. He mumbled Ananta's words back to himself. Why hang on to life? What's it all for anyway? He didn't even know what he was doing anymore. Nadia was over here using her power to lock Alicon's body down. At this point, Alicon just let go. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the sky. It radiated this insane shockwave of power. It was Lagertha summoning that light. She raised her sword high and swore an oath. In the name of Queen Lagertha and Hensa of Vancaria, rest in peace, my friend. As the words dropped, the beam slammed straight into Alicon. That blinding light poured down, stripping away Alicon's soul. Everything dissolved into the void. His past self had seen that beautiful light before. Back when he was with Elle, they sat watching the sunset together. He swore he'd stay by Elle's side forever, but that was just a sweet memory. Reality right now, it's slapping him in the face without missing a beat. Alicon's figure faded away. Lagertha stood there, stunned and heartbroken. But hey, if fate was kind, he wouldn't be dead. Don't blame Ananta for being cold. Blame Juyo for being evil. In those final seconds, Lagertha couldn't hold back. The tears started falling. Ananta finally snapped out of it. He had no clue what just went down. What was that burst of power just now? Ruby must have done something. Lagerta couldn't handle the grief. She collapsed to her knees. Broken. Can you blame her? That was her childhood friend, the guy who would have died for her back in the day. Nadia walked over to tell Lagerta to pull it together, but it didn't matter. Lagerta felt she owed the dead her tears. Nothing wrong with that. But Nadia wasn't having it, because there are soldiers fighting right behind her. One wrong move, and it costs everyone their lives. We have to keep fighting, so their deaths aren't in vain. Suddenly, a scream tore through the air. It was Rupa punishing that old scumbag Asen. Her scream carried all the rage and resentment for every fallen soldier. Because of him, so many innocents died. So we better not expect a quick death. Even with all that, Asen's face was still smug. Looked absolutely punchable. That look just poured gasoline on Rupa's rage. Honestly, she's way too chill. If it were me, that old geezer would have been 6 feet under ages ago. He gives Rupa this nasty, sinister grin. And according to him, there's a whole trap set up waiting just for Rupa. Right as he says that, from up above, a beam of light shoots down, and stepping out of it, it's freaking Gahan. Alerts start popping off immediately, enemies incoming from the Royal Road. All eyes are locked on Gahan. But right at the peak of the tension, something comes flying in at light speed. It smashes straight through that tower. Then, a fist suddenly stops inches from Gahan's face. Yup. It's none other than our server top 1, Ananta. He delivers a gentle steel love tap right to Gahan's cheek, nearly sending his jaw into orbit. Ananta remembers the intel mentioning Julio earlier, about a super loyal subordinate stationed up high. No one saw this coming. Turns out, the Sephiroth are hand-picked elites, tasked with protecting the avatar of the wings. It's a title given to the 10 strongest, blessed with power from the branch. The top-ranked warriors are known as his 5 great disciples, and every position is connected, constantly watching each other's backs. Asen showing up personally proves that the 5 under Julio are probably on the same level. That means Gahan's power is right up there with Asen's. As for Gahan, after recovering from that soul-shaking punch, he starts speaking in this arrogant, high and mighty tone. He even dares to challenge Ananta, threatening to crush him to bits. Oh, I'm shaking in my boots, bro. Game's not over yet. Sun hasn't set. So we'll see who ends up in the dirt. My guy here throws hands, not words. So pipe down. Ananta's just waiting for the signal to rush in and wreck him. He lets out a battle cry to get the hype going. And then bam, they clash. In this clash, honestly, both of them get caught off guard. Ananta realizes Gahan isn't some pushover mob. Looks like he's got insane regen hacks too. Gahan pulls back and unleashes Mountain Piercer on Ananta, followed by Great Mountain Collapse. But bro, you made a huge mistake. You think it's that easy? Come and get it. Ananta summons Ruby from the back line. Their combo, absolute peak. I can feel the heat all the way from here. He's strong, to build and sure, but you gotta follow the protocol. First step, roar to inflict emotional damage. Thought it was a joke, but it actually works. Lil Gahan just freezes looking at Ananta, and even Lagatha can't take her eyes off him. His current form basically beyond god tier. Ananta blasts a stream of fire straight at Gahan, and the dude is just stunned. Man, it's over. No use crying about it now. He didn't even reach the top, and he's already getting deleted. Seeing this, Nadia jumps in with a skill assist. In a flash, everything's incinerated. Ananta stands there, tall and unbothered, while Lil Gahan is burnt to a crisp. Hidden behind the thick smoke, Gahan screams like a maniac. He actually admits Ananta is a worthy opponent now. Bro, I can't with this guy. He's about to get wrecked. And he's still delulu enough to think they're equals. Anyway, job done. So Ananta recalls Ruby to rest. She worked hard back there. Now it's time for the top 1 pro show. Ananta walks steadily toward that brat Gahan. Gahan switched skins, looking like a total menace now. Gotta admit, he looks kinda legit. After getting hit so hard his ancestors felt it. Gahan still hasn't learned his lesson. He's like, my enemy is finally here, and still thinks he can take Ananta on. Until he submits, bro acts confident. No joke. Better watch out or you'll get wrecked so hard your mom won't recognize you. Ananta charges in. No hesitation. This is HIS playground. Now he just needs to drop the enemy standing right in front of him. The showdown literally starts now. Kicking off with a spectacular clash. Then comes the face-slapping combo bam bam, disrespecting him like absolute trash. Ananta loses some ground and backs off. But suddenly, his eyes light up. Turns out, he realized that Gahong guy is spamming Mountain Piercer. He's even combining it with Flowing Palm, rushing toward Ananta like a literal hurricane. Okay. He's not mid. Gahong's power is actually legit. Can't sleep on him. Right. One hit and Ananta takes serious damage, followed by a phase of God-tier pressing from our lizard pretty boy. Attacking left. Then right. They're playing cat and mouse. Finally, Gahong sees an opening and grabs Ananta's arm, throwing him backward. Elle and Nadia are just watching. But they look way more stressed than the fighters, even though Ananta is on the back foot. Elle isn't doubting him at all. In fact, she believes he's truly an immortal being. Then the curse pumps him with infinite regeneration energy and an unyielding spirit. He fears absolutely no pain. Where does Ananta's destructive power come from? It's still a mystery. But that form just proves his battle lust and mental fortitude. So you could say, a warrior decked out in full armor, how could he fall to some tiny curse? She looks over at Nadia, signaling to do something to buff Ananta. Nadia gets it, pulling a tree branch out of nowhere. That's probably the best move right now. Meanwhile, Ananta emerges from the rubble, still got that confident swagger. It's fine. He's a little dirty but still handsome as hell. No cap. Gahong over there is thinking, an iron fortress is hard to shatter. But no matter how solid it is, there's always a weakness. Suddenly, a shout for Ananta rings out, scared the living daylights out of me. Lucky he doesn't have heart problems, or he would have fainted and doomed the whole squad. The one shouting is none other than Rupa. She's holding Asen like a piece of slime, letting him know it's safe. Honestly, who else has the guts to yell at him that wildly? Probably just Rupa. Right then, a violent flame bursts up from the ashes. It's sucking Asen right toward it. Old man Asen is screaming his head off, begging Gahong for help. But look at the situation. Scream until your voice breaks. It's useless. Can he even save his own life? Let alone save you too. The power keeps spiking. Even that cracked branch is starting to heal itself. Ananta's eyes have completely changed. That whole berserk look. Plus some weird wiggling tentacles popping out. Ananta stands there, arrogantly challenging Gahong. He got lucky and took round 1. 1-0. But in round 2, bro might just get logged out permanently. Elle is also a bit shook by how badass our boy looks right now. It looks like Ananta is radiating the power of predation. Mr. Scaly Boy over there looks a bit surprised. But not much. He even cracks a mocking smile. Since Ananta finished absorbing Asen's power, he tries that dusty old Mountain Piercer move to play gymnastics with Ananta again. In the heat of the moment, Ananta uses his tentacles to block Gahong's attack. First, then uses the rest of them to move Rupa's squad to safety, signaling the evac, get everyone to a safe zone. Fam. Gahong is closing the distance fast. Next up, it's round 2 for these young legends. Gahong flexes that steel body, planning to drop a hammer on Ananta from the top ropes, but Ananta read him like a book. Bro instantly shifts gears. Those tentacles shoot up all at once, wrapping up Mr. Pangolin's arms and legs. How's he supposed to fight like this? Suddenly, a voice pops into his head. Why are you letting yourself get distracted in the middle of a fight? Don't take your eyes off the enemy. Not for a second. The words keep echoing, making Gahong feel totally suffocated. Spotting the distraction, Ananta rushes in. Gahong tries to react, but it's too little. Too late. Boom. He eats a massive hit, and in that split second, memories start flooding back. Picture this blue sky. White clouds. Perfect sunshine. Our boy Mr. Pangolin was just taking a stroll when he ran into a wild boar. And yeah, Mr. Pangolin devoured that thing instantly. Bro was so cocky back then. Roasting the boar for being weak. Asking himself, where do I gotta go to find a real rival? Feeling absolutely peak. But the second he turns around, bam. Bumps into a huge dude. Usually, these loudmouth giants are just all bark. Just yapping with zero skill. And yup, exactly as predicted. After some trash talk and flexing, the brawl kicks off. At first, taking that dude's broken sun palm head on. Our pangolin boy hadn't powered up yet. So he got pushed back. The other guy thought he was cooked, but no way. Bro is still a rookie, out of the thick smoke. Mr. Pangolin is slowly walking out. They give each other that death stare. The guy reveals his true form, a massive crocodile, relying on his size diff. He keeps running his mouth, trying to scare him. Fast forward 3 days later. With Juyo watching, Gahong finally drops him. That croc was talking crazy at the start. Now his mouth is huge alright, swollen from getting wrecked. He's lying there, totally out cold. Gahong stands over him. Even Juyo is shook by this scene. Bro didn't expect to witness something this wild go down. He's surprised, because it's the first time someone took the branch from his loyal subordinate, without a single scratch on it. Gahong turns and asks, "Are you the wings?" Juyo nods, and asks for his name. The moment the name Gahong drops, he officially becomes the chosen one of heaven. But while he's distracted, that croc wakes up, mouth wide open, roaring, trying to swallow Gahong whole. But you think Mr. Pangolin goes down that easy? Nah. That croc chose the hard way, and had to piss Mr. Pangolin off. So he gets a fist served right into his mouth, literally punches a massive hole straight through his jaw. Gahong doesn't hold back and drops some respect on his name at the end, sending him off to the afterlife on a high note. But for real though, that guy was strong. First time in his life, Mr. God. Pangolin had to admit he found a worthy opponent, and he used his own raw power to take down his crocodile buddy. That's the only truth heaven gave him in this life. He's gonna reach the peak. The definition of domination. Juyo up above is loving that mindset. He tells him, "That peak you want to surpass, it's standing right in front of you, because I am Juyo, the wings, created by heaven itself." Gahong eyes Julio's god-complex attitude with pure amusement. He swears Julio is the one enemy he has to wreck, no matter the cost. Julio, up there, clueless about Gahong's betrayal vibes, just raises a hand to cast. Awakening light wraps around the pangolin, flooding the zone with magic. Above, tons of trigram arrays pop up, forming chains that choke the life out of the pangolin. Left hanging mid-air, Julio tells the pangolin to just surrender. "Submit to me. Do that. And, pangolin, you'll see the atmosphere crack open right beside me, when the heavens call." But Gahong, hell no. He's not buying it. He refuses to kneel. He thinks, "I'm not even scratched yet, and I'm supposed to fold? Nah. I don't do that." Julio coldly orders the array to squeeze tighter, carving this L deep into Gahong's flesh. Julio lets that light burn Gahong's wounds straight into his soul. "If I don't, you'll never grow into a great tree." He slaps a curse on the pangolin too. He wants to break him, hoping his hate for Julio will hit the roof. Meanwhile, Ananta spots something sus with Gahong. It's the scar from his very first battle, even though he's dodging, trying to guard that left eye. It's way too obvious. With that weak point exposed, he knows exactly how to wreck the pangolin. Outside, everyone's grimacing. Inside, it's a total hurricane. Everything is chaotic. Gahong swears he's gonna delete Ananta, physical pain etching into his soul. Screaming in agony. That ironclad body, immune to damage. That's his biggest flex. Ananta takes one look and realizes that's the raw power from his branch. The ability I've always been insecure about. After I use it to kill you, I'm putting my life on the line against the wings one more time. Gahong looked down on Ananta, thinking, "You dare face my mighty wings with that?" Why's his interface suddenly upgraded to a supersized version? God mode. He taunts Ananta. "Come on, this is your only shot, to test yourself against the peak of the world." Ananta, with his short king interface, roasts his buddy pangolin. "You think I need your permission, one little scratch, and you're already raging, fighting without being ready. To see your body smashed to bits, you're just a stepping stone for me. Got it. Ananta, will be the one to beat Julio." Saying that, Ananta's black snake tentacles rush in, but get absolutely deleted by the pangolin. But it's cool. That was just the appetizer. The main course starts now. Ananta dashes in, but still gets tagged by those claws. He doesn't give up though. Ananta fights to the end. They struggle back and forth, until the pangolin slams him face first into the dirt. No attack can penetrate that layer of armor. Ananta realizes things are looking cooked, so our boy Ananta pulls a transformation card. Boom. A mini Quetzalcoatl is born. One is the predator, The other is the conqueror. I've defeated countless cracked enemies. Overcome every trick in the book. Who cares if they lived or died, but you, a predator devouring and hunting down enemies with raw power. Two souls that just can't mesh together. I'm gonna kill you and reach a whole new level, Quetzalcoatl yelled, launching himself forward, but no way before he could even touch him. TT's claw skewered right through his neck. Speed blitzed. Over here. Everyone's scrambling to evacuate. The soldiers are panicking big time. Rupa looked back at Ananta. She didn't want to leave him behind. But with Ao pushing her, she had no choice but to move. Seeing everyone getting out safely, she felt a little lighter. Now, it all comes down to Ananta's battle. Nadia's locked in. Casting her spell, she can feel the relic branch resonating deep inside her with Alakon's branch. These things are packed with insane energy, enough to mutate anyone holding them. If you can't tank that kind of power, you'll go insane and get swallowed whole by your own magic. Because of this, the branches can barely hold their form. But Alakon's branch, it's still juiced with massive power. If she can just unleash everything left in the tank right now, she'll create the ultimate spear, one that can pierce through absolutely any defense. No time to waste. She got to work, fusing her staff with Alakon's relic. Nadia called out, begging Alakon to lend her the strength. Gireso, to protect the ones you love. Andrasta is locked and loaded. A blinding light exploded out, forcing TT to glance over. That 1 second of distraction fatal. Quetzalcoatl snatched him up instantly. A familiar voice echoed in TT's head, slacken off again. Are we, even if you lose it all? You gotta keep moving. Quetzalcoatl took the upper hand and started trash-talking TT. Even if this body gets wrecked and smashed into tiny pieces, I still won't die. Meanwhile, Nadia was winding up for a legendary spear throw. Talk about an epic fail somehow. The spear skewered right through Quetzalcoatl's head instead. It's over. She is absolutely cooked. No amount of apologizing is fixing that mistake. Bro went from god mode to trash tier in a split second. Even TT was flabbergasted. He laughed right in Quetzalcoatl's face. Looks like your trump card just got deleted. Finally found a worthy opponent. And you get taken out by friendly fire. Pathetic. Even reduced to a literal skeleton. Quetzalcoatl still tried to rise up and fight that beast. Wait, no. That's Alakon's power exploding. A quasar is starting to form. Gahan lay there, gasping out his surrender. He took a fatal hit. It's a wrap for him. Ananta takes the dub. But Gahan bro is still smiling even though he lost. Ananta was so confused. What's funny, why is this guy cackling like a maniac, dying without getting what you want? Is that a joke to you? Gahan compared him to the glowing ember of a curse. Something that can't be snuffed out. Eventually, it's gonna erupt into a massive inferno. And one day, those flames are gonna swallow up wings even bigger than mine. If I was the one with the curse instead of you, I would have dragged him straight down from heaven. So, go ahead and enjoy him. Ananta looked bored and asked, You done yapping yet? Since he asked, Gahan gave him an answer. I'll see you in hell. You really are the definition of revenge. After Ananta finished devouring Gahan's power, basically cooking him up like a BBQ, he sat there looking empty. With Aji Dahaka behind him, Ananta was exhausted. Zero excitement. He didn't feel good about this at all, and instead of some comfort for his mood, Aji just gave him pure scorn. Tupid mortal. Fire tests gold. And suffering tests strength. It's only after you face the struggle, that's the only way to get strong. You must have totally forgotten the pact they made that day. Ananta coldly denied it. Nothing's changed. Even this curse of his. It's just a tool for my revenge. Right now, as long as I can kill Julio. My life doesn't matter anymore. Fine then. Aji here will wait right here. For the day you meet your predicted destruction. Cut to evening. Ananta opened his eyes and saw someone with a blurry face. Who the heck is this? A weird warmth started spreading all over his body. Over in the distant camp, Lagertha stood alone in the center. Right where the warriors' bodies were stacked neatly on wooden pyres. Their swords were planted in the ground in a row. She ordered her subordinates to light the final fire, sending their comrades to the other side. As the blazing fire lit up the night sky, everyone felt cold and heartbroken. Unwilling to let go, Lupa couldn't hold it back and started sobbing. Nadia turned to look at Ananta not far behind her, then walked over to him, telling him she could feel that he finally understood. Ananta froze and asked, How many hours have passed? It's been half a day since you defeated the enemy. After healing and treating the injuries, they held a mass funeral for the victims of the battle, and sadly, less than half of them made it out alive. It's honestly a miracle they survived such a brutal fight. If it weren't for your efforts and everyone's sacrifice, they never would have won. Plus, that curse living inside your body, it's gotten suspiciously stronger. With the power you have right now, no matter how strong those incarnations are, there's no guarantee that they could beat you. Ananta cut Nadia off mid-sentence. That's enough yapping. I've got more important things to do. Ananta looked at the lizard crawling toward him. Ruby, we need to have a little chat. Don't we? Cut to another location. The first seat of Sephiros. Leviathan, the incarnation of the abyss, pushed the door open and walked in. She called out to Biharon. Leviathan demanded an explanation. What the hell is going on? Why the emergency meeting? As soon as she finished speaking, a massive chunk of ice literally fell from the sky. The arrival was the fifth seat of Sephiros. A little boy wearing a polar bear hat. Ure, the incarnation of frost. He barely arrived before screaming out for Leviathan. I've got bad news for you. I just heard that big bro Gahan got killed in battle by some hateful enemy. There's no way that's true. The fourth seat of Sephiros was there too. That battle junkie has caused so much trouble for Julio already. But Julio doesn't need to worry. I'll protect this place with my life. Forever. Kisonga, the incarnation of fury and third seed of Sephiros, sat in the corner scratching the ground. And Kizi, the incarnation of lightning. While everyone was yapping, Biharon punched the empty space in front of him, shattering reality into pieces. Inside the void, an eye was watching them. Quiet down. Brothers and sisters, let us show our deepest respect for the death of our comrade. With utmost sincerity, this sorrow seems to have faded, but it can only be washed away with blood. I'll prepare a requiem to soothe Gahan's soul. Back to Ananta. Lupa walked over to chat with Nadia, asking if Ananta was okay. Nadia told her to let him and Ruby speak alone for now. Lupa curiously asked if he said anything else. Nadia shook her head with a sigh, recalling Anata's past. He knelt before his sister's body, swearing on everything that he would return to this place. Someday soon. He just begged her to wait for him until then. Promised to rip out Julio's heart and offer it to her. Snap back to reality. Ananta looks nostalgic, talking to Ruby about the day he lost his sister, her death, the villagers. He desperately wanted to believe it wasn't his fault. If it wasn't for Ruby, he probably wouldn't have kept his sanity. Wouldn't have held it together since that day. He buried his heart deep in hatred for Julio, locked all his feelings away, except for that thirst for revenge. Seriously, if it wasn't for Ruby, he couldn't have taken it. He hated every single incarnation in this world, Julio included. Why her? Why did his sister have to die instead of him? He was always searching for an answer. Meanwhile, tears are just rolling down Ruby's face. She's trembling, voice shaking. Julio, Azida, Hakado. They're all the same, hoarding power just because they can. It's all to take revenge on those disgusting incarnations. Ananta freezes, shocked. He turns to Ruby. You're an incarnation too, aren't you? That question shattered her last defense. She breaks down, sobbing hard, apologizing over and over to Ananta. She kept it hidden all this time, because she was terrified he'd hate her. Ananta just stares blankly at the starry sky, closing his eyes. Remembering when that fragment of Alikan entered his body, something got messed up in his head. Alikan's memories. No. It was something he never wanted to forget. Ruby sniffles, confused. A memory. Ananta walks softly towards her. He used to be so lost in the past. But there's something he needs to say. He reaches out, wiping away the tears clinging to her lashes. You were always there. I'm sorry. And thank you. I forgot I still had family. That I was with my family this whole time. Ruby loses it, crying out loud as she throws her arms around him, screaming that yes, she is his family. The stronger an incarnation's fragment is, the more real and vivid its emotions become. Alikan's fragments were full of regret, pain, precious memories of him and the Empress. But in times that guy's time's fragment, nothing but endless greed, burning for revenge. He's always been just like Ananta, turning into a beast, letting battle instinct take over to fill that hole, that bloody void in his heart. Ruby looks at Anata's gloomy face. Worried. Are you sad? She gently strokes his cheek, comforting him. Totally sincere, don't be sad. I'm your family now. She didn't want him hurting at all. Anata stands up, grabbing her small hand. Just wait a little longer. The moment I avenge my sister. When this war is over, let's go visit her together. Okay, scene switch. The barracks. Lagertha is completely shook, seeing Whitefoot just show up. She can't recall anything happening. There was definitely no order for reinforcements yet. Whitefoot cuts her off. Forgive the intrusion, my lord, but we've got a code red situation. They're fighting hard for the top spot. Where is Anata right now, standing in the back? Nadia, Lagertha's trusted warrior, is just as shocked to see Whitefoot there. She snapped. She couldn't take it anymore and screamed at Whitefoot. What the hell is with this disrespectful attitude? The warrior's funeral isn't even over yet. But Whitefoot just won't shut up. This involves the Leviathan stronghold directly, and her powers have limits. She can only warp us to the absolute safest spot at the destination. Blackfoot stood right there, pulling out this rabbit-faced watch, checking if the spatial route was safe or if they were going to get cooked. We might be under constant surveillance. Her little sister is super shy, so even her abilities reflect that timid personality. Lagertha completely lost it and yelled, "So tell me, why do you think the fortress isn't safe?" Whitefoot faced Lagertha's rage head-on. My power only uses one single criteria to judge safety. Just one. For someone with zero combat ability like me, any threat to my life is a red flag. If I can die, it's unsafe. There's a massive chance the secret Leviathan fortress is already crawling with enemies. Long ago, back when this world was just a blank slate, a massive wave shook the entire universe. Space and time expanded infinitely, opening up the world's horizon. And from that, beings were born, ruling over prayers and life, the god of angels, ruling over curses and death, the god of demonic nature, ruling over miracles and laws, the god of magic, ruling over cycles and melodies, the god of witchcraft, ruling over war and chaos, the god of warriors, and ruling over creation and destruction, the god of machines. These were the 6 absolute deities, the ones who built this blue planet we call home. They created countless lives, humans included, but the gods believed a prophecy was needed to help all life coexist in their name. They took their secret treasures containing their power and gifted them to 5 living souls. Those became the first avatars. A kid piped up. "Mom, I have a question. I thought there were 6 avatars." The grandma smiled at the sharp kid. Unlike the other gods who gave their treasures to living souls, the god of machines built his own representative, a perfect being modeled after humans, the machine avatar. The avatars set out to find their own territories. For a long time, they lived alongside humans as partners. But peace didn't last. All thanks to the Avatar of Wings. The Avatar of Wings stole the god's sacred treasures and hunted down every single one of the original avatars. He brutally slaughtered anyone who stood in his way. That's why Leviathan rose up, determined to take down that demonic winged avatar. They prepped for war under the Queen's command. A worried little girl asked, "Grandma, what if something happens while the Queen is out on her crusade?" Bonhart stepped up from behind, telling the kid not to worry. The avatars and warriors serving the Queen are absolute elites. And Queen Lagertha, she's a warrior herself. He was sure she'd come back safe from the battle. Bernhard awkwardly apologized to the grandma. He didn't know if he was interrupting the kid's lesson. The grandma bowed respectfully to him. "Not at all, in fact, thank you for spending your precious time here." A cheeky kid pointed at Raglet. "So, is she going to be super OP like Bernhardt too?" Another girl was curious too. "How does a kid like Raglet become an incarnation?" The grandma explained that incarnations get married and have descendants too. An incarnation's power usually gets passed down to their kids. Raglat must have inherited power from her incarnation parents. The playful boy said, "If I was Bernhardt's kid, I could be an incarnation too." In that dark pouring rain, the alarm bell for an invasion rang out, shaking the whole city of Leviathan. Bernhardt jumped up in panic. Enemy invasion Ure was already at the city gates. Is this the fortress gate definitely worth capturing? Manzi, the 10th seat of Sephiroth, incarnation of insane power, was hyped too. The soldiers were terrified. Bernhardt went pale. Why now? When the queen is away, Ura swung his hammer, blasting a blizzard to clear the path. He shouted, "It's time." Mansi, in mammoth form, charged straight at the city gate. Soldiers panicked. Prince Bernhardt. If this keeps up, Bernhardt quickly ordered the army to prepare for battle. But just as Mansi hit the door, a massive figure knocked him flying back. The second commander of Leviathan's army, Takan, the incarnation of interception. Takan stood tall at the gate like a guardian, blocking all danger. Ure stepped in, looking absolutely thrilled to see Takan show up. He mocked Mansi. "Bro, you were supposed to break the gate, but got smacked away in one hit. That's trash," Ure taunted, asking if he wanted to swap places and let him lead. Mansi stomped furiously on the ice. "That's not fair." He was ready to fight to the death. Stopping him, with just a minor incarnation's power, impossible. It had to be Takan's special ability. He swore to crush Takan into mincemeat using his power, to increase his body weight. Bernhardt stood on the ramparts, watching the fierce battle below, shaking his head at Mansi's arrogance. Mansi, still clueless and cocky, threw his heavy body to crush Takan, but got blocked again. Spoiler, Takan has no special ability. Takan looked at the arrogant Mansi like he was already cooked. Coldly, he slammed his club right onto Mansi's head. Boom. All that Takan has is a pure warrior spirit. He's blessed by the god of warriors, and he is Leviathan's strongest commander. Bernhardt jumped down from the wall, saying Takan arrived just in time. Takan asked if he was planning to face them head-on. The answer was obvious. Hell yeah. The weapon Uri was holding is a holy weapon from the Bloodline Protection Guild of the Frozen North. That incarnation is bone-chillingly cold. This is it. His mission is to take this guy down. But Ure, he just hits him with a wicked, twisted grin. The Frozen Lands. Territory of the Northern Coldstone bloodline. The environment there is absolutely brutal. So brutal that no war or invasion ever touched it. Zero conflict. For the longest time, people called this place paradise, a sanctuary where humans and embodiments lived in peace. But then, a stranger pulled up to paradise, a warrior with a massive reputation, someone who stacked up endless military rewards from battlefields across the continent. Bernhardt, the embodiment of courage. People who never saw war, they were terrified of him, but one person actually felt bad for him and welcomed him into paradise. That was Tosca, the embodiment of white snow. Bernhardt only knew how to fight, but her kindness saved him. They caught feelings fast. It was destiny. They got married with everyone cheering them on. Not long after, their first kid was born, but plot twist, they had no idea their happily ever after was about to crash. Their kid was born different. Monstrous. How do you even deal with that? They were terrified for his future, knowing he'd grow up hated and rejected by everyone around him. They were drowning in regret and depression, until a savior showed up, Julio, the embodiment of great wings. Bernhardt was so full of guilt. He wasn't thinking straight. He got scammed by a promise to save his son, without realizing the nightmare his choice would unleash. Ure lets out a twisted laugh. He's lost count of how many years have passed. Been a long time. Huh. Bernhardt, actually. Wait. Biologically speaking, you created me. So, shouldn't I be calling you Dad? Ur holds up that bear fur hat, grinning like a maniac. If that's the case, then I guess I should call this piece of skin Mom. Right. Bernhardt snaps. No hesitation. No talk. He just charges Ure with his blade. He screams at him to keep his wife's name out of his mouth. But Ure, cold-faced, blocks every single hit. Man, what a letdown. Is this really why? People call you the embodiment of power. Bernhardt's blade hits, but the second it touches Ure's stone hammer, it freezes solid. Ure launches a combo, knocking Bernhardt back. Ure is loving this, watching him struggle to defend. Shouldn't you be proud? Old man, I used to be just a monster. But look at me now, I'm this cracked thanks to your power. And Tosca's. Bernhardt whispers to Takan, who's fuming beside him. Don't sweat it. I'm not going down until this fight is over. Ure laughs in his face. You still don't get it, do you? Fighting is fun and all, but the quest always comes first. Meanwhile, inside the city, civilians are getting massacred by the 9th seat of Sepphoris Manita, the embodiment of radiant light. The 8th seat of Sepphoris Akara, the embodiment of silence, is there too. Deep in the Leviathan fortress shelter. Soldiers are rushing to evacuate everyone. Grandma's helping out too. Everyone. Please be careful, just follow me. But while no one's looking, Raquel just freezes in place, staring up at the shelter's ceiling. She senses something's off. And boom, Manita, Akara, and Kisola drop in. They block the path and ambush the whole group. Cut back to Bernhardt. He sees that smug grin on Uray's face and realizes something's wrong. Wait. So from the very start of this invasion, it was all bait. Uray is absolutely buzzing right now. You guessed it. Old man. He slams that ice hammer down. Boom. Blizzard unleashed. Summons the Crystal Palace. Walls of ice everywhere. He trapped both of them inside with him. Takan's face goes dark. He swings his staff with everything he's got, but the ice wall just shook a little. 0 damage. Not even a scratch. Uray loves that look on his face. This ain't looking good for you. The Crystal Palace is the ultimate shield form within the blizzard. If they want out, there's no other choice. They gotta drop him. This is the sacred land of the god Gahan, and he's not letting anyone leave alive. Bernhardt stares at Uray's white bear form. Totally shook. He is flabbergasted. This is the karma they gotta pay for what they did. Uray rushes in like a maniac. Takan doesn't back down, he meets that attack head on, but that same strike that sent Mincy flying with one hit, Uray blocked it like it was nothing. He's even got time to trash talk. You look nervous. Bro, bet you wanted to finish me off quick. Right, but it ain't gonna be that easy. He's packing the power of 2 avatars, plus his own branch power. He's stacked. Can you even handle this? If we keep going like this, you won't be able to save a single soul. Takan doesn't even flinch at the bait. 0 reaction to Uray's taunts. If that's the case, then bring your A-game. Ur suddenly feels that killing intent. He jumps back in a panic. What did he just get scared? While Uray is still freaking out and off balance, Bernhardt goes full brown bear mode, charges in, and slaps him with a god-tier hit. Knocked him right back to reality. Ur looks terrified at Bernhardt's battle form. These are the number 1 and number 2 commanders of the Leviathan army. Cut back to the deepest shelter layer of the fortress. Mania and Akara are going crazy trying to break that door down. Kisola looks disgusted. Stop it. You're so loud. You've been banging on it forever and it's not even dented. Don't tell me you can't even break a single door here. You really are useless. Kisola turns around, pointing at the civilians running from the distance. Instead of hitting the door, why don't you deal with those intruders if they get any closer? Don't you think I'll be annoyed? Mania and Akara freeze at Kisola's expression? They get the message. Laughing like maniacs. They turn to slaughter the civilians. Kisola strolls in like she owns the place. The humans living in this fortress are the last ones left alive. Can you hear it? The fate of those warriors? Dying miserably trying to save you. Kisola laughs with pure contempt. She puts her hand on the wall. This wall. Amidst everyone's desperate screams, the shield door melts away like butter under her slime. Kisola gives them a pitying smile. How long did you think that would protect you? If she wanted to, she could wipe everyone out in a heartbeat. You surely know that. Right. Uncontrollable excitement fills her eyes. Oh. You pitiful humans. I'll give you one last chance. Kisola points at the kids protected by the matron. Those children over there, offer up your hearts to me. She licks her fingers. Absolutely starving for it. Just do that. And the rest of you get to live. The terrified kids cling to the godmother's skirt. She shouts in a rage. Everyone. Snap out of it. Are you seriously thinking about hurting these kids? Don't let that monster manipulate you. You won't lay a single finger on these children. Kisola gets triggered by the godmother's warning. She grits her teeth. Losing patience. She is so over it. Ugh. How annoying. You just ruined my fun. Guess I'll just kill everyone then. The godmother rushes to hug the kids, trying to shield them. In that critical moment, Raquel rushes in to counter Kisola's slime attack, protecting everyone. But she looks super amused. Like she just found a shiny new toy. How disappointing. All that determination from such fragile little leaves. I have someone too. You know, a certain existence, more precious than anything else in this world. The most noble, revered being in all creation. Even right now, her mind is flooded with images of him, and she won't let anything other than herself possess his heart. Kisola goes full psycho. Yes, do you know what this feeling is called? It's called love. Raquel freezes up at her terrifying snake form. She's petrified. The girl collapses to the ground in horror. Bursting into tears, Kisola watches her cry with delight. So, what are you gonna do now, she sighs, sounding almost disappointed. I was wondering if you had enough talent to play with me for a bit. The godmother screams Rakel's name in panic, and dives in to shield her. She looks gently at the terrified Rakel. Are you hurt, child? But her voice gets cut off instantly. Kisola impales her from behind with that long tongue, lifting her up like she weighs nothing, and ends her life. Just like a cliché play, don't go ruining my entertainment like that. She grips the body tight, melting it down with her acid slime. You really were a worthless old hag. Her attention snaps back to Rakel, who is gripping a small dagger. The girl mutters, I hate you. Kisola freezes, caught off guard. This brat, did she just awaken a vengeful spirit? Rakel is completely consumed by hatred. I hate you, Melt. It's just a tiny dagger, but it slices right through Kisola's leg. She screams uncontrollably, going berserk. Mania hears the scream and is totally shocked. Lady Kisola Rakel seems to have lost all control, swinging the dagger wildly. Melt Kisola struggles, dodging the girl's slashes, shrieking like a maniac. You damn wretched brat. She's not going down easy. Spitting slime to counter. Melt, but her slime is barely a threat to the girl now. Rakel blocks the slime blast with her own slime. For the first time, Kisola feels actually threatened. She screams, filled with hate. I will never forgive you. I'll crush you alive and drink you down. That's not good at all. Mania and Akara rush over to Kisola. Are you okay? Kisola loses it, cursing up a storm. You're all just a bunch of useless animals. It is so annoying having to play the role of an advisor, so perfectly like this. But before she can ramble on any longer, something looking like a massive tree trunk comes smashing in, knocking Kisola, flying 10 meters away. Welp. Looks like Kisola's plastic surgery face just got ruined, probably turned into smoke. Watching Kisola get flung away, looking like a filthy centipede getting crushed, Mania flinched. Humans. What the hell are they? Without giving them a second to think, Lagerta and Au rushed in, swinging their swords at both of them. Lagerta glared at them with pure hate. You disgusting scumbags, the queen is here to devour you. Meanwhile, inside, Nadia held Rakel's tight, who was scared out of his wits. You were terrified, weren't you? You're shaking. You must have been so scared. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Big sister won't let anyone hurt you ever again. So please, just go back to being yourself, so you can return to the arms of the people who love you. A single tear rolled down from the corner of Regret's eye. The patchy black stains on her body slowly faded away. Her eyes turned back to a clear, crystal yellow. She couldn't hold it back anymore and burst into painful sobs. The other kids rushed over to hug her. Nadia stepped out of the tree barrier she just put up, creating a protective door to keep everyone safe inside again. Kisola went crazy, screaming her head off. She heard the enemy had abandoned this basement along with the nobles. But where the hell did this crowd come from? Not that it matters anymore, because she's gonna skin them all alive and rip out their guts. Nadia spoke up softly. So it was you, the one who caused this brutal tragedy. Kisola mocked her wildly. So what are you gonna do about it? Nadia smiled slightly. Thank you for being such a terrible villain. Because of you, I don't have to hold back anymore. Kisola froze in shock. What is this? Is this déjà vu? It felt just like when she was a little brat a long time ago. The kind of malice only a demonic soul could give off. Is it pure hatred? She looked down on Nadia arrogantly. Don't look at me like that. You bitch. Even if the ice melts. Who gave you the right to look at me like that? But Nadia responded to her madness with total calm. Even though she lost her memories of the past, she couldn't recall anyone she had ever killed with her own hands. Kisola was actually scared witless this time. That wasn't déjà vu. That familiar feeling only belongs to those at the top of the food chain. The aura of a peak ranker. Nadia walked closer to her. So tell me your name, so I can remember you as the only person I've ever killed. Scene switch to Bernhardt. This shouldn't be possible. Taken took point on offense and defense. Bernhardt always aimed for practical strikes, leaving no room for error. It looked like there was no way they could lose. But nobody can predict the future. Fighting two people at once isn't exactly a good strategy. Urey couldn't let his guard down. He launched an attack, throwing out ice spikes to distract Taken. Right then, he rushed in to attack. But Bernhardt charged at him too. Urey stopped him with his bare hand. The basics of combat. He'd take them down one by one, starting with the weakest. But Bernhardt was there to remind him. The basics of combat is to never give up. Then I'll teach you a lesson. Bernhardt. But he didn't get to celebrate for long. Taken used his frozen arm to put him in a headlock. Ure roared a warning at the two of them. If you think this pointless resistance will work on me, then you're dead wrong. No one can defeat me. But his cockiness didn't last. Because Ananta's flames torched his crystal castle, but Bernhardt still hadn't figured out what was going on. Ananta scoffed. You two are having this much trouble. Against just one enemy, that is pathetic. Rupa just waved hello. Before they could even ask what was up. Ure cut them off. Leviathan's backup covered himself in freezing ice armor. You guys dare to chat while I am still standing right here. How sad. Bernhardt watched Ure Amor's transformation. He tried to stop Ananta. That is the 5th seed of Sephiroth. He is not an easy opponent. But Rupa told him to chill out. Ananta is not weak like that. Ure was shook. For real, you are fighting me solo, Ananta smirked. Bro. How long are you gonna keep yapping? Ure got triggered by the trash talk and rushed in. Ridiculous. But his punch did 0 damage to Ananta. Rupa smirked. Ananta. He literally soloed the 2nd seed of Sephiroth. Ure muttered in shock. That power is insane. Wait. Are you Ananta, the incarnation of revenge? Ananta casually threw a punch that knocked Ure right out of his ice armor. He remembered Biharon's words, if it is an emergency, call him immediately. He used his power to rip open a gate. Bernhardt stared at the portal. Could that be? Ananta finished his sentence. It is him. The incarnation of wings. Meanwhile, a plot twist nobody saw coming just dropped. O betrayed the squad. Flipping the whole game. Kisola was still talking trash, even though she was sweating bullets from Nadia's aura. Don't look at me like that. I will show you the massive power gap between us. Kisola unleashed a cloud of toxic gas, catching Lagertha off guard. She rushed to call Ao and popped a shield. This is her undivided form. Suffer and die in her wave of venom, but Nadia just calmly roasted her. You are struggling in fear and humiliation. Nadia blocked every single attack. Kisola raged, screaming. Damn it, her corrosive poison did absolutely 0 damage to Nadia. Fine, then I will shred you to pieces with my own hands. But before she could lay a finger on Nadia, she got dragged into a dark dimension. Pitch black. Kisola was confused. What is this? She felt drained. Falling out of her giant centipede form. No. No. No, this is a joke. Nadia had completely overwhelmed her in a head-to-head fight. Lagertha was sweating, looking at Nadia. So that is your base power. Oh spoke up. Looks like you got the dub. Then, out of nowhere, Ao drove a sword straight through Nadia's heart while Lagertha was distracted. Mania and Akara pinned her down. Kisola burst out laughing in pure joy. Lagertha screamed in denial. Why? Why did Ao betray us? Ao just gave a cold apology. One day, the truth will come to light. Lagertha was stunned by the scene. This cannot be happening. Even right now, I can still see the rage towards the incarnation of wings inside you. Ao replied calmly. That is exactly why you were so easy to fool. To get past your eyes that see true nature. My anger towards the incarnation of wings had to be real. Mania smugly stomped Lagertha's head into the ground. Shut your mouth, little queen. Ao snapped at them. If they wanted to, they could have easily wiped out the rest of the army commanders. But keeping the queen safe is top priority. He turned around, barking orders. Kisola, clean this mess up. Fast, and she realized, he's the spy Juyo mentioned. But who cares, he's bossing her around. Ao shot her a nasty look. Who does she think he's doing this for? Huh. If she wasn't about to get smoked, he wouldn't have had to step in. Now the incarnation of conquest took the L. The branch of power is gonna... But before he could finish, Nadia, who just got stabbed, slowly stood up. No way. Ao starred. Shook. She woke up like nothing happened. How is that even possible? He literally put a hole through her heart. But that's not Nadia anymore. Ao grabbed Kisola, spread his wings, and dipped, leaving Mania and Akara freaking out. What? What even is that? Did Nadia's curse just swallow them up? Let the light guide your mind. Nadia. A man's voice greeted her gently. Nice to meet you. Big sis. Guess I can finally get close to the real you now. To open up the world's horizon, we need the inner branches to ascend, fueled by the owner's desire. These two things create a world of vivid imagination, ready to change reality whenever it wants. Look, the world you dream of. It's blindingly beautiful, a place with zero flaws. Want to help me lead the change in this world? The incarnation of nature, not Sununos, the incarnation of magic. Nadia woke up groggy, finding herself on a beach. In front of her, a glowing red ocean. Where am I? Wasn't I just in a fight? And didn't I get stabbed through the heart? Nadia touched the hole in her chest, wondering how she's still alive. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Because from the start, you were neither alive nor dead. Pleasure to meet you. Nadia, a girl who looked 90% identical to Nadia, but with red eyes, walked toward her. Who are you? Looks like you're clueless. No wonder you summoned me without hesitating. She laughed and dropped a bombshell. Right now, your heart, it's not beating anymore. You're being puppeted by a crow corpse. Maybe it's that artificial heartbeat, created by the power of the branch. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've been dying to face you like this. But I couldn't. As long as you were in control, I'd just stay your shadow forever. Nadia shouted. Hey, quit yapping. You look just like me. Who are you seriously? My name is Sununos, the first evil god of this world. She introduced herself with a wicked smile, her eyes glowing red with black pupils. A formal intro for Nadia. The gloomy sky suddenly turned bright and sunny. In the beginning, back in the mythic era, there was a spirit beast called the Incarnation of Magic, who was given a human form in the vast western forest, a place blessed by Mother Nature. The locals worshipped him like a prophet. At the same time, another incarnation appeared, whose name meant one with horns and wealth. That was Sununos. Mortals are fleeting creatures, always chasing beauty, generation after generation, and in harmony with Sununos. They prayed for eternal peace, but they had zero clue that was just a wild pipe dream. Race, culture, trust. In an era of violence, every part of humanity turned into a hunger for the flesh and blood of others. A world where killing each other was just totally normal. Back then, the 6 avatars were terrifying punishers on one side, and strict referees on the other, stepping up to protect humanity. Then, one day, a massive invasion sparked without warning and swallowed the whole forest. The invaders in gold armor were a mighty army, a squad of heroes led by the warrior avatar, Lyoga. The forest tribes stood their ground against hordes of invaders, and to protect his loved ones, Senunot threw himself onto the battlefield. The war ended with countless lives, dropping dead, and the forest was completely burnt to a crisp. Senunot stood solo, tanking spears and arrows piercing right through him. Lyoga walked up to Senunot. A glorious ending for the one chosen by the supreme god. I'll carve your death deep into my heart. Senunot turned, face full of shock. Lyoga, how could a respected Lion King warrior like you mastermind such a brutal massacre? I don't expect you to forgive me. For the greater good, I'm ready to be branded a cruel murderer. What? There was a prophecy from Luna, the avatar of magic, who could foresee the future. She predicted that every living thing on this land would be wiped out, and a terrifying world never seen before would emerge. Luna, the source of that prophecy, lost her life and had her divine powers stripped away. Do you think one of the other 6 avatars did this? Senunot was so mad he forced himself to stand. You dare take the lives of innocent beings. Just because of some baseless prophecy, Lyoga slowly morphed into a ferocious lion. Then who can guarantee my people won't be the victims? From now on, there's no way I'm sitting still waiting to die. If it's come to this, I'll take them out first. Now be a good boy and hand over your divine power. Forest Guardian. Senunot knew he was cooked. The great avatar, who always valued every life, suddenly felt a vicious desire, wanting to kill everything in sight, swallowed by rage and screams. The image of Senunot, the avatar of magic, vanished. He transformed into a half-deer, half-monster beast, ready to clash with Lyoga. A brutal and intense battle broke out, and Senunot took the dub, wrecking Lyoga until he was lying flat on the ground. Juyo showed up after the fight ended. The world calls us avatars, Those given human form. But what about avatars with malicious hearts like humans? What should we call them? He casually ripped out Lyoga's fang and toyed with it. Senunote finally calmed down and turned to ask Juyo. How about the name Evil God Impressive? Are you the one mentioned in Lyoga's prophecy? I am the avatar of wings. Senuno. That divine artifact you're holding is mine. He quickly reverted to his true form, ready to throw hands with Senunote. Senunote didn't even bother fighting him. He casually snapped off a horn and said, if I've already abandoned the cycle of reincarnation and harmony, sooner or later I'll become a monster, consumed by malice and lost all motivation. Just like that. I regret it. You want it, take it. He handed Juyo a horn, but added, I've got one condition. Back to Nadia's subconscious. That day, I made a pact with the Avatar of Wings. If you can collect all the sacred treasures, one day he'll grant me a branch too. I wanted to expand this world's atmosphere, cover this land with a surreal realm, and return it to the primal world I always loved. But there was one thing I didn't calculate. That's your arrival. You completely snuffed out my malice. We're like two sides of the same coin, ruling this surreal world together. You're my representative. Basically, a variant modeled after me. Nadia, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally spoke up. No wonder I always dream like that. Dreams where I'm always running from some faceless monster inside my body. Still freaks me out just thinking about it. But I don't know why. I feel like that monster isn't happy. The reason you want to change this world and have to borrow power from the branch is because you regret being so powerless, unable to protect what was precious to you. If I'm really a part of you, then I gotta shoulder this responsibility too. That's why I'll fight this malice with you. I'll protect what I need to, protect the countless people on this land. Juyo chuckles. If you've got the strength to back that up. Being that stubborn isn't bad. But the guy standing in front of you, he's one of the 6 strongest avatars in history. Ice wall collapsed. Everyone, evacuate. As people scramble for cover, Biharon just stands there, looking down at the mess he made. He turns to face Ananta, who is now in the form of the Black Dragon avatar. He reaches out, taunting him. My fists ain't afraid of anything. Suddenly, the ice beneath Orange Hair's feet shatters, dragging him into the void. Turns out, this is the first time I've had to fight the same enemy twice. Ananta is pretty pissed because this guy always acts like he's better than everyone else. You always look down on me, like you're some creature sent from heaven. Biharon flinches a bit, because Ananta used to be a threat to both him and the Avatar of Wings. But now he's transformed into a dragon. He asks for his name. My name, Ananta, formally introduces himself. Listen close. I am the descendant of the Black Dragon, the survivor who swallowed every single evil god in this world whole. And I'm the one who will destroy the Avatar of Wings. Why was I born? Why am I so different? Someone tell me, give me an answer. Those were the questions Biharon always asked himself. A destructive power capable of leveling an entire dimension. The answer you seek lies in this punch. The Avatar of Wings. Jujo, I know. Responding to divine power is the manifestation of a bird person's subconscious desire. The bird fights its way out of the egg. And to it, the egg is the whole world. If you want to know why you were born, you must destroy the world that surrounds you. With your mind, Biharon, I will lead you to the answer. Juyo turns back with a gentle smile and affectionate eyes. Continuing, from now on, you will be the strongest spear protecting me, and the avatar of destruction. Before unleashing his ultimate, Biharon remembers his master's words, unleashing the calamity spear, the true spear of justice and a lightning-infused punch of light, aimed straight at Ananta to skewer him. Rupa is huddling in the corner with tiny Ruby, screaming his name non-stop. Plot twist. The light fades, and he's not even scratched, just charred black like coal. He's about to destroy everything. He actually tanked my strongest spear. Did he cast a god-tier barrier or something? Since Ananta's entirely blacked out, I can't tell if he took damage or not. Suddenly, sharp spikes burst from his hands, and he rushes in to fight. Biharon blocks just in time. Crash. The impact shook the whole earth, knocked him back 8 meters. Ruba's shook. Ananta actually pushed Biharon back. Tarkan and Bohan pull up to check the sitch. Where's the queen? She's safe. Right. Chill. Lady Lagertha is inside the fortress with Ao and Nadia. Suddenly, a pillar of light shoots up from the castle. The 3 of them froze, stunned. Then it vanished. Wings appeared and snatched someone away. It was Ao. That guy shattered the ice and bailed. Bohan saw that and bolted. Gotta find Queen Lagertha now. Move it. Tarkan Ruba looks over at the battlefield. Stressing out for Ananta. He entrusted her to watch over Ruby. She looks down at the little guy. It's sensing bad vibes and trembling with fear. So I can help him. Lend me your power. Ruby cut back to Ananta versus Les. Biharon. They're clashing non-stop. After absorbing the Avatar of Conquest, he unlocked superhuman physical stats. Biharon's realizing he's cooked. He throws a haymaker, trying to stun him and knock him back. 'Cause he knows what the Avatar of Conquest really does. That iron blood body is invincible. It's a battle of spear versus shield. Time to see who's truly the strongest. The irony. Ananta takes a massive step forward, smashes the ice. Boom. A jagged black trail of spikes shoots straight at Biharon. He counters with his lightning punch to block the hit. The clash triggers a massive explosion of white smoke, blinding them both. Biharon's lost in the smoke, totally missing Ananta's move. Bro used the cover to tunnel under the ice and attack from below, but he's fast dodged right as Ananta burst out of the ice. Ananta doesn't let up, swinging wildly and shouting, "Remember this. Ananta is the name of the guy who wrecked you." Then, a massive strike, shattered Biharon's outer armor. But the guy's smart. He blocked his face just in time. But that hit still landed heavy damage, straight to the heart. Even the halo on his head cracked. But Ananta immediately senses something's off. Biharon snaps back to reality, and a massive green light flashes, explodes, shattering all the ice around. Meanwhile, at the rabbit hole entrance, Kwai is standing at a crossroads. This is our final strat. Just in case me and Lex get in trouble. The price is losing an ability forever. We can warp to any 2 spots we want. No range limit, like an emergency exit. She keeps explaining to Lagertha, but each rabbit hole only fits 3 people. So max, 6 people, can use this route. We gotta cut down our numbers, so pick your elite squad carefully. Your Majesty, I've made my decision. The main entrance leads to both the fortress and the deepest shelter. If we want to protect everyone, we have to secure an escape route out of here. The special ops team inside will include me, Ao, and Nadia. We're on defense, stopping any enemies trying to breach the fortress and taking care of the wounded. As for the external combat team, that'll be Ananta, Rupa, and Ruby. Ruby jumped. Bro really thought being a gecko meant he could skip work. Lagertha explained. The enemy has definitely poured all their resources into their main force to smash through the defenses at the entrance. So, for this final showdown, we're absolutely gonna need Ruby's power. Done dealing. Lagertha assigned tasks to Scar and Mo. You two stay back and look after the injured soldiers. Got it. This raid isn't gonna be a walk in the park. Everyone, gear up. Everyone filed into the 2 rabbit holes as planned. Once they were all in, the entrances sealed shut. The watch strap was busted. Blackfoot felt that since it was already in such a trash state, it'd be super hard to fix. But whatever. Honestly, she was actually pretty hyped, since the results went way beyond her expectations. After those brutal battles, his power has leveled up insanely. Get ready to come back to our big sis. Blackfoot dreamed of the day she'd touch the moon. Our dream is about to come true. She laughed while covering her mouth, looking straight up like a final boss. Scar saw right through every expression and move they made. The wind told me you guys have some shady motives. Whitefoot gave a gentle smile. So the queen has a mist beast subordinate. Did the wind really tell you that? Seems like you guys are salty about not fighting beside the queen. Huh, I won't deny that. But the queen's judgment, never wrong, because that thing is definitely a spirit beast. Blackfoot scoffed. What? It's a creature that's both a spirit and a legend. The power of the creation gods that built this world has no fixed form. But after a while, it evolved on its own into a spirit, one with its own physical body, and the ability to switch forms at will. That makes it a spirit beast, and a creature born as a spirit beast that becomes an avatar. It can rival the first 6 avatars. Ruby instantly morphed from a lizard into a wolf engulfed in flames. That happened, 'cause Rupa fused with Ruby to take that form. Even Ananta was shocked by their combo. On the other side, Biharon wasn't backing down either. He transformed too, with fire blazing on his chest and in his mouth. Ruby. Rupa glanced at Ananta. Ananta. Let's tag team this. I'm gonna turn them to ash right now. When they combined, Their power was massive, already red. Its body blazed even brighter. It used its claws and full weight to lunge at Biharon, decking him so hard his face nearly twisted. He quickly blocked with his arm, but he took a second hit, then a third, and the attacks just kept coming. Plus, that guy could only block, he couldn't fight back at all. To the supreme gods, a spirit beast born from an evil god goes by a different name. As far as I know, in this world, there's only one creature like that. Biharon finally snapped back, startling Ruby and Ananta. The red fire covering him before was instantly swallowed up by his blue flames. That blue fire grew bigger and bigger. It was the final strike, acting as the final shield for the manifestation of the wings. It's the wicked beast Biharon, just like Ruby. This dude is completely covered in blue flames. Is this his true power? For real? Ananta just stood there watching the whole time, listening without judging. Why would a warrior like you choose to follow Julio? Don't you know you picked the wrong team? Biharon was about to explain, but he straight up forgot. Damn it. Even though he said he forgot. His next sentence was, if Ananta wants to know the answer, then I'll show him how hard these fists hit. Oh. He's asking for smoke, come get some then. Bro, who's gonna get wrecked first? Me or you? They didn't even plan it. Just straight up locked in for the 1v1. Both were about to throw a punch when a massive light interrupted the fight. The final pieces for the world's atmosphere are all here. Julio ordered Biharon to get the hell out of here. Return to our pantheon. Julio carried Nadia in his arms and flew into the air. Rupa Ruby was shook by Nadia's current form. Actually, Sinunos is hijacking her body. Black blood dripped from her eye, making Julio panic. Sinunos explained, because her willpower is too OP. It's still a bit of a struggle, but her weak heart will soon shatter into pieces and merge with me. Ananta and Biharon were about to throw hands, but Julio cut in. Rupa Ruby looked at the girl who looked like Nadia but also didn't, lying in that guy's arms, and was confused. Even Ananta didn't recognize her right now. What kind of trick did that scumbag pull on her? The black dragon inside Ananta didn't really care about that. Whatever. It doesn't matter anyway. You cursed mortal. It's time to fulfill the pact. Submit to this rage that swallows everything. A red and black aura nuked the entire battlefield, followed by Ananta screaming at the top of his lungs. Sinunos immediately recognized the black dragon's energy and asked Julio, who is this guy? That's Ananta. A stupid human who only cares about revenge. But I never thought he'd be this much of a headache. You want to kill me, the audacity, keep dreaming. Even if the world ends right now, you won't get what you want. He spread 6 wings and fired 6 orbs straight at him. The attack pushed Rupa Ruby back instantly. Ananta and Biharon, standing in the corner, sensed something coming towards him and jumped up fast. Ananta had completely transformed into a humongous black dragon. He accidentally tail-whipped Biharon, because his real target was Julio. Inside Ananta's subconscious, the black dragon was trying to sweet-talk him. You cursed mortal. Submit to this rage that swallows everything. Ananta wasn't hearing any of it. Shut your mouth, don't talk nonsense. My rage has already peaked. The only thing in my mind right now is destroying you. Interesting. The little bird has finally grown its wings. This barren and desolate land is just a boring place. Anyway, it really suits someone whose head is filled with nothing but the desire to burn everything to ash like you. But you should be baring your fangs at someone else. You are facing a seriously overpowered enemy. Not like the trash mobs you've met before, and right now, you are being swallowed by the curse. Entering full berserk mode. You and him sworn enemies. Beef that goes way back. He's the incarnation of wings. Ananta thinks back to the first time they met. Back when he was just a kid. Just one shoulder check. One word. One move from that guy. That was enough to make him hold a grudge forever. Thinking about that deep hatred, Ananta immediately demands the Black Dragon send him back. He wants the 1v1. Black Dragon says, no way. But Ananta wasn't asking for permission, he was telling him, okay. Hold up. You getting high on that curse energy or something? Getting all arrogant, you fool. Know your place. With that cheap copycat power of yours, you ain't touching the incarnation of wings. Not in a million years. Ananta's salty, but he keeps his mouth shut, 'cause she's spitting facts. Guts without power is just useless ego. Is there anything more cringe than a weakling flexing? Bro is literally weak but acting tough. Ananta clutches his head. Totally lost. He went all out and still couldn't drop him. How am I supposed to get my revenge now? Stop being a wimp. As the vile god, my berserk power is right there inside you. That power can turn a basic mortal body into a bloodthirsty killer, also known as the incarnation of vengeance. Unleash that wicked energy, and you become a creature on par with the gods, basically a disgusting abomination. You saw it too. Right, those branches made from that creature's sacred treasure. That's the catalyst for evolution. It makes everything, even the grossest things, turn into an incarnation. So, here's the deal. Take the branch. Rebirth yourself into a true incarnation. Then I get a fresh new body and break out of this fantasy dimension. The power of the branch mixed with the vile god's curse. I'll reclaim my original strength and take revenge on the Black Dragon's descendant for you. Do we have a deal? She touches his cheek, whispering sweet nothings, and he accepts with a grin. But then bam, he chokes her out. Warning, revenge is my business. I'm not handing that over to anyone. Start the pact. Once I get my get back, this body is all yours. Take as much as you want. The Black Dragon pauses for a sec, 'cause things aren't going exactly to plan. The steps are a bit off, but if the result is the same, why not fine? Let's see how much you can handle. The clouds of death and calamity will guide you. As the subconscious pact wraps up, the Black Dragon grants him the juice. He blasts a stream of fire straight at Julio. That guy fires back instantly. Two massive energies collide, triggering a huge explosion in the sky. Sinunot, chilling on Julio's hand, is getting itchy. I ain't gonna be dead weight. I'm fighting with you. The incarnation of wings declares, then dives straight at Ananta. Black threads shoot up from the ground, binding Ananta tight. While she lands gracefully, a power surge blasts up from below, attacking Ananta. Looks like adapting to that body went pretty smooth. Huh. Senu note, obviously. But your power, still the same trash, she says, looking down at Ananta's scorched back. Julio raises his hand. I barely need to lift a finger. Before he could even flex his power, Ananta already collapsed in front of the incarnation of wings. I curse you, he screams, firing a beam of light from his mouth. Ruba and Ruby have split up. They're actually inside Ananta's body right now, screaming out. Ananta, can you hear me? Answer me? She looks up and sees this twisted mess floating above. That's Ananta inside there. He's being totally controlled. Body and mind. Part of Ananta's head is just gone. Up above, half of Juyo's wings are scorched too, because he used them as a shield. You stupid. Evil soul. Is that the limit of your curse, just enough to singe my white wings? Wake up already, suddenly. The sky above shatters like a mirror. Juyo orders Biharon to ambush Ananta from above. Bam! A massive punch right to the Black Dragon's back. Inside the body, Ruba and Ruby feel the shockwave too. The red sphere holding Ananta cracks from the impact and drops. Smash! Ananta is lying face down, motionless. Seeing that, Ruba struggles to stand up to help him. But Ruby, she's way faster. She shifts into human form and rushes to Ananta's side. I'll protect you, Master, no matter how many times it takes. Whenever Ananta is drained and falls, Ruby will always be by his side. She uses her healing ability on him. Every muscle fiber in his arm starts stitching back together, returning to normal. Outside, Biharon, Juyo, and Senunote gather in front of the Black Dragon's corpse. Senunote watches for a second and says, Ananta, the incarnation of vengeance, the one I've been watching all this time in Nadia's soul world, he's our enemy. Sure, but he's just a guy in pain after losing his loved ones, letting him die in peace. That's the mercy of the victor. Juyo freezes when he hears that. He's been awfully quiet this whole time too, making Senunote and Biharon wonder. This guy never shuts up. So why's he so quiet today? Juyo feels like something is off. He slowly lifts his hand. His fingers are turning black, and it's spreading to his palm. Did he get infected? The Black Dragon's curse. Suddenly, a surge of power from the Black Dragon's body shoots upward. Biharon has to dodge to the side. That light gathers into pure energy. Before anyone sees it coming, boom, a massive hole gets blown right through Juyo's head. Even he looks surprised. Out of that energy, an arm rips through, carving a path. Ananta is back to his original form. He's a bit smaller, but he's ready to throw hands. Senunot isn't worried about Juyo's head, but he's getting scared. They've been fighting this long, and Ananta just won't stay down. Biharon tries to rush in first, but gets blocked by a fox monster. Meanwhile, Juyo's wound is already healing. The second his eye regenerates, he immediately challenges Ananta. Over with Lex and Kwai. They're reporting the battle to their team. Current status at Leviathan Fortress. As of today, the incarnation of Wings has appeared. Among the attackers at Leviathan Fortress, the incarnation of Vengeance has engaged in a second battle against the incarnation of Wings. Once the outcome is confirmed, we will return to base. Just as Kwai finishes reporting, the battle between Ananta and Juyo turns into a deathmatch. Ananta shifts into his half-dragon form and flies up to face Juyo. He's down on the ground, absolutely livid, because Ananta keeps clowning him over and over. He's down on the ground, absolutely livid, because Ananta keeps clowning him over and over. You think I'm a joke? Senu note. Bro saw his squadmate getting triggered and stepped in before he did something stupid. That power, it's a one-way cursed ticket. Turns the target straight into a monster. Let it drag on. And you get swallowed whole. No coming back, just like Ananta right now. Senu note told Julio that dipping out is the best play. Biharon and that fox monster are still throwing hands 300 rounds deep on the side. Julio called Biharon over. Then Chop cut off his own rotting hand like it was nothing. Then he turned to Biharon. Our endgame. It's practically here. No time to waste here. Then he ordered the whole squad to fall back. Julio told Biharon to pop the gate. Bro listened and clapped his hands together. Boom. Instantly, the barrier cracked open a hole just big enough for them to slide through. Ananta saw the ops escaping and roared. Senunote stopped to give his old frenemy one last look, and said, Black Dragon, if you're that desperate to live, to the point of hijacking someone's body, we're bound to throw down eventually. Ananta charged up, spamming fireballs all around him. Senunote morphed back to his base form while talking, spreading his arms to tank Ananta's attack. Isasiu Nematona. A black barrier popped up and blocked everything. 0 damage. Another day. Another sunrise. The world keeps spinning. A figure walked up to the aftermath. The biggest takeaway from this mess, confirming the Black Dragon's curse has corrupted the winged incarnation. We still don't know how much damage that curse actually did to him, but judging by how he acted on the scene, Blackfoot's on the phone, updating the squad on the situation. It's safe to say he's nerfed bad. The fact they retreated so fast, that's the proof right there. Next up, I'm sending the damage report. Leviathan's non-combatant casualties, estimated around 3,000. Fatality rate is sitting at 97%. Only about 90 survivors. As for Leviathan's combat unit, estimated 400 people. Fatality rate 99%. 4 survivors and 1 traitor. Blackfoot got orders from the higher-ups to check on Ananta's status. The incarnation of bad luck. Right now. Ananta. He's back to his base form. Just sitting on a rock. Deep in thought. Right in front of Blackfoot. Ruby's right there too. Stressing out over him, Blackfoot confirmed he's safe. Ruby tried to rush in to comfort him, but someone snatched her up, taking down the enemy and forcing a retreat. That's a massive W. Blackfoot tried to hype him up, but I guess you don't see it that way. Huh. Ananta. Ruby suddenly shifted to human form in her arms, trying to run to him, but Whitefoot held her tight. Ruby wasn't having it. Let go. Aw. So cute. Are all divine beasts this adorable? Blackfoot put Ruby down and looked over at him. Ananta. Why not celebrate a bit? We barely clutched that win. You know, victory. Look at what's left here. It's just the screams of people who lost everything. Hope gone. Loved ones gone. As he spoke, flashes of the victims kept playing in his head. After all this fighting, I didn't take a single thing from him. Next time. I'm ending this for good. Blackfoot saw he was too tense, so she just pulled him into a hug. You're not honest with yourself at all. Sometimes showing the feelings hidden deep inside is actually pretty important. This move made Rupa blush and got Ruby totally heated. Must be tough being you. Ananta used his ultimate move, blowing into her ear. Barely finished before she elbowed him, flying out of the room. Whitefoot arrived just in time to stop things from getting messy. Blackfoot said, Exactly. You can't look down on what Ananta achieved, from defeating Sephiroth's number 2, to going toe-to-toe with the Guardian of the Wings, and even critically injuring him. Although Nadia's change was super sudden, but regardless, that desperate counterattack, that no avatar has ever pulled off, only you, a human, dared to do it. Ananta didn't look too happy hearing Whitefoot list his feats. I'm not interested in flattery. Just say what you want. Whitefoot kept smiling at him. Leviathan's main forces are still intact. We need to prepare a new base to gather our forces and guard against the enemy's second wave. Rupa wasn't really on board with building a new base right now, because Leviathan doesn't have any fortresses big enough to protect civilians anymore. If we can't avoid detection, it's all the same, there will be casualties. Whitefoot guessed things would go this way, so she had a plan ready. We propose an ideal location, suitable for all the survivors. That is the Blackfoot headquarters. Plus, to repay Ananta's contribution, we will reveal the truth about the avatar of the wings that you never knew. This info successfully caught his interest. Ananta looked at Whitefoot menacingly. If you're talking trash, you know how this ends. Whitefoot smiled a cruel smile he'd never seen before. The avatar of the wings. Guyo. His true identity is the final avatar, among the first 6 avatars of this world. The avatar of the Empire. A memory of an afternoon with the 2 of them on the beach. When I can't stand by your side anymore, I won't be sad at all. If there's anything I still linger on, it's that I can't give you my blessing. That was Ao's memory back when he was a swordsman. Now he's heading back to Juyo's base with Kisuga. The whole gang ended up meeting on the rooftop without planning it. There was a 2-horned girl standing next to a guy waiting there. Seeing Ao and the other approach, the guy turned to look. You only just barely escaped death. That's pathetic. Kisuga. The guy looked like a shark with a mouth ripped all the way to his ears. Kisuga turned green with rage at the dig. Ao quickly realized who this was. That guy used to be a candidate for the 5 Great Guardians. But just because he was hated, he massacred the 4th and 5th ranks of Sephiroth. The 7th seat got demoted. Kept pissing off the incarnation of wings. The incarnation of massacre. Chakat. Kisuga wondered why this guy was here. Isn't he supposed to be grounded right now? He just laughed and said, You asking, it's time to reshuffle the ranking. Right then, the shield behind him shattered. Juyo's crew is back from the battle. Kisuga spotted the wound on Juyo's eye and went pale with worry. What's with that wound? But she only got a cold stare from Juyo, so she kept her mouth shut. This invasion was meant to soothe Gahan's soul. It was supposed to be a total one-sided slaughter, but the ones in charge of that section of Sephiroth, they ended up facing death head-on. Even one of the 5 Great Guardians got critically injured by the enemy and had to retreat. Sephiroth's reputation has been dragged through the mud. Kyoga, since she got called out directly, she's been standing in the corner repenting this whole time. Cernunnos thought Juyo was being a bit too harsh on the subordinate, so he had to step in and stop it. Kyoga was totally shocked to see a familiar face. Cernunnos explained, She only ended up fighting me by accident. Isn't it a bit too cruel to punish her even more on purpose? Hearing him say that made Kyoga just grit her teeth in silence. Juyo agreed with Cernunnos though, 'cause he had a point. Sometimes, rewarding instead of punishing actually leads to better growth for the group. From now on, I will reorganize the ranks to recognize the achievements of our high-level spies, appointing Ao, the embodiment of swordsmanship, as the 6th Sephiroth, removing Uze, the embodiment of storms. From the 5th position, appointing Kakat, the embodiment of massacre, as the 5th Sephiroth, and for the 2nd position, which is currently empty, I appoint Cernunnos, the embodiment of magic, as the 2nd Sephiroth. My brothers and sisters, the moment for a new chapter in history is drawing near. Our journey to invade the land of the gods that lies beyond this world. As soon as the final preparations are complete, I will put an end to this long journey. Back to Ananta's squad. A massive golden orb lit up, and some bunnies were waiting there. 3 beams of light appeared. Ananta, Rupa, and Ruby were teleported somewhere. Whitefoot walked out with a bright smile to welcome them and introduced the place. This right here is the Rabbit Clan headquarters. Welcome to Labyrinthos. Rupa didn't forget to remind them that Lord Legetta and the others hadn't arrived yet. Whitefoot told her not to worry about that, even though it was a bit of a hassle. But after gathering the remnants of Leviathan in one place under Blackfoot's lead, we came up with a plan to bring them to Labyrinthos. Ananta asked, How did you pull this off? Since your powers are gone, Whitefoot confirmed that was true. Akubi Eze led the way. But with the Rabbit Clan's special teleportation magic, we could still make it happen. The reason I invited you guys is firstly because it was a request from our leader. Whitefoot led the three of them to the library to meet Serena. While Serena was busy looking for some books, Ananta thought she looked kind of familiar. This woman looks so familiar. Almost like she's the same person as those other rabbits. But then, Whitefoot calling out Big Sis cleared up his confusion. Serena finally stopped looking at Ananta and handed the book to the bunny next to her. Sorry. Meeting the real deal in person after only hearing stories about you. I almost didn't recognize you? Ananta couldn't believe it. How could someone this gentle be the leader of those rude rabbits? Serena confirmed it again, to make him believe her. I'm the one who dragged you into the Rabbit Clan's plan. Ananta was surprised she didn't hide the fact that, even though they were on the same side, they were still using each other for their own goals. Serena covered her mouth and giggled. Don't be so guarded. We're the same. Aren't we? She leaned in close to Ananta. Because we both have a common enemy that we hate, more than anyone else. Rupa saw Serena acting all flirty and clingy, and ignoring the main point. So she crossed her arms and snapped. Did you guys call us all the way to headquarters? Just to chat. Seeing that, Serena's face turned cold. Fine then. Let's move. The five of them went to a private table to talk business. Whitefoot gently poured tea for everyone. And Serena said, Please. Enjoy. Y'all ever felt this vibe? When you hate an enemy so much you just need times to know every single thing about them. It's like a total obsession. Ananta gets completely grossed out whenever he runs into a stalker type. Hate usually fades over time. Unlike you guys who are crazy strong, a weakling like me chose never times to forget. I wrote down his entire history. Enough to fill every single bookshelf in this room. The story I'm about to drop starts with the journey of a nameless incarnation. Picture a massive, endless desert. Someone's riding a camel. Totally hopeless. That camel was riddled with arrows. Took a few steps and then boom, collapsed right there. But the rider, they didn't fall with it. Smooth landing. They looked ahead and saw a figure slowly walking up. To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. In a room stacked with tech, a machine stood right in the center. Its mission, to transmit the ultimate fundamental principle and bring mass benefits to the human world. It questioned the creator. What is the purpose of executing the ultimate fundamental principle? A logic system independent from the outside. Maintaining the overall system to analyze consciousness and concepts in detail. It studied organic life forms to create emotions and an ego for the machine incarnation. That's how the nameless incarnation operates. It looked at the woman, pointing a knife at him, and thought, pointless. Because that little toy, it can't kill me. Shut up, you try anything suspicious. And I won't show mercy, don't move. He raised a hand to his face. Looking bored, he took off his mask. My fundamental principle forbids harming humans. Human female. The girl saw his face and totally freaked out. Behind that iron mask was a mechanical face. He asked for her name. Her name was Fiona. The first human the machine incarnation ever made contact with. Ananta was listening to this like, is this a bedtime story? He told Serena to cut the fluff and get to the point. All he wants is intel on Juyo. He came here to find a way to wreck him. He couldn't care less about the guy's backstory. Serena sensed he was losing patience. So she broke it down. The origin of the machine incarnation is where he started becoming the incarnation of wings. We need to exploit his weaknesses if we want to take him down. Please, hear me out to the end. I'm not trying to waste your time either. Ananta rolled his eyes and told her to go on. Serena closed her eyes and resumed. That night, the machine incarnation and the girl camped out in the desert. Fiona ate her fill. While he didn't need food. I have a query. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, considering human stamina, survival probability is extremely low. Why are you traveling? While injured, Fiona still wasn't used to talking to him. She was a merchant, trading with the desert tribes since she was a kid. She traveled city to city with her family, bringing water to those in need. In this massive desert, so many people need my family's help. But those greedy bandits didn't care. She flashed back to the massacre, trapped between her merchant crew and the bandits. Her family put their lives on the line, sacrificing everything just to cut a bloody path for her to escape, covered in blood and wounds. She dragged herself forward. Just her and the camel. Retelling the story to him brought back the trauma. And she just broke down crying. Seeing her tears, the machine avatar simply observed. The emotion you are displaying is the most primal human feeling. It is sadness. Correct. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let my savior see me in such a pathetic state. No need to apologize. Possessing emotions proves that you still have a self. That is a domain that a non-human, find worthy of research. She thought back to the stories about humanoid creatures he had mentioned. As a merchant traveling the continent, she'd heard of the 6 Senunote, Luna, Azidahaka, Yoga, and Alikot. Those names were common knowledge. But an incarnation of machinery, she'd never heard of that. What exactly is a machine? He raised a hand to explain. It is a device powered by energy, designed to execute assigned tasks. You could say it is a precision tool created to achieve specific goals. I am a servant of the machine god, the ruler of creation and destruction. I was created to bring civilization to humanity. I am no divine being, but an artificial entity. My core principle is to bring widespread benefit to the human world. My mission is to guide humanity to a higher stage of development. Fiona sat there, listening to him yap, understanding absolutely 0% of it. Seeing her confusion, Bro decided to give a simple demo. He stood up, walked a bit away, and placed his palm on the sand. A blinding light flashed. By the time she regained her vision, a massive pit had appeared right in front of her. Observe. If there is no water, we simply create it. Instantly, a massive geyser of water shot up from the bottom of the pit. Using groundwater detection and seawater desalination technology, the people of this desert will never thirst again. Fiona, I will assist you in bringing prosperity to the people of this land. What happened right before her eyes was purely mind-blowing. Even though his explanation went over her head, she started to get the picture. You really are my savior. To the unfortunate souls lost in the darkness, God appears as the light. But to the souls living in the light, he appears in the form of a human. 1 year later, at the desert city of Ocean, a unique archipelago packed with merchant ships and bustling beaches, a crowd was waiting for Fiona's ship to dock. Look, leader, Fiona's ship is coming. After adopting the civilization and technology from the machine avatar, the desert region prospered insanely fast. Fiona, who tapped into water sources to create lush oases and sold desalinated seawater, was raking in massive profits. In just over a year, she became the #1 merchant in the desert. The ocean archipelago is always buzzing with energy whenever we visit. Everything looks stable. Right. Iron Mask. Iron Mask was the nickname Fiona gave to the machine avatar. Since trade with the outside world has spiked recently, infrastructure like roads and ports can't keep up. Fiona didn't really get what he was saying. The oath of vengeance. Those who commit crimes must face severe punishment. It fits their sins in every scenario. It all started with that oath that the special zone leader dropped at the council meeting. Fiona thought this was total nonsense. That oath was supposed to protect everyone from those trash outlaws. So why is it holding back the special zone's growth now? The machine avatar broke it down. To survive in this wasteland, those who steal lives and loot property are called outlaws. The special zone banned anyone with even the slightest tie to them, but the number of outsiders way outnumbers the people inside. We could coexist. Yet you chose to draw a hard line between friend and foe. If punishment isn't used for the greater good, but just for revenge, then humans will never stop slaughtering each other. Right now, we desperately need manpower to drive the special zone's growth. Opening the gates to the outlaws seems way more practical. Accept them. Use them as workers to expand our production base. Fiona cut him off instantly. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. I'm always grateful to you. It's thanks to you guys that this land developed at all. Over the past year, not just me, but everyone here owes you a debt. I'll be counting on you in the future too. But if you help times them asterisk, who will answer for the hatred of my dead family? The machine avatar just didn't get it. Because the dead can't speak. They can't produce any results of value to human society. All that mattered to him was the living humans he could observe. His words made Fiona snap right there in public. No, those monsters who slaughter innocents without blinking aren't even human. Fiona couldn't forget the pain of losing her family to those outlaws. A machine just can't understand the human heart. Before, Fiona could notice the glitch hidden inside him. The machine avatar's fears came true. The outlaws grouped up and launched a full-scale war. Someone's ahead, ignore them, push forward. Kill and loot anyone who stands in our way, wipe out every single bastard in that special zone. The machine avatar raised his hand. Divine will. What binds me? The definition of a human. I want that answer right now. A system looking like a gun barrel manifested from his palm. Power surged from it. One shot was so broken it made the invaders literally vaporize. He dreamed of shattering those illogical chains and unleashing his true self. Inside the city, the civilians had no clue what was happening. They still thought the outlaws were charging in. "Run, get out of here. Fast." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "Where are you running? You're leaving the kids and elderly behind." It was Fiona. "Leader, we have to fight those outlaws. They've hated us for ages. They won't stop until every single one of us is dead." But some people just wanted to give up immediately. "Surrender, only a coward would say that." "Then what are we supposed to do?" Fiona stepped up to calm the crowd. "Don't be scared. Everyone, this land is a paradise that we built with our own hands. A place filled with our blood, sweat, and tears. So why hand it over to the trash that took our families' lives? Let's fight. We're gonna wreck them with our own hands. Let's fight and win." Fiona's pep talk worked instantly. The villagers were all hype. Suddenly, a massive light blasted from behind them. Fiona realized it was power radiating from the machine avatar. Over by the machine avatar. After he wiped out those outlaws, he left nothing but a huge, deep scar in the sand. He put his mask back on just as Fiona rode up on her camel. Fiona saw the aftermath and couldn't believe her eyes. No way. All the outlaws' iron mask. "Did you kill them all? Did you seriously do this?" The machine avatar looked at her. He felt something familiar. "Just like when I first met you. Is that fear?" "Fiona, I was lucky to meet you right here on this land. Because I have basic questions about the Creator's basic principles. What is a human? When the world splits, avatars and humans. I've always wondered about humanity's nature. Like your kind used to say, humans don't kill each other. Now, I will start a journey to find the definition of a human." The machine avatar gently placed his hand on Fiona's shoulder. "Yes. You freed me from this rigged setup. I'm free." Meanwhile, somewhere else, a cat girl saw the whole scene play out. Through her scope, she chuckled softly. "Gotcha. Traitor of the world." Right after, the machine avatar left Fiona without looking back. For a long time, he wandered endless roads with no destination, analyzing the feelings he felt, and realizing something. Suddenly, he realized the feeling was joy. But doubt hit him fast. What gave him this joy? To find the answer, he blended into the human world again. The machine avatar settled in different lands to spread tech and civilization. He led humanity to prosperity, and was worshipped as a god for years. But it never lasted. Over time, it faded to dust, because the places he stopped were totally different from the world where he met Fiona. But as always, humans hated and hurt each other. Good people lived in sorrow, crying and suffering. Killers aren't human. They're just things shaped like humans. Just like what Fiona did. Everyone who saw this treated him like a savior. "A human, why worship me? Kill one person. You're a murderer, but kill a million. You're a conqueror, so killing everyone makes you a god. Oh, noble one. What is your name?" "I am." "Your name? Why do I remember this?" The machine avatar quietly left humanity, heading somewhere else. He just needed some time to think. In a place with 0 people. And then, right in front of his eyes, Luna, the incarnation of magic, has appeared. Luna is drop-dead gorgeous with that hair, cat ears, and those heterochromatic eyes. She holds an umbrella over her head, walks up, stops, and chants some spell. Suddenly, countless rays of light burst out. The incarnation of machines is shook, absolutely floored. Is this super advanced spatial transfer tech? What's even more surprising is how can that entity possess such massive energy? The surrounding space shifts completely, filled with towering bookshelves everywhere, probably rivaling the world's largest library. Luna speaks up. "Nice to meet you. I am one of the first 6 incarnations." "Luna, the incarnation of magic. This is the first time I'm meeting you in person, so I'm actually pretty hyped. How about you?" "Incarnation of machines," he replies. "I am also one of the first 6 incarnations." "So then, big sis, how should I interpret this sudden invitation depends on the context." He slowly raises his hand, but before he can finish, a voice cuts him right off. "Welcome back. Did you have any trouble while you were out?" Luna glances at the bunny-eared girl walking over. "Can you bring some decent clothes for our guest to wear?" Serena, she instantly drops her jaw in shock. "Say what? Serena is your name. Right, Serena replies. Yes. I used to be a young maid serving Lady Luna. He asks, so, are you avenging your master? No. She is my family. Someone more precious than anyone else in this world. The incarnation of machines gets changed, looking like a total CEO boss now. He follows Luna. Looking around, what a strange place. I cannot measure the scale of this place with any tech I possess. Luna calmly replies, obviously, this is the Labyrinthos maze. A multi-dimensional information construct, a treasure trove of knowledge, where every piece of info, since the birth of the world has been recorded. Thinking of it as an infinite magical space would be easier to understand. He says indifferently, but nothing here interests me. When do you plan to send me back? Luna continues. Labyrinthos is a separate dimension, detached from the world. No one enters or leaves without my permission, so I suggest you don't overthink it. I am a librarian, entrusted to manage the maze by the god of magic. You aren't dumb enough to choose to fight right here in my territory, are you? The incarnation of Machine's face goes dark. Totally gloomy. Even though his face was already dark to begin with. You are making a mistake. I will not be bound by anything. I am freedom. Even the will of the gods cannot shackle me. Luna looks up at him with a face that says, I could not care less. She pulls a book off the shelf. I have no intention of debating your beliefs. Is that why you killed humans? The incarnation of Machines answers. Murderers are not human. My basic principles define human nature that way. I see. Then can you take this and step aside? As she speaks, she hands him the book she took down. You Machines are truly pragmatic. No wonder I kept feeling uneasy. Turns out our conversation isn't going smooth. He opens the book to read and asks, what is this? Luna replies. The real reason I invited you here. Check it out. It's an ancient book documenting the world's horizon since day one. Plus, it breaks down the OG functions of the relics that we're holding right now. The second all 6 relics link up, a sprout's gonna pop up and become the world tree. He was like, why are you showing me this? Luna poked his chest. To enlighten you. Obviously. I've got the power to see the future, not long from now. All 6 relics are gonna merge into the world tree. It'll descend with a horizon, wiping out every single life form on Earth. Total apocalypse, but I gotta stop it. No matter what. If you help me out, I'll give you whatever you want. The machine incarnation asked her, do you even know what I want? She didn't hesitate. You want to be human, don't you? I figured that out because of all the crazy powers you've got. Space manipulation, teleportation, prophecy. No incarnation has ever been this stacked with abilities. Actually, scratch that. Your real power is creating new abilities yourself. Luna chanted a spell. Machine incarnation shook like crazy, almost losing his composure completely. Luna laughed. When I first met you, I wasn't sure how this would go down, but this, not bad at all. The machine incarnation shrunk into a mini version. He looked at his hands. What the? Luna explained. Special occasion. I'm imprinting that power onto your body. Aisha Idun. The power to shapeshift. It imposes the concept of a child that I perceive onto you. Like you said, I'm stacked with abilities, so I've been watching the first 6 incarnations for a hot minute. Some blend in with humans. Others rule over them like you. But unlike them, you ditched your assigned role and mission. And you've spent more time studying humans than anyone else. Like it's your whole life's purpose. The machine incarnation went silent. Froze for like 5 seconds. Didn't say a word. Luna asked. What's up? Not gonna deny it, he finally replied. I've got a lot to say, but I can't deny what you saw. Still, that's not enough to explain why. You want to recruit me? Sis. What do you actually want? Luna grinned like a fox. Win-win deal. All I want is a team-up. She placed her rose headband on his head while she spoke. Look at you. Cute as heck. Luna made a deal with the machine incarnation to stop the event she foresaw. A fusion of magic and mechanical power. Magitech. Luna had her own schemes cooking, and she needed the machine incarnation's power. 1 year later, the machine incarnation was back to his tall, original form. He was crafting something. Luna walked up. Looks like it's almost done. Huh, how'd the crafting go this time? He held up a small orb. The previous abilities took a lot of trial and error to stabilize, but now it's pretty much perfect. Luna looked at the orb. A Magitech orb. Turning ability into mechanics. That's gotta be the hardest power to create. You did great. Serena. Take it. You did great. Serena. Take it. Serena got totally jump-scared. Shaking as she stepped forward, she carefully raised both hands to catch the orb. Alright. Now, let's think about where we're gonna go. The orb led the way. And boom, blinding light everywhere. Realizing the surroundings had shifted, the machine avatar spoke up. This place is. Luna replied. Besides Serena. You're the first person to ever step foot here. This is the outpost built to stop the descent of the World Tree. Welcome to the moon base. It looked like a magnificent castle. Just missing the roof. Smack in the middle sat a ginormous telescope. It pointed straight up, aiming at Earth. The machine avatar looked up. A plan from someone who can see the future. Is actually pretty interesting. The idea of turning authority into tools using the 6 Magitech orbs. I was able to upgrade my combat specs. But telepathy. Spatial teleportation. The powers you wanted seem kinda useless for fighting. But I still want to ask one thing. What exactly is the future you saw? Luna answered. The future belongs to a realm that can't be reversed. Once it's decided, there's no turning back. Before recruiting you, I searched for allies for ages, and even tried sharing my prophetic abilities with one of the 6 avatars, the avatar of Warrior Rao. I thought since he had the strongest faction, he'd be on the same page as me, but the answer I got was totally unexpected. She recalled what Rao told her back then. I get what you're worried about, but unless there's a clear sign, I can't just listen to your vague prophecies, the machine avatar questioned. Vague prophecies, Luna explained. I can't see the future clearly. When I forecast something, it's not a prophecy, just a prediction. Only those with a clear will to act can make it a reality. That nameless avatar with the strange wings. My plan is to detect his arrival early and stop him from stealing the god's artifact. The powers you doubted are for emergency situations. I want to ensure this child survives. Saying that, she patted Serena's head. The two gazed at each other with deep affection. The machine avatar. Development of the Magitech orbs ends here. From now on, I'm assigning you the task of operating the moon base. Investigate the winged avatar from here. It's time you fulfilled your promise. The machine avatar stepped into a magic circle. Light shone down from above. Luna cast the spell to grant him a human form. This technique works on the Asia Idon principle. I will engrave that authority onto your body, so you can activate it whenever you want. But hey, why do you want to be human anyway? The machine avatar closed his eyes and replied, when I achieve human form, I'll tell you. Luna conjured a magic circle right in front of him. Then I'll be waiting. The reconstruction began, transforming the machine avatar's body into flesh and blood of a human. Luna and Serena both widened their eyes in surprise. Luna was so shocked she stuttered. This is... No way. That form? Don't tell me you're the one in my prophecy. The machine avatar had now fully transformed into a human. Wings sprouted from his back. Oh, light, as he spoke. Beams of light instantly bound Luna and Serena. Big Sis, the incarnation of machinery, doesn't want to become human. He was aiming for something even higher. I've realized the rule to bring freedom from this world. I will spread my wings of light, illuminating the path for the whole world, becoming the wings that carry freedom. Chuyo, the incarnation of wings. He reached out, extending his razor-sharp claws, hooking right into Luna's right eye. Serena screamed Luna's name, her face drenched in tears. Chuyo held her eye up, laughing sinisterly. I will advance to the other side of the world and be the one to reclaim freedom and dignity from the gods. Serena watched Luna being strangled by the intensifying beams of light, her heart breaking into pieces. She screamed. No, Juyo glared wide-eyed at the weeping Serena, a mess of snot and tears covering her face. I'll take the magic orb. He reached his hand out. Luna mumbled. 2. Akbi. Guide the way. The blinding lights on Serena suddenly snapped, and a spatial circle appeared. Serena vanished. Immediately after, Juyo stood staring at the empty space before him. Thanks to her, I could easily suppress you like this. 2 incarnations of different species, but with strangely similar energy. I know you transferred most of your power to Serena, so it's very likely her role is a backup plan to maintain Labyrinthos in case of an emergency. Luna smirked. You don't know a thing. Emotions exist for the ones we love. She lay down on the ground, her eyes becoming lifeless. Juyo pointed a finger forward, manifesting a speck of light. O light that wishes to exist, we must constantly evolve to escape the lives of slaves, obeying the customs and rules of the gods, even without knowing why. He was now fully dressed in trousers and a tucked-in shirt. Looks like a total Chad. But his personality is absolute trash. Today, right here, I will end my past self. As he spoke, he looked up toward Earth, back to the present. Serena placed her hand on the book, and that is the origin of the incarnation of wings. Rupa and Ananta were shocked after hearing it. Ananta asked, "So, you want to avenge your dead master, but other than scouting, you have zero talent, and your subordinates are just pitiful rabbits. You're just the leader of a dusty old library. And then you found a dog in a similar situation to yourself, so you wanted to lure and use him. A coward who dares not face death, and you're talking about revenge." Serena's face remained emotionless. "Just as you said, I am a weakling, timorous, clinging to life and afraid of death. So I stayed silent all this time. That day, after losing Luna, I fell into utter despair, only able to cry helplessly. But not long after, that sadness turned into rage. Luna was like a parent to me, the one who raised me, an orphan with nowhere to lean on. And she even shared her power to turn me into an incarnation. Shortly after that, I was able to completely fulfill her role. During that long period, I honed both my power and knowledge, fueled by hatred for Juyo, and I am determined to use the legacy Luna left behind to take revenge on him. Hello, my little sisters. We must take revenge. Please become my strength. Please fulfill my wish." Whitefoot walked over to Ananta holding a box. He wondered. "This is," Serena replied. "The magic orb has been transformed into a machine that can seal the Uberman authority. The power source of the incarnation of wings comes from 6 magic orbs. If we use Uberman, everyone can neutralize, nullify all his powerful authorities. And, of course, that includes the evil god's authority inside you." Rupa was shook. "You mean Ananta can actually go back to his original body?" Ananta grabbed the orb, looking absolutely savage like he was ready to throw hands. He and Rupa left. Ananta asked, "You got something else to say to me? The rabbit said your teammates will be here in half a day. Just get some rest." Rupa stayed silent for a sec, then spoke up. "Ananta, after you get your revenge, what are you going to do?" Ananta replied coldly. "I don't know. I've never even thought about what comes after the revenge. If I had to choose, I'd just want to visit my sister's grave one last time." He thought to himself, "But with the time I have left, I probably can't even make that small wish come true." Rupa put her hand on his shoulder. "Sounds like a plan. Remembering your lost family, and moving past the pain to stand tall again. That's not bad. Right, with the rabbits. You could actually live a normal life." Ananta showed zero emotion. "None of your business. Don't meddle in my affairs. Bro is so cold." My God, Rupa froze for a few seconds, then said, "How is it not my business? Teammates are people who stay by your side, support each other when things get tough, and solve problems together. Someone you can trust with your life. Anytime. Anywhere. That's why I can't just leave you alone. Because you're my teammate." Sis was saying all this with her face red as a tomato. She is definitely down bad. Ananta's eyes went wide looking at Rupa. She looked back at him and continued. "Before I met Lagartha, I was one of the spirit beasts tamed by Juyo. Even though I was super young back then, for some reason, I don't remember anything from before that. Lagartha said I was trapped in that time. It was this dark, damp cave. A space so massive you couldn't even see the ceiling. Inside, tons of spirit beasts were imprisoned and kept together. I was one of them too. Once every month, he would show up in front of us and force everyone to kill each other. Everyone around me just wanted to take my life. Juyo's goal was to turn the spirit beasts into monsters through those death matches. I didn't want to become a monster, to survive that terrible loneliness. I chose to become a lone beast. Then suddenly, the cliff wall exploded. Lagartha and an army walked in. The soldiers shouted, "Your Majesty, the excavation is complete." Lagartha said, "Some of you stay here and keep watch. The rest of you, come inside with me." As they entered, a barbaric scene appeared before their eyes. Bones of beasts were everywhere, Blood splattered all over the place. Lagertha was shook. "This is horrible," the soldiers suddenly screamed. "There's something over there." Everyone got into position. A wolf slowly stepped out, growling and looking terrifying. Its eyes were glowing red like car headlights. The soldiers all raised their weapons, ready to fight. Seeing that, the wolf got even more enraged. Lagertha noticed something. "This avatar," she ordered. "Everyone, stand back, don't worry. She's just scared. Lower your weapons. Now, Avatar of the Wings, we are not your enemy." Lagertha threw her sword on the ground and slowly approached the wolf. "We're here to talk." Before she could finish, the wolf swung its paw and slammed her into the ground with a loud thud. It roared, opening its mouth wide like a cave entrance. The soldiers were freaking out. "My queen." "Stop," Lagertha shouted. "I am Lagertha Einhir Yar, Queen of Leviathan. I'm here to liberate the spirit beasts that have suffered, under the Avatar of the Wings. If you aren't his minion, you must have been through hell all this time. Listen, raging beast, if the one your sharp fangs are aiming for is my enemy too, then I'll accept you as a lifelong companion. Tell me your name." The wolf's eyes widened in surprise, then shifted into human form. "Back to reality," Rupa continued. "That was a first for me. I never relied on anyone. Always fought solo. Yet someone reached out and asked me to be their teammate. Their friend. Maybe that's why I can't just ignore you. Because you look dangerous." Ananta thought of his sister. Remembering the moment, he cradled her lifeless body, crying his eyes out. The reason he saw that as natural was because he didn't want to lose anyone precious again. Didn't want to feel that pain. So weak. That's why, no matter how hard I try to push people away, they always ignore it and get closer, entering my life. He looked at Rupa. Seeing Ruby had already jumped onto her, he walked closer, stood in front of her, leaving his sentence hanging, and the others too. Silence for about 5 seconds. Then he called her name. Rupa was so shocked she stuttered. Did you just call me Rupa?" He placed his hand on her head. "Thanks. Somewhere else." Nadia knelt on the ground, covered in dirt, looking absolutely wrecked. She kept her head down. "Been a while." "Huh, it's burning up." "Is all of this my blood? Why do I have to suffer like this?" "Because you don't want anyone to be sacrificed." A voice rang out from someone with her exact face, while she could only stand there helplessly. Nadia looked up, eyes dead. "Just like you." "Right," the other one frowned. "So I hope you won't repeat my mistakes." Years passed, and the Avatar's life became nearly immortal. Even now, I can't forget the image of those who died in my arms. Life is just that short and weak. In the end, all that's left for you and me is sorrow. I don't want to kill you. Nadia, understand and accept me. Understand. And become one with me. And then I'll build a world where no one gets hurt. Just for you." Nadia muttered a spell, and vines suddenly shot out, twisting together, thrusting straight at the other. Nadia touched a vine. "Me understanding you, that's never gonna happen. But I can sympathize with you more than anyone." Cernunnos watched Nadia transform. Surrounded by wrapping vines, she grabbed a branch as a weapon, walking slowly toward Cernunnos. Cernunnos finally revealed his true form as a monster. "What a pity. Why push yourself to this state? Is it the will to live?" Nadia answered bluntly. "No, it's my will to never lose to you. Bye now." Her whole body had turned into a treant. On a lush green grassland, Cernunnos sat on a stone slab, legs crossed, eyes closed. He walked up and spoke. "I came to report some things, but it looks like you're not in great shape." "Sir, you still fighting for control over the body with Nadia?" She smirked. "You care about that way too much. Don't you?" "Oh right. You're the one who stabbed her in the back. If Nadia happens to regain control, you'd be the most awkward one here." Ao sighed helplessly. "How could I not times care? I'm used to being hated anyway. It's just that, after hurting her, I only knew how to run away. I never got the chance to say sorry." Xenon went silent, then reached out to take Ao's handkerchief. "Guess I was a bit too harsh. Thanks for the gesture. So, what did you come find me for?" "Summoning order from the incarnation of wings." Ao replied. In the center of the castle, a huge crowd had gathered. A massive wrapped sphere was floating in the air. Blackfoot held a megaphone, smiling broadly. Everyone, please follow me. I'll guide you to the treatment facility, and the accommodation right here. Your Majesty the Queen. Welcome to Labyrinthos. Serena stepped forward politely. I am Serena, leader of the Earth Nation. Lagartha continued. I want to express my deepest gratitude to you for saving the survivors. Leviathan will never forget this favor. Rupa jumped out and hugged Lagartha around the neck. Welcome. You've worked hard? Lagartha froze up at Rupa's over-the-top emotion. Thank you. Rupa, watching this. Ananta's expression softened into a faint smile. Losing his usual poker face, they sat around a large table. Bernhardt heard something that shook him to his core. No way, he's one of the first incarnations. The incarnation of machinery, Lagartha glanced over. It sounds hard to believe, but the proof is right in front of us. She looked over to see Whitefoot holding a plate with a hand on it. Serena spoke up. I know you want to destroy the incarnation of Wings, but even if he's not in his best state, due to the curse, Leviathan hasn't been able to locate his hideout for years. Where is he right now? Ananta suddenly popped up behind them like a ghost. The moon base. The place where the incarnation of magic passed away. Serena lowered her head. That's right. Lady Luna is resting there on the moon. Julio and the Sephiroth are also there. She placed a paper on the table and unfolded it. Everyone, I'm about to brief you on the invasion plan for the moon base that the Earth Nation has been preparing for a long time. Serena cast a spell on the paper, making 3D images of the locations pop up. It was seriously trippy. The moon base was originally a type of surveillance tower, used to observe the world. Since it's a facility that can grasp the global situation in a blink. Other than Labyrinthos, there's no way to avoid detection. That's also why Leviathan's secret base was exposed. After being taken over by Julio, it expanded into 10 sectors, turning the moon base into a massive fortress connecting them all. Ananta asked, how big are those sectors? They're on par with a nation's capital. Bernhardt spoke up. 10 sectors the size of a city. That matches the number of Sephiroth. Lagartha asked. Is it just a coincidence? Serena replied. It's no accident. The current moon base was redesigned by Julio. Think of it as a magic formation manifesting the world tree into reality. As for the Sephiroth, they are elite saplings he's nurturing, and only the single chosen branch can grow to become the world tree. The goal of the moon base invasion plan is to stop Julio's ritual. And Sephiroth, now I'm gonna lay out the detailed strats for the invasion. Over on Julio's side, a massive dragon is staring him down. You say you'll help me escape this solitude, incarnation of Wings. Are you trying to insult me? Julio is persuading the Lord of the Abyss. You are truly noble, even with the power to destroy the world. You live a life unbound by anything. I, Julio, want to praise your free will. A dragon thinks to himself. His tone sounds like he thinks he's some higher being. Julio continues. The one standing in the sky is the loneliest at the peak, while your soul rests at the lowest depths. Only I can truly understand that. At the castle hall, a mermaid-like lady scowls and speaks up. What's the deal here? I came here 'cause of Lord Julio's summon. But why is the second seat standing there? Ao replies. The incarnation of Wings summoned him privately. He ordered me to gather all Sephiroth and pass on instructions to everyone. Another guy says, doesn't sound like him. Does it? The incarnation of Wings is usually strict about hierarchy, but giving responsibility to a newbie, instead of destruction or abyss. Does that mean a rank shuffle is coming for a low tier like me? This is some spicy drama, Cernunos shouts. Silence. All of you. You lot only climb to the position of incarnation, thanks to the branch's power. So just focus on the master's will. The mermaid lady gets triggered. A terrifying monster appearing behind her back. Second, Sephiroth. Are you dissing me? She has absolutely zero chill. Countless eyes appear above, staring down at the crowd. Stop it. Sir Nunos. The eyes crawl forward. We've already lost nearly half the Sephiroth. The unity of the crowd gathered under the belief in World Horizon is shaking. I won't tolerate any talk that causes chaos. Relay the incarnation of Wings orders now. Biharon looms large, looking super salty. Sir Nunos says, in 4 days, we will cast World Horizon on this moon. The medium will be me. Branch of the incarnation art. Sir Nunos. All Sephiroth will stay at their bases, ready to counter the enemy attack. A Sephiroth asks, enemy attack. Who could possibly infiltrate this moon base, even with spatial teleportation like destruction? Finding this hidden place is impossible. Ao explains. According to the incarnation of wings, remnants of the incarnation of magic are backing the enemy. Not only do they have a base we can't breach, but they also possess the power to warp into the moon base whenever they want. The guy is totally shook. What, that sounds completely broken, the mermaid lady says calmly. Let them come. I don't care how many. Even if you losers fail miserably. I'm enough on my own. Ao stands with hands behind his back. Looking down, this is worrying. The unity of the Sephiroth relies on the absolute presence of the incarnation of wings. Without that, they're just uncontrollable monsters. Could it be that the damage from the curse is worse than I thought? Meanwhile, Blackfoot is beaming like sunshine, waving at Ananta. So this is where you were, I missed you so much. Out of nowhere, bam, Rupa's hand smashed right into Blackfoot's face, blocking her from rushing over to Ananta. Ananta watched the scene, totally speechless. Girls are just a mystery, Blackfoot pouted, acting all salty. So rude. Boys won't like you if you act like that. Rupa frowned and fired back. And a tactless girl like you, yeah. Zero appeal. Ananta stayed quiet the whole time, just smiling. He and Rupa exchanged those fake, overly friendly stares. Blackfoot's eyes went wide. She realized the vibe between Ananta and Rupa had shifted. Is this what I think it is? While I was gone, those two actually got closer. Then, Rupa started nagging Ananta. You're doing too much, always complaining about me. As he walked away, he snapped back. What are you yapping about now? Get lost. Blackfoot quickly chased after them, yelling, Wait for me. With the civilian evacuation totally secured, the Queen personally went to inspect the people. I wonder if she's pushing herself too hard. Anyway, where is everyone heading? Ananta replied. To a place where we can go wild without holding back. We're meeting the stubborn one who insisted on joining the front lines. In 4 days, Whitefoot was standing up ahead, like she was waiting for them. She turned her head and said, I've been waiting for you. Ananta, thanks for accepting my request. Flashback to a village engulfed in flames. A young Ananta was holding his motionless sister tight in his arms. Whitefoot walked over, crouched down with a smile, and said, Hey, little human, I have a question. Why is there such a massive curse aura here? Did you do something to get yourself hated? I'm curious. How are you even tanking an aura this intense? Right now. Your body is basically an avatar. Can I hear the story from the sole survivor of the endless disasters in this village? Oh, forgot to introduce myself. I'm Hayan. Are you a sacrifice of the wings too? Rupa looked at Whitefoot in shock. What the that form is? Blackfoot explained. Asiri Dun. The power to change a target's appearance. You heard my big sister mention it. Right? Rupa asked. So, Whitefoot has been hiding her true form this whole time. But why? Originally, Sister's role in Rabbitfoot was an agent specializing in intel and infiltration to extract dangerous info. While Rabbitfoot was tracking Julio, she accidentally ran into Ananta, Sister Whitefoot, who was always obsessed with curse power. Wanted to use Ananta's ability to bring him into our plan. After that, her role switched to being Ananta's support. To stay low-key, she changed her appearance. Ananta stood facing Whitefoot. Been a while. You finally decided to reveal your true form. Whitefoot ignored the small talk and asked, You remember my condition? Right, Ananta replied instantly. Of course. In the upcoming battle, you want to prove you can handle your duty by fighting me. Right, if you win, I'll officially request your master to add you to the moon-based strike team. Blackfoot, you get the situation. Until one of us can't fight or dies, you're the witness to this battle. Blackfoot froze, looking at Whitefoot. Seeing her sis nod, she finally spoke up. For this battle, I, Blackfoot of Rabbitfoot, will stand witness for you both. She thought, no matter what, I trust you. Cisnout. Whitefoot gripped the orb tight. Ananta's arms morphed into the limbs of a literal monster. Claws out. Razor sharp. He pounced straight at Whitefoot. She used rabbit arts. A rabbit avatar popped up. She jumped, dodging Ananta's move instantly. Manifestation of the rabbit. Ananta frowned at her. Then, she dropped the boar arts. A massive beam of light blasted Ananta, making him skid across the ground. Manifestation of the wild boar. Whitefoot stood there, dual-wielding orbs. Ananta, let's be real. Your attacks are never gonna touch me. Ananta lost it. Furious red aura flared up around him. Is that mouth just for talking trash? He rushed her like a madman, but she dodged everything. Smooth. Rupa stood there watching this free action movie. Eyes wide, shocked. She actually dodged all of Ananta's attacks. No way. Blackfoot's face was tense. That's not just luck. This is my sister's true power. The ability to turn danger into visual data. Danger sense. When her real body syncs with her power, nothing can touch her. Whitefoot held her orb out front. Illusion art. Manifestation of the python. Giant snakes appeared, wrapping tight around Ananta. Rupa muttered darkly. Nope. The battle with Ananta went beyond all predictions. Fire erupted violently right in front of Whitefoot. She was shook, eyes popping out of her head. Ananta sprouted 2 wings, destroying the snakes instantly. He blitzed towards her at godlike speed. His face didn't even look human anymore. Whitefoot squeezed her orb and screamed, ready to clash. Boom! Ananta slammed down. Dust everywhere. He flashed past her, smashing the ground to pieces. Whitefoot froze. Why did he stop? Ananta stood up. If you just kept dodging like a coward, I would have killed you ages ago. But I saw a warrior, ready to face death. Hey, I've always hated your guts. You know, since the day we met, you always hide your real feelings. You're miserable, but you fake a smile. Suddenly, he grabbed her face hard and yelled, You want him dead. Don't you? That bastard Juyo made your precious family suffer. You're dying for revenge. Right, flashback to when they were kids. After rocking Blackfoot to sleep, she turned and saw Serena sleeping in the chair. The power to create clones. I am the first clone born from Big Sis's power. To fulfill her wish. Revenge. Manifestation of wings. Whitefoot walked over to wake Serena. My lady. Then she saw Serena dreaming, calling out Luna's name, tears rolling down her face. When I was small and clueless, I just hoped her wish would come true soon. But hoping doesn't solve a thing. The enemy is so broken we couldn't handle him. We went undercover, investigating and allying with anyone who had beef with Juyo. And for that, we needed an agent who could storm into any hellhole. That's my role. I am the tool to make Big Sis's wish come true. Just an emotionless trinket bringing luck to its master. As long as you don't suffer, even I don't matter anymore. But you truly loved me. Back to reality. White froze up when she saw Serena. The shock was so real, she dropped both orbs she was holding. Serena walked over. Why did you do this? Haven't I always told you? That, in any situation, the safety of you two comes first. White turned and hugged Serena tight. I've resented you so much all this time. Why must we live only for revenge? Why do we always have to suffer? If you created us to fulfill that wish, then from the start you should have treated us like emotionless tools for your goal. That would have been fine. So why did you teach me how to love? Ananta spoke up. White risked her life fighting me just to protect you, so I hope you'll let her join the fight. Serena yelled. Don't talk such nonsense. I can't push this child to her death just for my revenge, White said softly. Big Sis, please let me go with Ananta. I want to fight, even if it kills me. Because as long as you exist, you'll never escape the pain of that day. A world where you don't suffer is my only wish. As White sobbed uncontrollably, Rakel put a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Ruby felt heartbroken watching her cry. Rakel suddenly put Ruby down and went silent. Flashback to the past, when she was brought before Lagertha, an incarnation child. That's the kid saved from the Eastern Incarnation territory, the soldier replied. It seems her entire family was slaughtered by the incarnation of wings. Maybe the shock was too massive, so she can't communicate yet. She might have closed off her heart too, Lagertha ordered. Ow. Protect that child. Ao placed a hand on the kid's head. Hello, cutie. I'm Ao. My friends call me the incarnation of swordsmanship. Can you tell me your name back in the present? Rakel sat on the ground, burying her head in her knees. Ruby saw something was off and walked over, transforming into human form. Hey kid. What's wrong? Why haven't you said a word this whole time? But Rakel stayed silent. Ruby suddenly had an idea. Rakel sensed something. She looked up to find Ruby sitting right next to her. Ruby smiled smugly. Well, warm. Right. If things get tough, Just tell Ruby. I'm super gentle. I'll comfort you through anything. Rakel let out a single sound. Ruby asked, "Ow, that was someone really important to you." Rakel couldn't speak the words clearly. Inside her head, flashbacks of being locked up in that terrifying place are flooding back, making her cry. Meanwhile, Ow gives her an ice-cold stare, and she just falls silent, lost in thought. Ruby stands up, hands on her hips, all determined. All right, Ruby is going to ask Ananta for help, so you can finally meet Ow. And you're coming with me, she grabs Rakel's hand. Don't worry about a thing. Okay, Ruby promises to make your wish come true. Serena addresses the group. For years, we have been monitoring activity at the moon base, and we've witnessed a strange phenomenon. It happens during a total solar eclipse. Every single time. Right at the moon base, we record a massive energy spike. Something we've never seen before. Energy from every base starts converging. All of it heading straight for central base number 2. It stays active for a certain amount of time. Then poof, it disappears. Us, at Rabbitfoot Squad, came to a conclusion. This is a test run for World Horizon. Everyone was absolutely shook. Lagerda asked, "This phenomenon is tied to the moon base infiltration plan." "Right," Serena replied. "Bingo. Based on the energy readings observed, at each base, it's a dead ringer for the energy radiating from the World Tree's branch. If every base acts like a power source, it's definitely the power of the Sephiroth." Bohan spoke up. "In other words, to make World Horizon a reality, the enemy forces are going to be spread thin." "Right." Seeing Serena stay silent, Rupa started panicking. "So when's the next total solar eclipse? 4 days from now?" Ananta asked. "Is that D-Day?" "Yeah. In 4 days, we're going to attempt a massive spatial teleport. Straight into Central Base, 4 on the moon." Lagerda was confused. "Can't we just warp straight to Central Base 2, where they're doing the ritual?" Whitefoot explained. "Can't lock the coordinates. So it's a no-go." Rabbitfoot's teleportation tech has 2 types. Small scale for under 4 people, and large scale with no limit on the head count. Unlike small scale, where the user can move freely, large scale only works on coordinates Serena has actually visited. The original coordinates of the old moon base. "We can only mass warp to Central Base 4, Serena continued. "Also, since I'm the only one who can pull off the large-scale warp, I need my siblings there to trigger it. Once the whole gang is here, the invasion force will warp to the moon base. Then, those 2 need to secure our escape route. They'll set up the large-scale teleport device. That's literally our lifeline. Meanwhile, Ananta and the rest will capture Central Base 4 and 3, then push to Central Base 2 for the final boss fight." They all agreed. A centralized strat. Minimize contact with the enemy. Blitz them to win. Ananta looked up at the 3D map floating in the air. Julio was there. Serena put her hand on the table map. "We can't pinpoint the enemy right now, so who knows what's going to happen. This really is the endgame. A war where we play every single card we've got, and there's no do-overs. So I need everyone to prep hard. With the time we have left, the only way we catch a dub in this battle is if Ananta successfully takes down Julio." Ananta sat quietly in his room, picking up a small orb. He just stared at it. The demon behind him surfaced and started yapping. "Sealing authority. Luna authority. The audacity. I didn't think you'd hide something like this. You cursed mortal. You still clinging to that fragile hope. Soon, your body is going to be mine. Don't forget. If you want to beat the winged avatar, you gotta unleash your full power. If you even think about using it once, I'll hijack your body and wreck it instantly." Ananta's voice was ice cold. "You don't need to worry about that. I beat Julio for revenge, then steal my body. You planning on living a lonely future like that? Bro got offended or something, opening his mouth as wide as a cave, screaming his lungs out. "You scumbag, I'll never forgive you. I'm gonna rip your soul and body apart and humiliate you." Ananta smirked, wiping the blood streaming from his nose with his hand. "It's a deal then. I've got no way out anyway." 4 days later, everyone gathered at the center of the castle. Rupa chirped up. "Everyone's waiting on you. Ananta, not gonna give a pep talk? They're all counting on you for this big battle, so your words would really help." But Ananta's gaze remained ice cold. "A pep talk? I don't really know everyone gathered here. We're not blood related, and we don't have any special bond. Besides, I don't think I'm special enough to lead a life or death battle like this." Blackfoot turned to Whitefoot. That is so not Ananta's usual style. Ananta continued. But I can promise one thing. I will definitely win and survive till the end. We are the ones who'll take the win. I'll prove it in this fight, he shouted, raising his clenched fist high. Everyone shouted in unison, showing their resolve. The final battle begins. A blinding golden light flared up like the halo of the Buddhas. In a flash, Ananta's group arrived at a new location. Ananta looked around. Is this the moon base? Whitefoot placed a hand on the long decayed wall. This place was abandoned, so it's totally wrecked. But it's just like Big Sis said. Bohan was speechless with shock. No way. How could humans build something like this? They all gazed toward Earth. Nobody's gonna believe our story right now. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out. Ananta jumped, turning back to see Rupa's eyes wide with surprise. Are we really on the moon? Wait. How can we breathe though? Blackfoot pointed. Maybe thanks to that thing, that is. Whitefoot answered. The relay station. It's an energy transfer device installed in every moon base. It circulates the power of the tree to maintain the environment for the whole base. Each Sephira protects the relay station at their own base. Rupa asked. But why is there no sign of anyone here? Whitefoot replied. More than half the Sephiroth have been defeated, so it's hard to operate the whole system at once. Looks like this place is abandoned. Blackfoot, set up the teleport device. Quick. Lagartha spoke up. Some of you stay to guard Blackfoot. The generals and I will take point. Ananta, you hang back and save your strength. Ananta strode toward the gate like a god. Let's move. Time to warm up. The path from Central Base 4 to Central Base 3. Bohan led a group, including Rupa. Weird. It's way too open. Did they not notice we broke in? Whitefoot looked tense. Don't let your guard down. We don't know where or when the enemy might pop up. Rupa asked Ruby. Hey, you still keeping your human form and covering your face with that cloak too? Ruby stammered, unable to answer. Rupa asked again. You feeling sick? Seeing that, Ananta turned back to look too. Lagartha suddenly pointed ahead. Look, an exit ahead. A passage was glowing with intense light. They continued until they reached a towering spire. To enter the danger zone, one must be worthy. Lagartha was stunned. That voice. What a masked figure stood before the tower. I'll help you test just how worthy you actually are. Lagartha shouted in rage. Why'd you snake the team and side with Juyo Ao? Slowly drew his sword. Teammates, don't make me laugh. You lot were just war buddies to me. Nothing more. Get him. As he spoke. Suddenly, a horde of monsters burst from the ground. They rushed Lagartha's crew like maniacs. Ao thought. This army? Powerful beasts waiting to be buffed by the branch. Ananta. I don't care how cracked you are. You can't solo this entire horde. Drain your stamina to save the squad, or save your strength and let them die. Make your choice, just then. Rockleet threw off her hood. She swung her flaming staff high, creating a magic circle. Every monster charging into it screamed in agony. Ao was shook. What the turns out. Raklet and Ruby had fused bodies. She glared, calling out Ao. Rupa gasped. Raklet, why are you here? Lagartha shouted. Forget that. Rupa, focus on the fight. The rest were charging in. The monsters were swarming like ants. An endless wave. The squad raised their shields instantly. Bohan swung his axe, cleaving them. One shot. One kill. Tarkin smashed his mace down. Crushing skulls. Everyone was locked in, fighting like beasts. Suddenly, Rupa looked up to see Ananta blitzing forward at godlike speed. He dashed straight at Ao, then slowed to a menacing strut. Sword in hand, letting a kid step onto the battlefield. Have you lost your mind? Ao scoffed. Spotting Rakleet next to Ananta, he clapped back. She's standing here to follow her own will. Don't you dare insult that resolve. Speaking of which, I still owe you one. Come get it, I'm settling the score in blood. Ananta was talking about that time Ao put a sword straight through his chest. It's never too late for payback. Ananta ripped his cloak off with a powerful swing. Ao raised his blade, crouching low into his battle stance. They clashed instantly, moving at the speed of light. Rakleet watched. Terrified, Ananta and Ao were trading blows. Suddenly, Ao's sword shifted form. It morphed into a long Urumi whip sword, slashing Ananta relentlessly. His face went dark. He launched a palm strike straight at his enemy. Ao winced in pain. Forced back. Ananta kept the pressure on. Ao ducked with insane reflexes. Then unleashed his skill Raptor's Claw. A vicious slash tore through the air. But then, his eyes went wide in terror. Ananta's thunderous punch connected bam, right in the face. Ao was sent flying. His mask shattering. Ananta stood tall, speaking calmly. Last time we fought, I was actually impressed by your relentless swordsmanship. Even though I wasn't at my peak, your skill was undeniable. But now you've gotten weak. Ao sneered. Haha. Getting cocky. Aren't we? Your blade is full of hesitation. Meanwhile, on a distant branch, a dark silhouette appeared. Elena threw her head back, making strange noises. Ananta looked up, confused. Bird calls at the same time. Ao heard it too. Elena's smile flashed through his mind. He ripped off his glove, revealing a half-burnt crest. What do you know about me to run your mouth like that? You just vent your feelings. Ao roared, unleashing his ultimate art-soaring raptor blade. You'll never understand the burden I carry. Ananta frowned, summoning sword arts, so that's his true power. Across from him, Ao commanded the flying blades with mastery. They tore through the air, screaming towards him. Ananta leaped up and punched straight into the storm of blades. But then, Ao grabs the sword from the ground and triggers Raptor Strike. He rockets into the air. He swings Khalid Bulg right at Ananta's arm. Ananta turns around, shocked. His hesitation. It's gone. Ao spreads his wings and soars. If you think you can win without going all out against me, that's a huge mistake. Ananta. Ananta grins. Fine. Warm-up is over. Ananta morphs into his black dragon form. Bring it, I'll crush you into dust. Ao's face gets serious. Finally using your full power. But that's exactly what I wanted. He uses Raptor Strike again and dives straight down. Ananta counters instantly. Gungnir. The whole dimension shakes violently. Both of them grit their teeth, fighting against the recoil. Crack. The sound echoes. Ao's sword snaps in half. Ananta seizes the chance and strikes Ao, frantically throws up a sword barrier to block. The blades dig deep into Ananta's right arm. But he doesn't stop. He uses his other hand and punches Ao right in the face. Bam! Ao gets sent flying. Jacqueline screams his name in terror. She instinctively tries to run to him, freaking Ruby out. Don't go, Jacqueline. But she's only worried about Ao. Meanwhile, he's hyping himself up. Get up. Ao, why are you just lying there? I haven't finished my duty yet. Ao's vision blurs. He sees a bird flying closer. It lands on the ground and walks toward him, stopping right by his side. Suddenly, Elena transforms into her human form. Her face is full of heartbreak. Ao smiles and whispers her name. Ananta is stunned in the distance. That manifestation. He watches the wings slowly wrap around Ao. Is she the master of the branch you protect? Ananta mutters. A manifestation, no. An evil god. Ao steps out from the protective wings. Not an evil god. She is the one who led the Knights of the Birds of Prey across the skies. The manifestation of dawn. Elena, the proud commander of the Raptor Knights. Ao remembers a flashback with Guzo. Since more than half of Saphira has been destroyed, I have no choice but to take over operating the intermediate towers. You won't stay at Central Base 2, correct? To stabilize the horizon, the world must maximize the energy usage from the intermediate towers. So I will use everyone who is granted a branch. And I'll station Elena at Central Base 3. Ao hears this and screams in rage. Didn't you promise? Guzo looks at him sternly. I haven't broken my promise. I said if you complete your spy mission, I wouldn't dispose of the incomplete failure. Elena. And I ordered you to support her. The last Raptor Knight. Back in reality. Golden energy explodes violently. Elena casts radiant reflection over Ao's body. Ananta is shook. Is that healing authority? No. Ao whispers. Sorry. Elena. I made you use your power. Ao looks up at her. But you never blamed me. Not even once. I have to... He grabs his mask and slowly puts it on. His body transforms instantly. Atone to you for the rest of my life. Whoosh! Ao shoots into the sky. A sword beam flashes. Ananta's eyes widen in horror. Slash, his left arm gets chopped clean off. Ruby and Jacqueline scream his name. Ao speaks arrogantly. Our hunting style is fast. You'll be dead before you blink. Ananta scoffs. Try me. Just then, countless sword tips materialize. Ao activates, flying swallow sword, linked swallow bond style. Ananta roars in fury and flies straight up. Ao charges to meet him. A barrage of sword lights rains down on Ananta. He just swatted them away with his bare hands, but damn. He didn't see that sneak attack coming from behind with a sword. Ananta let out a roar of pain. Ao saw his chance and rushed in instantly, jumping right on top of Ananta. It's over. He swung his fist down with everything he had, sending them both crashing to the ground. Elena was absolutely terrified. She rushed over to check on them, but what she saw left her completely stunned. Raklit bit his lip in anxiety. A moment later, the dust and smoke cleared up. Ao's mask had fallen off and rolled away. He coughed up a huge mouthful of blood in pain. There was a massive hole in his stomach where Ananta stabbed him. Suddenly, Ao swung his arm up. He unleashed his ultimate skill. Predator Bird. His eyes were ice cold. The sword beam shot straight for Ananta's chest, but he blocked it just in time with his gunner skill. The impact was so heavy it shook the whole area. Dust and smoke blinded everyone. A blurry figure emerged from the haze. The ground beneath them had completely caved in. Ao spoke up slowly. No matter how immortal you think you are, if your heart gets hit, regeneration consumes a massive amount of energy. He looked down at his severed arm. So, your secret technique has been exposed, Ananta replied calmly. I won't leave an opening like that twice, but I gotta admit, that was a sharp strike. Just then, Raklit screamed out, Ow. Don't. He threw himself into Ao's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Ao gently wiped away his tears. Please forgive me. I truly saw you as my most precious friend. I'm sorry I have to say goodbye again. Raklit looked at him with lingering sadness. Suddenly, Ananta asked, Any final words? Ao replied slowly. Juzo isn't at Central Base Number 2. At that same moment, the final monster was taken down. Lagertha and Bohan looked at it coldly. Ao was the only one left, trudging off in one direction. Elena, we have something to tell you. A memory of sword training suddenly flashed through Ao's mind. Back then, his teammates were there too. They all gathered around to watch him and Elena spar. They were perfectly matched. Then suddenly, Ao sped up and dashed straight at Elena. Her eyes went wide in panic as she tried to raise her sword to block. But in the end, she had to admit defeat. Even so, she still had a radiant smile on her face. Ao couldn't help but blush looking at her. The next second, a sword beam suddenly shot towards him. Elena successfully bonked him on the head. And just like that, the training session ended. Then one day, Ao walked proudly into the hall. Juzo had been waiting there for a long time. The ceremony went smoothly. Ao officially became the Predator Bird Knight. He smiled, looking down at the stands, searching for Elena, but when he saw her laughing with Daytot next to her, his face instantly darkened. Later on, the Night Order's flags fluttered in the wind. The crowd gathered behind Juzo. At the signal, they all spread their wings and took to the sky. Together, they surrounded a monster. Suddenly, a sword flashed. Ao landed a critical hit right on the monster's head. It immediately collapsed to the ground. Ao arrogantly stepped on its corpse, then instinctively looked in a certain direction. That was exactly where Elena was standing. Later, she and Datot got married. The two of them held hands intimately, watching the sunset together by the beach. Elena's face was filled with happiness. Ao stood watching silently from afar, then couldn't help but smile too. That same day, Juzo came to find Knight Captain Ao, the most outstanding genius since the founding of the Predator Bird Knights, to praise your superior ability. I will grant you a portion of my power. From that moment on, a mark appeared on Ao's hand. Scene changed to late at night. Guzo summoned everyone to the spot, calling all members of the Bird of Prey Knights. Elena couldn't help but wonder, why did you bring us to a place like this? Suddenly, a dark shadow stepped up to him. You all arrived at the perfect time. The crowd started buzzing. Who's that standing behind Lord Guzo? Is that an incarnation? The very next second, a ferocious growl echoed out. The monster threw its head back and roared at the sky. Then boom, it suddenly raised its claws and unleashed a strike. slamming straight down right where Elena was standing. She was about to counter. But someone else flashed in. With just a single slash, Ao easily decapitated that monster. Clean cut. Elena's eyes went wide in shock. Ao asked with pure worry, "Is she okay?" Once that was handled, Elena stepped up to make her report. In accordance with Lord Guzo's summons, the entire Bird of Prey Knights division has gathered here, but Vice Captain Dot is currently Dot. Guzo cut her off. "If you're looking for your lover, he's right there in front of your eyes. He failed. That guy was desperate to reach the peak of the Knights. But in the end, he couldn't handle the grace of the wings." Hearing that, Ao froze in his tracks. Then he cracked a smile that looked more painful than crying. Suddenly, Guzo raised his voice. "Do not fear. Knights of the Bird of Prey have the courage to prove your worth. Even if you transform into incomplete entities, you will be reborn as powerful incarnations. To fulfill my ultimate wish," Elena screamed in rage. "Knights of the Bird of Prey, destroy the enemy before us," Ao frantically shouted. Stop, but it was too late. His teammates were all slaughtered by Guzo's magic power. Even Elena couldn't escape it. Ao panicked and ran toward her. "No. No way." He stared at Guzo, with pure venom. "I see rage and hatred within you. Ao, will you turn against me too?" The seal on his hand suddenly glowed, causing Ao agonizing pain. "It seems Elena is very important to you. I'll give you a special opportunity to choose. A chance to save her life. The outcome depends entirely on you. No matter how much suffering the result brings, do you have the courage to face the consequences of that choice?" Elena's smiling face flashed over reality. Ao choked back tears and said, "Please, forgive me. It was my own greed that turned you into this. On your wedding day, I'm sorry that I couldn't congratulate you with a sincere heart. I regret that I didn't pray for your happiness. Even now, I still regret it so much." Elena slowly reached out to Ao, then pulled him into a full embrace. Ao opened his eyes, trembling. When he closed them again, a tear unconsciously rolled down his cheek. Finally, a burst of yellow energy erupted, enveloping both of their bodies. That night, Ao was forced to make a choice. Elena was saved, but she was no longer a knight. Her body was transformed into a massive bird. Guzo spoke coldly. Even Captain Elena of the Bird of Prey Knights couldn't withstand it. The power of an imperfect branch only reaches this level. Ao choked up, begging him, "Please, change her back to how she was. I cannot. Do not turn away from the consequences of your choice. She is now an ugly, failed creation. She has fallen and become a vile god. So the only option is elimination, so we don't lose the branch." Ao screamed frantically, "No, please save her. If you can save her, I'll do anything, even if I have to trade my own life." 11 years later, a torch was lit. Ao returned to visit Elena. Guzo slowly walked up to him. "Welcome back. Ga Quan, you totally aced the mission this time too." "Nah. Wait. I should call you Ao now. Right. Not just giving up your name and looks, but even your past with the Raptor Knights. I'm really hyped to see how you perform as a spy coming up." Hearing that, Ao suddenly uses a torch to burn the sigil right off his hand. "To complete the mission perfectly, you gotta win the enemy's trust. Please don't forget our promise." "Sir." Back to reality. The smoke fades away. Ao hangs his head in agony right next to Elena's body. She was gone from the start. Lagertha sighs. The deity Ao tried so hard to protect, lost her life after using all her power to save him, even though her eyes are closed. "Ao. You idiot," Ananta speaks slowly. His last words were that Guzo isn't at Central Base Number 2. Burhan frowns. "This is a mess. Looks like our original plan is getting flipped. Don't know what trap he set. But sticking to the plan is our best bet. Even if Guzo isn't at Central Base Number 2. It's still the main route linking all bases." Rupa looks at Jaclete sobbing and asks, "But what about Jaclete? Shouldn't we send her back to Blackfoot first?" Lagertha, just as she's about to say something, a massive noise echoes out. Someone shouts, "Your Majesty, look at that." The heavy door in the distance opens. Lagertha gasps. "Damn it." Ananta curses in frustration. "They baited us out in the open. Let's move to the next base." Now, if Guzo isn't at Central Base Number 2, he's definitely plotting something. The ritual is somewhere else. Not where we predicted. Ananta's eyes suddenly darken. Whatever's waiting ahead, I've got a seriously bad feeling about this. Everyone follows out. But the magnificent scene waiting there leaves them stunned. Is this central base number 2, just as said? The glass barrier cracks and shatters completely. A spatial rift appears. Rupa gasps in disbelief. That is, Ananta glares at Gyuzo's silhouette inside. There he is. Move it then. Clashing sounds keep ringing out. The whole squad makes it into the base. Biharon greets them. I've been waiting for you. Sacrifices of the twin wings. Mo warns loudly. He's the strongest spear user. Ananta quickly transforms. I've been looking forward to fighting you too. Biharon shakes his head. No, it's not time to end this yet. He suddenly claps his hands together. Golden energy beams shoot out everywhere. Ananta grits his teeth. The ground beneath them cracks open. Spreading wide, the crack opens into a deep abyss. Everyone panics. What the? Next second, they lose balance and fall straight down. Burhan is the first to open his eyes. He looks around in shock. He's the only one there. This is... Where did everyone go? Suddenly, something flashes in front of him. Then it shoots straight at him, exploding violently. Biharon explains calmly. This is the execution ground. As he speaks, a monster appears. Meanwhile, Kakashi looks arrogantly at Taken. The loyal subordinates of the Twin Wings are waiting for you. With Rupa is Kisugoga, in a terrifying centipede form. With Jackleet as a giant bird. Give this fierce battle everything you've got. Just then, a water pillar shoots up from the sea. Leviathan looks coldly at Ananta. And prove your worth. Left flank of base 3. A sword points straight at the sky. Lagertha screams at the top of her lungs. Fortsagazart. Instantly, a blinding light blasts out from the monster horde opposite them. They roar like crazy and rush in all at once. The warriors on our side lock in. Brows furrowed, showing pure determination. Everyone form up, protect the queen. Her Majesty Skoll draws her bow. No time to worry about anyone else right now. But is everyone safe, Your Majesty? You gotta trust them. Me, I don't believe in gods or demons. I only trust my own body and spirit. I only trust myself and my squad. Meanwhile, over on the right side of base 3, Bohan stares at his hand. Stunned. This attack. His eyes go wide. No way. What is that form? It's a bear's body, fused with machinery. That build is broken. The enemy bear has massive ice spikes on its back. It stomps once. And boom. Ice spreads everywhere. The ice shoots straight at Bohan, creating a direct path right to him. The bear throws its head back, roars savagely, and suddenly lunges at Bohan. He's forced to step back. I don't have any family love for you. Out of duty to our bloodline. I'm taking you out myself. The bear keeps charging. Bohan raises his axe fast. And he viciously slashes the opponent's chest. The bear screams in pure agony. Suddenly, the patterns on its belly light up. Bohan squints. On high alert. Then, the bear suddenly spits out an orb. That thing shoots into the sky at insane speed. At the same time, right side of base 2. Kisuoga is slowly crawling around the cliff. Rupa shouts in a rage. Oh, you gonna just watch like a coward until, when fight me fair and square? Don't get it twisted. You think I'm doing this because I'm scared of you? I just want to enjoy watching you tremble in fear while you slowly die. Rupa suddenly throws a palm strike. Kisuoga scoffs, looking down on her. The one I really want to crush is someone else. But you're good enough for me to vent on. You friend of that damn deer, hey, what the hell did you do to Nadia? Don't get cocky and cross the line. Kisuoga instantly uses her corrosion skill. But no way. A split second later, Rupa dashes in. She lands a massive punch right in her gut. Kisuoga roars in fury. You trash. But Rupa calmly spins her body, fast as a tornado. No way. Even without transforming, I heard from the fortress survivors. Even unarmed civilians got slaughtered by you. Indiscriminately, you filthy servant of that centipede bug. Rupa transforms while shouting. It was you, you damn insect. She leaps at Kisuoga instantly, then chomps down hard on her head. The enemy screams in agony. Get off, I said, get off me, you idiot. They both crash down to the ground hard. Kisuoga barely survives that. But the very next second, she hears Rupa's voice, grinding with hate. Just you, you're the only one I'm gonna slaughter with my own hands. No matter what. Meanwhile, left side of base 2. Fresh blood stains the ground everywhere. Tatkan is hunched over, panting like crazy. Then he suddenly collapses. Ka-Cat laughs. Enjoying it. What's wrong, tired? Trying so hard to save your friends. But you'll die anyway. I'm just starting to get hyped here. And now it's your turn to go. Tatkan pushes himself up. Ignoring the enemy's taunts. I only know one thing. Seeing his grit. K-Cat praises him. That's it, that's right. That's how it should be, Tatkan thinks to himself. In the name of the fallen, you don't get to die until I say so. I'm taking your head. This meathead is gonna go down in history. Thinking that, Tatkan raised his mace and swung it wildly at Ka-Cat. Tatkan started having flashbacks. My fading past. The homies who went through hell right beside me. My beloved queen. But that blurry image suddenly got slashed to ribbons. Back then, Tatkan was down bad. Looking up in shock at Juzo standing right there. He's the monster who ruthlessly took my queen's life. And when he was done, he just turned around and walked away. Tatkan's eyes were filled with pure terror and despair. But that faded past. It ended right there. But in that frozen moment, someone unexpectedly stepped up. Lagertha brought the light back into his life. Those memories came flooding back, fueling him with power for this fight. Right as he launched a savage attack. Ka-Cat. He's the definition of a breakthrough. But his razor-sharp blade got blocked instantly by the mace's handle. Tatkan swore to himself. Who dares stand in my queen's way? He swung his mace with everything he had at the enemy. The mace slammed straight into Ka-Cat's face. He was determined to crush everything to dust. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bohan's tough helmet just shattered. He was lying sprawled out on the snow. His weapon snapped in two. He thought to himself, that power is actually insane. If that hadn't missed. The bear in front of him was still ready to throw hands. Bohan's eyes locked onto the crystal embedded in its body. Both of them roared and charged at each other. The mecha bear charged across the cold snow, but Bohan immediately slapped it away. He followed up with another hard slap. He frowned, realizing something. Just as I thought. Boosting the body with mecha parts. At first glance, the power gap looks massive, but because of that massive weight, the speed gets nerfed hard, and the strategy of using divine weapons, his specialty, is basically sealed off. That's why Bohan quickly hopped back. Dodging the enemy's punch, the crystal on that mecha bear wouldn't stop glowing. Bohan realized it instantly. It has to constantly use the divine weapon to cool down its overheating body. It definitely isn't thinking about the consequences. A technique that uses its own life force as fuel. Are even your loyal subordinates just throwaway pawns to you? Bohan roared in fury and shot forward like a bullet. He clenched his fist, ready to throw a haymaker. The mecha bear's eyes went wide. It couldn't dodge Bohan's punch in time. The machinery on its jaw shattered completely. Bohan was about to keep attacking. But suddenly, the mecha bear stuttered out two words. Duh. Dad? Hearing that, Bohan froze in his tracks. A strange light flickered in his eyes. And then, the mecha bear buried its sharp claws right into Bohan's stomach. Time seemed to stop. He just stared down blankly at his wound. He immediately jumped back. But he lost his balance and collapsed. Bohan lay there on the ground. His eyes were full of pain, staring into nothingness. Snow was still falling from the sky. It reminded him of another cold winter night. Back then, Bohan had a stomach wound too. Tosca was sitting right there beside him. He unconsciously reached out and called her name. Forgive me. Tosca didn't answer. She just held his hand. Back in reality, the divine weapon on the bear's back was burning up violently. It let out a horrified roar. Bohan silently summoned his weapon. He gripped it tight. He stood up and let out a massive roar of his own. The mecha bear growled, machinery hissing in its throat. Bohan slammed his axe right into its head, screaming in pain. It opened its mouth wide. Then it bit down hard on his shoulder, but Bohan just hugged it tight. Heartbroken, he whispered. Even though she's gone. Your mother always loved you with all her heart. Meanwhile, Juzo stood in the shadows, coldly ordering the bear, ignore those empty words. The mechanical bear's reactor, it's restarting. A blinding red light flares up. Bohan whispers softly. That is what the artifact told me. Son. In the next life, please call me Dad again. Suddenly, Bohan's vision blurs. All he sees is the snow. falling endlessly. The bear's artifact freezes their bodies solid. Bohan holds his son tight, refusing to let go. I hope you find peace. Resting in the arms of family, Kakat takes a mace right to the skull from Tat Kan. He slams him deep into the ground. Bam! He raises his other hand, ready to follow up. But Kakat suddenly bares his razor-sharp teeth. He lunges up to counter. Kakat moves like lightning, tearing straight through his bicep. He chews it up with delight and swallows it whole. Blood starts gushing from Tat Kan's open wound. A stream of crimson light flows into Kakat. He's hyped, absorbing that fresh energy source. Tat Kan analyzes the situation. Sweating. Offense and defense combined. He buffs himself and heals using the enemy's blood. Plus, he has a combat talent supporting him. This guy definitely has power. Rivaling the strongest of the 5 elites, Kakat suddenly rushes him. He's too fast. Dual blades dancing, Tat Kan ain't backing down. He swings his mace to counter, but his attack gets blocked easily. Kakat growls. Keep this up, and my blades will get dull. Slash. He cuts right through one of Tat Kan's eyes. He squeezes his eyes shut in agony. After trading blows, he's starting to lose ground. Blades clash with the mace, making a sickening, heavy thud. But suddenly, Kakat's weapon shatters. He immediately throws a punch at his opponent. Tat Kan's face is getting wrecked. Kakat just laughs, loving every second of it. Seizing the moment, he swings his remaining blade. Slash. A massive gash opens up on Tat Kan's chest. He grits his teeth, fighting through the pain. Kakat presses the advantage. He lands a dozen slashes on Tat Kan. He cackles wildly. Don't zone out on me now. But that laugh doesn't last long. Tat Kan suddenly smashes his mace into him. Kakat coughs up blood. Tat Kan is consumed by pure rage and resentment. He's chosen the path of no return, burning his own life force. This is what he always wanted. Kakat reassures himself. That's not a true ability. That stubborn ox is just forcing out the power of an evil god. Interesting. I like strong guys like you, but only when you're weaker than me. Of course, he lunges at Tat Kan like a starving tiger. But Tat Kan suddenly stands tall and spreads his arms wide. Kakat nimbly jumps to dodge the attack. Then, he opens his maw, revealing those jagged teeth. Tat Kan hastily blocks with his arm. His face twists in agony. He swings a heavy punch at Kakat. He inhales the scent of Tat Kan's blood and bursts out laughing. Chewing and swallowing it down, he spreads his arms to absorb all the opponent's blood. Tat Kan suddenly throws a right hook at him. Kakat quickly dashes back, then launches himself into the air. He aims for Tat Kan's bicep and chomps down. Rup. A chunk of flesh gets torn off. Tat Kan suddenly grabs him by the throat. Kakat struggles, trying to break free. Tat Kan slams him into the dirt. Then he follows up with another massive blow. Kakat screams in pain. Tat Kan lets out a roar and raises both hands high. He mercilessly brings down a critical strike on Kakat. Struggling to block every hit, he realizes too late. This is the worst possible matchup. The more that Meathead gets hurt, the stronger he becomes, and the more I heal using his blood. It just fuels his power even more. I have to defend with everything I've got until he burns himself out. Kakat suddenly remembers Juzo's words. Your nature. You only want to trample on the weak. That just proves you're the weak one. He gritted his teeth in pure rage. Tat Kan suddenly froze mid-fight. A terrifying mass of miasma was gathering right in front of him. His eyes went wide. A shark burst out of the ground and sent him flying. Kagat raged. This is humiliating. I can't believe I have to go all out against these nobodies who aren't even the Wings elites. Elsewhere on the cliff, the battle was intense. Rupa quickly jumped back, dodging the enemy's attack. Kisuoga, furious and helpless, gritted her teeth. Too fast. He blocked everything. Rupa rushed in and shouted, "In your dreams? Moron." The killing intent was suffocating. Kisuoga screamed in fear. "Stay back." Rupa used a blood seal to slice her into 100 pieces. She scoffed. "Tch. Pathetic." Kisuoga trembled but retorted, "Stop flexing. You think trash like you is on my level." Suddenly, Kisuoga's head exploded, and her body melted away. Rupa instantly went on guard. She heard a hiss. "Playtime's over. I'm gonna rip you to shreds. This world has one unchanging truth. There can only be one at the peak. That brilliant light draws the strong for all sorts of reasons. Those seeking meaning, those holding on to love, those aiming for the top, and those who submit out of fear. But Kaget, he's smart and calculating. He wants to secure his spot right below the peak. The day he becomes the leader's right-hand man isn't far off. But then, one single mistake happened. He got careless, took a hit, and was left with a permanent scar and a ruined reputation. But Kaget's nature never changed, trampling the weak, shaming the losers, destroying the helpless. That's the path of power he follows, right now. He's going all out to crush Takan. Takan was absolutely furious. Suddenly, Takan's eyes went wide. Smoke and dust completely covered where Kaget just stood. Kaget popped up behind him and mocked. Idiot Takan took a direct hit and flew back 10 meters. Kaget unleashed his ultimate move, corpse-grinding cyclone, and dove headfirst into the ground. His sharp fins swam toward his opponent like lightning. He opened his mouth to bite, but Takan blocked it with his bare hands. Kaget instantly swung his head, tossing him into the air. He opened his maw full of razor-sharp teeth to swallow Takan whole. Takan ended up right inside Kagat's mouth. Takan suddenly remembered his vow. Protecting Her Majesty the Queen is my entire life. The power I thought was invincible vanished when she died. With hatred boiling in my heart, I felt like I was becoming a demon. If you hadn't saved me, I would have become a monster trapped in my own malice. Then Lagertha asked, "What will you do now?" Takan answered honestly, "Once I heal, I'm finding him. Even if I turn into a mindless monster, I'm ready to burn my life away." Lagertha snapped back, "I forbid it. Don't think throwing your life away is noble. You think the dead want that, even if you lost your master, and bear a permanent scar. You are still a guardian at heart. Live on. Takan, make me your new purpose. Don't let hatred blind you. But if you still want to use that power..." Takan's memory ended there. Now might be the time to use the power Lagertha spoke of. Suddenly, a dark aura exploded from inside Kaget's mouth. Takan's berserk power saved him from death's door. He quickly launched himself away. Lagertha's words echoed in his ears. "I'll allow it only when you need to protect someone important." Blood trickles from Kagat's mouth. Standing right in front of him, a raging Tascan. The guy raises his massive arm high. Suddenly, 2 maces on the ground fly straight into his grip. He catches them perfectly. Voice low and dangerous, he says, "Deputy Commander of the 2nd Legion. Leviathan, the incarnation of conquest. Tascan, let's do this." Tascan starts walking him down. Slow, menacing. "I will win this," Kagat yells. But he's definitely on guard now. "What the hell are you babbling about, you musclehead?" Then, boom. He burrows straight underground. Kagat swims through the earth in a zigzag pattern, circling around to confuse his opponent. Suddenly, Kagat bursts out of the ground screaming, "I'm gonna rip you to shreds." Wham! Tascan smashes him with a mace. A huge chunk of flesh just flies off his body. Bro is screaming in pain. But Tascan, he's already raising both maces for the follow-up. He brings them down. Full force. Kagat takes a critical hit. The impact sends shockwaves everywhere. Dust clears. There's a massive crater in the ground. And Kagat's head completely smashed to pulp. Blood splatters all over Tascan. He looks like the Grim Reaper himself right now. As the dark aura fades, he seems to see a light shining in front of him. A majestic gate from his memories appears. He smiles softly. "Lagertha, my queen. May you reign forever." Scene shift. Kisuoga is crawling through a pile of monster corpses. Her life was nothing but suffering. Bloodshed. Hunger. Just pure misery. She did whatever it took to survive, using those massive fangs to take down enemies and eat them alive. Aside from that survival instinct, she felt nothing. No emotions. Empty, until she met Juzo. He handed her a branch from the world tree, and just like that, Kisuoga transformed back into a human. Juzo spoke. "O girl who carries the ferocity of a saga, what is your name?" Kisuoga stared at her new mortal body, totally confused. Then she answered, "Kisuoga." Juzo reached out his hand. This meeting was guided by the branch, guiding us toward the transformation of this world. "Kisuoga, will you stand by my side? Will you lend me your strength?" Hearing that, she grinned with pure joy. She reached out to him. "I will." Since the day Juzo chose her, her world, which had no purpose, no meaning, suddenly sparked with a strange new emotion. She slaughtered even more people. She felt that her existence, half human, half centipede, was special. Chosen by the incarnation of those noble wings. Only her thoughts, her hands stained with crimson syrup. Only her will could represent him, or so she thought, until her arm got chopped off. Kisuoga screamed in agony. She clutched her bleeding shoulder, shaking. Meanwhile, Juzo stood high above her and spoke. The fifth Sephiroth. Kisuoga, do not forget your place. Next time. It won't just be an arm. He reaches his hand out toward her and looked at her with a death stare. Kisuoga was absolutely petrified. Right then, she instantly realized the crushing difference in their levels. Juzo, with 3 pairs of wings and power that's just broken. Meanwhile, she, someone who forgot her place as a mere insect, dared to put herself on the same level as the master. In front of him, everyone is just a bug crawling in the dirt. And Kisuoga finally realized what to call this surging emotion. It was love. It was written all over her face and eyes. But Rupa looked Kisuoga dead in the eye and said, "Wrong," she asked, confused. What Rupa replied, "How many times do I have to tell you, that's not love. That's pure terror and fear. Who do you think you are to say that? What do you know anyway?" Back then, fighting for the dreams of her precious comrades. Rupa remembers Lagertha. She continues. And right now I'm fighting to make the dream of someone special come true. She's talking about Ananta. Rupa places a hand on her chest and declares, "This feeling I have for them. It's definitely love. Then I'll reject your entire existence. Madness is the only true abyss." Kisuoga unleashes her centipede energy. Then she dashes. Kisuoga flashes past Rupa like a bolt of lightning. Rupa worries. Too fast. Did she transform just to focus on speed? But her attack power dropped. She definitely knows that. Rupa watches Kisuoga zooming around her at dizzying speed. Knowing a critical hit is coming, Rupa switches to her sense of smell. She senses Kisuoga charging. So Rupa raises her sharp claws high. She swipes hard but misses. Kisuoga lands behind Rupa and curses. "Damn it." She glares at Rupa. "Tracking me by smell, you filthy animal." Rupa analyzes her too. Her main power is poison. No one seals their main advantage just to boost physical stats. She has the speed advantage. But in that state, if she slips up and takes one hit, it's fatal immediately. One moment of distraction will decide the winner. Wolf versus centipede. My ult will end this. Rupa grinds her teeth at Kisuoga. The enemy glares back. Kisuoga opens the spikes on her body, then fires them all at once. Rupa scrambles to dodge but flinches. Kisuoga's tail is already sweeping in. She screams ferociously. Rupa thinks. Faster again. The brawl begins. Kisuoga spams tail attacks. Rupa dodges nimbly. Unlucky, she takes a hit to the thigh. Kisuoga resets and pants. She thinks. Weird. The poison sting from my tail should be corroding her power. So why is that bitch still standing there like nothing happened? Facing Kisuoga. Rupa's state is still solid. Kisuoga grinds her teeth in rage. She splits her tail in two. No way. I can't lose to a trash-tier incarnation like you. Kisuoga attacks relentlessly with twin tails. Rupa crosses her arms to guard her head. Rupa taunts. Blood rushing to your head, blood omen. She counters immediately. Shockwaves from her claws blast toward Kisuoga. Hit hard. She screams in pain. Kisuoga plants her 2 tails into the ground. She uses the leverage to jump at Rupa. Kisuoga summons a purple skull. The thrill of crushing an enemy at the very end. That's the fun of a finisher. Acid bomb. A massive purple explosion rocks the area. Days ago, Rupa received a flower-shaped anti-poison charm from Nadia. She asked, "What's this?" Nadia replied. "A lucky charm. As long as that charm remains in Rupa, it protects her from every poison in the world." Back to now. Kisuoga stands in the thick smoke. Her face drops, seeing Rupa still standing. Kisuoga sees the faint shadow of the nature incarnation. Behind that smoke, she recognizes the aura. It's Nadia. Kisuoga confirms. It's her. Facing her, Rupa raises her hand high and slams it down, hitting Kisuoga so hard he gets wrecked and rolls across the ground. Bro is screaming in agony. Coughing up blood, Kisuoga wheezes out. How did Rupa tank my ultimate? Then she rips something right out of Kisuoga's body. It's the World Tree branch. Rupa stares at it and says, "Had to save this card for the clutch moment." At a massive monument, Biharon stands on the roof, gazing at the multicolored universe. Countless stars fill the sky. He frowns, thinking. The heart is a seed that sprouts from life, but giant, vicious demonic beasts. They are existences born from death. Biharon looks at his own hand and wonders, so why does a heart rule over me? What is it trying to achieve? He clenches his fist. Suddenly, right in front of Biharon, two spatial gates rip open. Biharon knows that. On this very day, when the world's horizon appears, the incarnation of wings told me I could find my answer. He looks at the two gates. One side is tearing the sky apart with lightning. The other is a violently churning ocean. Biharon is torn. But if I still can't solve this question, then over in the dimension thick with thunder. Reet spreads his wings. Perched on a stone pillar, bolts of lightning hammer the ground. Whitefoot is clutching Jacqueline tight, dashing through the storm of electricity. She sprints to a cliff and shouts, "Hold on tight." Whitefoot leaps off and mentally casts a spell, Rabbit Statue, just as she jumps away. A bolt strikes the exact spot she was standing on, blowing it to smithereens. Hiding inside a narrow crevice, Whitefoot secretly peeks at the booming thunder chaos outside. She says nervously, "The authority to control lightning. That's seriously bad news." Up on the pillar, Reet is still flexing with his wings spread. Whitefoot reassures Jacqueline and Ruby, "We'll be safe from the enemy's attacks here for a bit. In the meantime, let's move to base number 4 in the center and link up with Blackfoot." She pulls out a yellow orb. Ruby asks, "Can't we go to where Ananta is?" "Sorry, Ruby. I still can't track Ananta's location right now. Looks like everyone else got force teleported randomly. Just like us." Ruby looks terrified hearing that. Whitefoot adds, "I need to get you two to a safe zone. ASAP." Jacqueline is trembling, clenching his fists. He suddenly jumps up and screams, "No, I don't want to. No way, no." Whitefoot calls out awkwardly. Jacqueline Ruby grabs her friend's hand and explains. Jacqueline says he doesn't want to run away like this. Whitefoot asks, "Ruby, you can talk to Jacqueline." Of course, because Jacqueline and Ruby have become one. Ruby always wants to grant her friend's wishes, and right now, Jacqueline doesn't want to leave his friends behind to save himself. As soon as she stops talking, Jacqueline's whole body bursts into massive flames. Whitefoot thinks in shock, fusing the essence of a divine beast's power. Depends on the heart's desire to grant a wish. She kneels on one knee in front of Jacqueline. Whitefoot warns him, "The enemy we have to fight is insanely strong. Like, way beyond your imagination. You still want to fight to protect your teammates." "All right. Good." Outside, lightning continues to flash. Rit frowns and scoffs. Suddenly, his eyes go wide in shock. Something is glowing not far away. A pile of yellow slime suddenly erupts from the mountains. Rit smirks, looking amused. Heh. Meanwhile, that slime morphs into the shape of a giant mouse. This is the ultimate skill Jacqueline, the Colossus. Over at another battlefield, the ocean surface is raging violently. Ananta says, "Sea of the Moon." This is straight out of a fairy tale. A massive wave looms right in front of him. And inside that swell there's someone. It's Leviathan. She smirks. A bit too romantic for a death match. Don't you think? This vast ocean is the peak of the moon base. It's split into 10 zones. Only the top-ranked Sephiroth can rule here. You tracking? Incarnation of vengeance. Ananta grits his teeth. Furious. Leviathan. She just warps the waves into massive water dragons. She drops the flex "I'm the one" Lord Guido recognized as his strongest right hand. The real deal. She finishes talking. And a water dragon lunges at Ananta. Maw wide open. He charges up a crimson aura around his body. Sharp claws out. Ananta slashes hard. Twice. The shockwave from the hit flies out and boom. That water dragon gets absolutely wrecked. 2 more dragons incoming. They ram straight into where Ananta is standing. He lets out a massive roar. Red wings spreading wide. Red energy explodes outward, blasting those 2 dragons into nothing. He doesn't stop. He flies straight at Leviathan, screaming in rage. She has to throw up a water pillar just to block his direct rush. Defensive mode on. Ananta circles the pillar. "I'm gonna crush you and devour you right here, and use my power to end." Guido Leviathan just closes her eyes. Unbothered, eyes snap open. Pitch black with glowing red pupils. She says, "Watch this." Ananta flinches. Out of nowhere, a tsunami-level wave rises up. It crashes down on his stone pillar. The whole place gets flooded instantly. He's sinking into the deep. Leviathan chants, "Oh, you who cursed the day of your birth." Ananta struggles in the water. Facing him now is Leviathan, who has transformed into a colossal water dragon. She continues, "Oh, you who dare provoke Leviathan, curse the night you were born." She stares at him with those creepy, glowing red eyes. Her massive body coils through the water. Ananta glares back, fearless. At this point, Leviathan has morphed into a water dragon that is just ginormous. She completely dwarfs Ananta. He tries to flap his wings underwater. It sends powerful shockwaves shooting straight at Leviathan. Bam! A hit on her head. Ananta watches, hoping that did some damage. Spoiler, she's fine. 0 damage. And now Leviathan activates Abyssal Storm Vortex. A sharp pillar of water aims right at Ananta. He crosses his arms to block. Too fast. The vortex hits and swallows him up instantly. Ananta gets flung back but refuses to quit. He thinks, "Scared of you, hell no. I'm winning this." Teeth grit, eyes glowing. That red energy bursts out again. The water explodes around him. Leviathan's still just watching. Cool as ice, she sees the water boil and shine red. He pops his head out and roars. Ananta faces Leviathan, finally decided to go all out. "Huh, I'll make you pay." That said, both of them open their mouths and charge up energy spheres. Leviathan fires her blue blast first. It's the sea dragon's breath. Her attack clashes head-on with Ananta's ult. But bad news, Leviathan's power is just stronger. The blue beam blasts Ananta right in the head. He starts sinking into the water. His eyes close, then snap open. He's not done. He rushes the enemy again. Even with half his face and a horn blown off, Leviathan gasps. What, she can't even react in time. Ananta charged right up in her face. He clamped his jaws tight on Leviathan's neck. Her body just buckled instantly. Leviathan coiled her long body around Ananta like a snake. Bro was forced to open his mouth just to gasp for air. Leviathan took the chance to charge up another blast in her mouth. Luckily, Ananta used his spikes and horns to wreck her grip. Successfully breaking free from Leviathan, Ananta thrashed in the water. But Leviathan saw him rushing her again. She glared at him and shouted. Perceive Ananta suddenly froze, his body feeling like it was being crushed. Leviathan continued. Implode under the weight of the abyss as soon as she said it. Ananta's body totally exploded, flesh melting away until only a glowing red heart was left. Leviathan asked, Is that heart the source of your regeneration? I ain't giving you a chance to revive. Then she summoned 2 massive water dragons. Those 2 immediately rushed the heart. Suddenly, the heart gave a massive thump. Creepy red energy started swirling around Ananta's gore. Then a strange figure appeared. Voice booming. Who the hell do you think you're bearing fangs at? A massive black dragon suddenly spawned right in front of the 2 water dragons. It opened its huge maw, and times chomp times swallowed both of them whole. Leviathan was shook, stammering. Who are you? Standing there was Azidahaka. She smirked and replied, Etch this into your soul. I am the incarnation of malice. Azidahaka Leviathan instantly went on guard. She thought, Is this the black dragon Azidahaka? One of the original 6 avatars. Leviathan remembered Xenon and wondered, did he hijack a body like that second Zephyr guy? No. It's different. My instincts are telling me so. I've never seen anyone with this level of savage killing intent. Right now, Azidahaka was staring at Leviathan with eyes full of murder. She looked at her like trash and said, Lowly scum. Leviathan was stunned. She saw Azidahaka reach out and say, I gotta teach you how to face a supreme being. A blazing golden orb appeared. Leviathan flinched. The ocean surface just times exploded asterisk. Leviathan was standing on a stone pillar, panting hard. She had a protective barrier up. Azidahaka praised her. Didn't think you could tank a hit filled with all my killing intent. Lowly scum. Drop your name before I end you. I am the right hand of the supreme wings. Avatar of the abyss. Divine beast Leviathan. Oh. A divine beast Leviathan. I'll remember that name. Biharon had been watching the whole thing through a spatial rift. But bro didn't say a word. Soon after, the seawater completely drained away. Leviathan's body was swaying. She was getting choked out and lifted high by Azidahaka. She said, "It's over." Leviathan was being strangled tight by Azidahaka, her arms starting to go limp. Azidahaka said, "Is this really the best the wings have to offer? The day you kneel at my feet isn't far off." But Leviathan replied, "I'm the loser here. Not Juzo." Still naive, even in despair. How touching. What makes you so obsessed with the wings? A long time ago, Leviathan and Juzo stood together on the beach. He asked, "My wish," Leviathan answered. "When I grant the wish of someone important to me, a divine beast like me can unleash my true power. You saved me from loneliness. I want to make your wish come true." Juzo nodded. He replied, "I want to become human." Leviathan was shook when she heard that. Juzo said, "I want to understand the human heart." He raised his hand. Juzo looked like he wanted to seize the moon from the night sky. He confessed he wanted to find the origin of humanity. "That was my wish." Leviathan stood on the shore watching Juzo and thought, "In the end, I still can't figure him out." Azidahaka scoffed. "How stupid. What a joke." She looked at Leviathan with glowing eyes, releasing suffocating dragon fear. Azidahaka asked, "Anything else to say I lost to you because I was alone, even if it's just for show?" "I'm jealous of the bond you guys have." Azidahaka glared at her. The black dragon's soul suddenly appeared and let out a massive roar. On the stone pillar, black and red energy exploded everywhere under the starry night sky. Ananta suddenly jerked awake. He found himself standing in the middle of a barren wasteland. Ananta asked, "Where am I?" He recalled the hills, and the dry, rocky land he had been to before. Behind him, fire was blazing. Ananta said, "It's like that time, but different. Could this be?" Saying that, he took a few steps forward. A massive dragon skeleton appeared before Ananta's eyes. He guessed, "Is this Azidahaka's mental world?" Suddenly, the dragon skeleton's eyes flashed. It spoke. "Ananta, descendant of the black dragon. So it isn't Azidahaka after all. Then who are you? You have a responsibility. Look through to the truth." And the dragon skeleton opened a viewing portal right in front of Ananta. The scene made him flinch. On the other side was an image of two kids, a boy and a girl. The boy was holding up a short dagger for self-defense. Ananta asked, "Who are those kids?" The bone dragon recounted. "That was a brutal era, overflowing with blood and corpses. Endless war. Those two children were facing off against a soldier. He raised his sword high, ready to finish the kids off. This was an era where people took lives, and bodies piled up like mountains. Seeing this, Ananta shouted, "Wait!" Suddenly, something flew in from the distance. Turns out, it was a dragon. It breathed fire from above, burning the soldiers below to a crisp. Ananta watched the soldiers get drowned in a sea of fire and muttered, "Is that Azidahaka?" That dragon was incinerating those soldiers with its fire. Known by the primeval tribes as the Guardian, the Punisher of humanity, that was Azidahaka. After handling everything, Azidahaka landed on the ground. She thought, "I heard the continent was in chaos. Didn't expect these invaders to set foot on my territory." Suddenly, she saw something. Azidahaka mumbled, "Is that?" Not far away were the two children from before. At this moment, Azidahaka transformed back into human form. She said, "You human brats are lucky to be alive. You got lucky." The two kids knelt on the ground and cheered. "Thank you for driving away the invaders." "Guardian, aren't you too afraid of me?" "No way. The Guardian is our lifesaver." Azidahaka lowered her gaze and let out a huff. Ananta felt like she was looking right at him. She spoke, "Countless people live in fear of me, but you guys, you're the first to actually thank me." The dragon skeleton showed Ananta the desolate ruin of the land. Then she explained, "The primeval lands are decaying. Once, 6 incarnations protected this world, including a young girl and a lion, a guy with an antelope skull, and a blue-haired youth. They kept dying. Chaos on the continent got worse. The Punisher, the incarnation of fear, spewed fire to strictly punish any intruders in her territory. The tribes worshipped her even more. And she just wanted to return their feelings. So, she reached out a hand to them. She gathered countless tribes under the protection of the Black Dragon. They rebuilt everything together. After grinding so hard, the Deadlands finally turned green again. The hills went lush, and flowers bloomed everywhere. The tribes, they were crazy grateful to her. They called themselves descendants of the Black Dragon. And those 2 kids she saved, they absolutely adored her. You've hated her for so long. But she's the one who gave everything for your ancestors. Ananta stood there, completely shook. The bone dragon kept talking. But the ruling mana, curses and death dragged Ajidahaka into endless rage. She was suffering, terrified of the disaster she'd bring down on the world. So she made the hard call. She sealed the reverse scale, the source of her power, a literal god-tier treasure. And she handed it to the human leader. The day Ajidahaka left, someone called out to her. She turned around. She saw those 2 kids running up and gasped. You two. Then the kid spoke up. Please, stay with us. Are we never going to see you again? Don't be sad. My children, you carry the Black Dragon's legacy now, even if we never meet again. I'll protect you. Forever. Watching that memory, hearing her words. Ananta went silent, then it all vanished right before his eyes. He just stood there, helpless. It's no use. You could see the despair written on his face. The past is just the past. There's no turning back now. But then, a voice echoed inside Ananta's head. Is that what you tell yourself? But those memories, they kept flooding his mind. And that voice, it kept dragging him. You sinned. That past is stained forever. You ignored it just because you couldn't fix it. The voice kept mocking him, calling him out for running away from his own sins. He just took the roast in silence. He couldn't even defend himself. Ananta was too stunned to speak. Ah, a fate tied to a tragic past. That's your karma. Just then, lightning ripped through the sky, booming like crazy. Jacqueline saw it too, lightning bolts just spamming the ground. Non-stop. Jet was the one spamming that lightning, and he was grinning like a maniac. His face went dark. He grabbed the lightning, charging up for a massive strike. Jet focused the energy into a lightning arrow. Then boom, he launched it forward. Vajra. That lightning arrow pierced right through the giant rat in front of him. On top of that giant rat, a tiny silhouette popped up. Rakshasa finally showed up, weapon in hand, aura blazing. That gut wound, healing up fast. No time to waste. Jet instantly charged up more lightning, ready for round 2. A massive golden lightning orb formed over the rat's head. Even Rakshasa was caught off guard by that. He dove straight inside the rat's body to hide. Jet's lightning blast slammed right into the rat's head. Even though Indra tried to hide inside, the lightning still fried Rakshasa. Ruby saw him going down and screamed his name. Terrified, Rakshasa was wrecked. But he forced himself up to call out to Ruby. Ruby nodded. Getting the signal, they grabbed each other's hands instantly. Meanwhile, that giant rat was still getting absolutely blasted by lightning. Screaming, it charged that rat, smashed its head straight into the building ahead. Boom. Jacqueline and Ruby jumped off the giant mouse just in time. They were fired up for battle. But seeing them like that, Zid just got excited. Ruby tried to negotiate. Ruby and Jacqueline don't want to hurt you. Just let us leave. Zid, he looked confused for a second, but then immediately started provoking them. Forget the talk. Try moving again. I dare you. Lightning crackled around Zid's body as he made a bold declaration. This time, I'm smashing you into crumbs. Ruby couldn't take it and snapped back. Dream on. Why are you fighting us? We could totally get along. Zid looked bewildered. Then his face twisted into a mocking sneer. You guys are just toys. Why would I get along with toys? Zid charged up a massive amount of lightning in his body. Drop it. His body radiated an insane amount of energy. Don't worry. I'll play with you until I get bored. Someone holding a golden ball commanded, Onkubergi, lead the way. A shadow popped up right behind Zid, sensing something wrong. Zid whipped around to look back, seizing the moment while he was distracted. Jacqueline rushed in with her blade. A yellow liquid started binding Zid's body tight. Turns out Whitefoot showed up to support them. Zid saw her but didn't even flinch. He turned instantly, blasting huge lightning bolts straight at Whitefoot. Her eyes went wide, staring straight ahead. With her crazy agility, Whitefoot dodged every single hit. Rabbit statue art. She dashed straight at Zid. Now they were face to face. But Whitefoot didn't attack. She leaped right behind him. Zid was stunned. Like what the just then? That golden ball appeared, hovering right over his head. Whitefoot shouted the command from a distance. Pandora's box. She sprinted over and grabbed Jacqueline, pulling Ruby into a hug too. Zid was getting locked inside a sphere over there. He was trapped inside, unable to escape. Spatial Confinement Authority, a magic engineering sphere. Unstable because the power is too OP. Whitefoot shielded Jacqueline and Ruby. The rest is the biggest firepower I've got. The sphere started radiating energy. Zid screamed as the power crushed him. But then, he looked hyped. Sick, this is fun. Hype me up more, just like that. Zid shattered Whitefoot's sphere. The lightning Zid used to break the sphere struck her right in the back. Suddenly, a wing spread wide. The silhouette of a giant bird takes shape. No way. Zid just morphed into a massive, terrifying thunderbird. His wings are crackling with high-voltage lightning, menacing Jacqueline. Ruby looks up, totally panicked. Meanwhile, Zid lets out a manic, triumphant laugh. Suddenly, space itself cracks open. Plot twist. A surge of blue energy blasts out from the rift. That energy is locked onto Zid below. Ruby sees the energy surge and is completely shook. Wait, is that... A figure with 13 tails appears. He lands and slowly walks forward. What a badass entrance. Ruby looks completely helpless seeing Biharon. She screams, "Get back." Jacqueline now. Tiny Ruby stands her ground against the massive Biharon. Talk about a size difference. He speaks. Divine Beast. I have a question for you. Ruby's totally confused why Biharon came for her. I gotta ask. Is Jacqueline seriously stressing out over Ruby right now? From high above, lightning strikes keep raining down. Zid, his body crackling with electricity, slowly floats up. He spreads his wings and lets out a massive roar. Biharon turns his head to lock eyes with Zid. His tails fan out. Zid opens his mouth wide and charges straight at Biharon. Biharon's tails instantly stab right into Zid's mouth. Brutal, Zid's body cracks, shatters, and just disintegrates into dust. Gone. Ruby's totally stunned seeing that. I'm a magic beast. Similar to you, yet different. A contradictory life born from death. Biharon reaches out and grabs a tree branch. Then he crushes it instantly. He asks, "So why do I possess a heart?" Biharon puts a hand on his chest. Confused. What is it trying to achieve? I asked the other divine beasts this same question before, but I never got an answer. So this time, I came here seeking an answer from you. Ruby. Oh. Divine Beast of Fire. Please answer my question. My heart doesn't tell me what I need. The heart only guides you to the answer. You already said it. But it depends on what you truly want. It showed him the answer buried inside. Ruby has a loving family, so Ruby's heart always longs for family love and happiness. Don't you have that desire strong enough for your heart to lead the way? Hearing that, Biharon asks himself, what is the reason for my birth in this world? I want to know why I exist. Meanwhile, at base number 1, right wing, a withered tree is barely holding on. At the very top, Nadia stands there clearly. The ritual altar is complete, and finally, today, the horizon of the world I've always dreamed of will open. She gazes down at the earth. All that's left is to activate the ritual. The beautiful, pristine world is coming. Suddenly, another girl's silhouette appears. Nadia looks up. Two forces inside her are clashing head-on. Cernunnos confronts Nadia directly. Why are you doing this? Nadia glares like she wants to kill Cernunnos right now. She rushes in to attack. Cernunnos screams Nadia's name. Roots from her body slowly stretch out to strike. But using her insane agility, Nadia dodges every single hit, with eyes full of hate. She grips her bow. Yggdrasil Nadia draws the bowstring back, taking aim. The moment the arrow flies, it instantly splits into a barrage of arrows, all targeting Cernunnos. Those arrows generate a massive surge of energy. She wraps herself in roots to block it, leaving nothing but a cloud of smoke. Cernunnos slowly uncoils the roots, revealing a sinister smirk. But then, her pupils widen like she just saw a ghost. The image of Alethea flashes in her mind. Dark red energy radiates around Cernunnos. Trapped by the past, and blinded by ambition for power. Seizing the moment, Nadia rushes in for the kill. Is this the final form you achieved? But the staff in her hand is easily caught by Cernunnos. Inside her mind, Alethea is questioning her. Why are you? Outside, Nadia is trying to wake Cernunnos up too. Snap out of it, she shouts angrily. A world where no one gets hurt. You're just hiding and turning away from the pain. You think those who rest in peace will be saved. But suddenly, another one of Cernunnos's arms pierced right through Nadia's stomach. Boom. She dropped to the ground. Instantly, Cernunnos just stared. Blank. Speechless. Watching Nadia writhing in pain right in front of him. I stammered. I didn't mean to hurt you. But Cernunnos's body, it started mutating again. I'm sorry. He opened his massive jaws, ready to finish her. At least, let me end your suffering quickly. Nadia struggled to look at Cernunnos. I just hope that your wounded heart finds some comfort. But a long time ago, the silhouette of a girl lay on the grass, bathed in sunlight. Alicia slowly opened her eyes. She sat up, looking around, totally confused. Where is this place? A figure appeared in front of Alicia. Seems I disturbed your sweet dreams. Cernunnos stood before her, asking. Sleep well. She lit up with joy. Cernunnos, Lord Cernunnos. Alicia scrambled up and ran toward him. Why does my body feel... Did you come to pick me up early today? Cernunnos looked at her with gentle eyes. I'm just very happy to talk to you like this again. Alicia looked up at him, eyes sparkling with expectation. A perfect formation, set up to maximize the branch's power. Base operations must run smooth. Juzo is at the center. Trusted subordinates failing, that was calculated. But the biggest variable right now is Biharon's betrayal. Didn't think he'd target the GGZ branch. The tubes on Juzo's back slowly detached. He stepped off the chair. Slow. Menacing. Eliminate the variable. Sprout body detected. Tree assault mode. Sephiroth activate. Juzo clenched his fist. From now on, we begin the countdown to the world horizon. Back to Cernunnos's memories. He and Alicia were walking slowly. Alicia couldn't hide her curiosity. Looking up at him. This isn't the afterlife. Is it? Feels like I'm peeking into someone's memories. Yes. Cernunnos sensed her gaze and turned back. What is it? Alicia, I'm guessing. You're worried about something. Worried. You think so, she explained as they walked. Every time you come to find me, you bring sadness with you, even right now. You're hesitating. Cernunnos placed his hand on Alicia's head. Honestly, can't hide anything from you. The sun filtered gently through the leaves. Suddenly, I remembered the first time we met. I was wandering this forest back then too. Flashback, Cernunnos and his beast were strolling through the woods. He stopped for a long moment. Heard a sound. Followed the laughter ringing through the sea of trees. I found a human child, with eyes as white as pearls. Cernunnos gently reached out his hand. The child innocently took it. I named that innocent child Alicia, meaning truth. He admitted, nothing is more precious to me than my time with you. If only this moment could last forever. Nadia, watching from the outside, felt that sadness too. Cernunnos declared with heavy eyes, you are accepted as a member of the Great Forest. A promising druid. Blessed by the spirits. You are an honest child. Always praying for peace, to reign over every life in this land. Cernunnos just stood behind her, watching silently. This world became brighter, and my heart became warmer. It's all thanks to you. A galaxy appeared in the mysterious night sky. Whoa, Cernunnos and Alicia, sitting together, just gazing at the starry sky. So beautiful, she smiled gently. Then turned back with a question. My lord, did you want to tell me something? Cernunnos suddenly dropped a heavy suggestion. Leave the Great Forest. Aletheia, the army led by the incarnation of war, is heading straight for us. We don't know their goal yet, but it's definitely an invasion. So many people are gonna die. I can't let you be one of them. Please, leave the Great Forest with the others. But, Aletheia, she refused. I'm sorry, Cernunnos was furious. Aletheia, Lord Cernunnos. She looked up at the sky, her eyes sparkling. I want to protect this place forever. I love these days. Just watching the stars with you. Aletheia gently placed her hand on his. I love everyone who accepted me, as family, and I love you. Cernunnos, you treat me like your own daughter. Hearing her say that, Cernunnos's expression tightened. To me, the Great Forest is the precious home you built. Hearing her answer, his anger slowly melted away. When the war hit, that sacred forest was swallowed by raging fire. A massive army, ready for blood. Standing against them, the spirits protecting the forest. And of course, Alethea was right there. An enemy soldier swung his blade to attack. Alethea's eyes went wide. Splash. Blood everywhere. This moment, it's the one thing Cernunnos regretted his entire life. He didn't stop that child. Later, Cernunnos' body pierced by spears. Still held Alethea tight. Gasping in pain, he refused to let her go. Alethea, with her body failing, tried to speak her final words. That was the end of Alethea. And the memory that haunts him, Cernunnos didn't show any emotion. Not for a single second. His body started radiating dark energy. I don't regret that day. Cernunnos screamed in pure agony. He killed her. I killed that child. Suddenly, Juzo appeared with white wings, looking like an angel. A pact was made. A branch was granted. Reborn as an existence that could reach the world's horizon. Cernunnos stood up. Sharp thorns burst out from his chest. Alethea's tiny body was slowly released from him. He was desperate. He did it all just to get her back. But the result, it was Nadia. Someone with zero memories of Alethea, or Cernunnos. She slowly opened her eyes, finding herself in a strange void. Nadia looked around suspiciously at the whispering sounds. Behind her, Cernunnos appeared in a totally different form. He was standing right there. And seeing him like that made Nadia pure terror. She spins around and sprints the other way. She is out of there. Where am I? What I is that monster? Who am I? It's Cernunnos. In a brand new form. Tried to say something to Nadia. But he couldn't speak. He just chased her, trying to make her understand. After running for a while, Nadia suddenly tripped. She collapsed right into a pool of blood, face covered in gore. She slowly struggled up. In front of her, thousands of floating corpses. The blood formed a literal river. Nadia looked at her blood-stained hands and screamed. Suddenly, the shadow of a god appeared behind her. Oh, true child, like a lotus blooming in a disgusting swamp of death. Hearing that voice, Nadia turned around in fear. Juzo, with angel wings, approached and asked, "What is your name?" "I am Nadia, the incarnation of nature. The only hope the truth left behind." A beam of white light descends from the sky. Xenanoth looks up. Something feels off. Suddenly, his eyes turn crimson. White light bursts from Xenanoth's body again. He stands up, screaming. Then, boom, Xenanoth's body explodes. Before fading, he's confused. No way. I definitely absorbed it all. How is this possible? How is consciousness still there? She steps through the pools of blood, walking slowly, even though no words can comfort you. Xenanoth stares, shocked, but I will always be by your side. Alethea holds Xenanoth tight within his consciousness. I'll stay with you forever. Xenanoth closes his eyes, trembling. The memory of patting Alethea's head feels like yesterday. Alethea, I just wanted you to have a happy life, to live in the light. Then Xenanoth pushes away. Why comfort me? Because that's what Alethea wants. He places a hand on his chest. If only I could reach your heart. In your memories. Alethea, did you hate me? She cries. Answering him, you are the memory etched deeper in my soul than anyone else in this world. Even now, just remembering it. It breaks me. Hearing that, his eyes widen in shock, then close in pure satisfaction. When he opens his eyes again, Xenanoth's body starts fading away like shadows. Dawn breaks. Nadia screams his name in panic. Xenanoth's surprise fades quickly. He looks at his hand, then gazes up at the sun. Sorry for keeping you waiting. It's been so long. With those words, his body vanishes completely into the sunlight, leaving her stunned, back in reality. Nadia slowly opens her eyes. May you both rest in eternal peace. Inside Azidahaka's mindscape, the air is thick with toxic smog. She approaches Ananta from behind in her dragon form. You weak little brat. Seeing you trampled like this? It's hilarious. He calls out her name. Azidahaka replies, what's with that look? Did you give up and lose control of your body? Before she can finish, Ananta does something that shocks her. He's on his knees, bowing at Azidahaka's feet. What the hell are you doing? Because of my stupid choices. We left each other with scars that can never be erased. Azidahaka, I want to apologize. She lunges forward with her dragon-scaled hand, slamming Ananta's neck into the ground in a rage. Shut your mouth. What's your cheap apology worth now? Do you really think a few words can make me forget the grudge from that day? He replies, you think I believe words alone will solve anything but to defeat Gyuzo. I need your power. Please. Help me. Azidahaka gets even angrier, throwing him aside. You damn detestable mortal. Don't get delusional. Control of your body is mine now. We can never work together, because you and I are two entities that can't coexist. Ananta sits up. I know that better than anyone. We can never be one. Only death can separate us. But I didn't plan to apologize. Without taking full responsibility, hearing this, she finally turns back to look. You. Don't tell me. At that moment, his dragon heart starts beating again. The power of the black dragon returns to him. Meanwhile, Whitefoot is injured. Staying close to Ruby and Jacqueline, Ruby looks up. Biharon is just standing there. Strangely still, he suddenly frowned and looked up, like he sensed something. Biharon reached out and just crushed the glass in front of him. Whitefoot looked up. Ruby. Is that... Yeah. A burly figure strode out from the other side. Ruby cheered. This aura... It's definitely Ananta. He started shifting into his black dragon Azidahaka form the moment he arrived. Your hatred and rage for me, use it all as fuel for this fight. Until you turn into a Rakshasa demon. The dragon transformation process was complete. Ananta opened his mouth. He looked up and let out a massive roar. Biharon scoffed. So, the one who defeated the Avatar of the Abyss is the Avatar of Malice after all. Your power really is a mystery. Do you want me to drown you that bad? Avatar of Vengeance. Ananta roared and rushed him. Biharon immediately took a stance. Ananta powered up his fist, then swung it savagely. Too fast, Biharon couldn't react in time and took a direct hit to the face. Boom! A huge explosion echoed. Ananta sent Biharon flying right out of the tower. Hearing Ruby call his name, he was glad to see they were safe. Thank God. Everyone's safe. Before Ananta could say another word, he got sucker punched in the jaw. The surprise attack sent him flying. Ananta quickly regained his balance. Biharon had transformed in the distance too. Is that it? I didn't think taking you down would be easy anyway. Biharon. As soon as he finished, the enemy threw his head back and roared, declaring, I will destroy you. In this world, the strong get drunk on power, and the weak get trampled while trying to resist. Biharon stepped forward to face Ananta. We've fought 3 times already. Let's end this. You who have proven your worth. They stared each other down for a few seconds. Then they charged. Ananta and Biharon threw their punches at the exact same time. Their fists collided, creating a shockwave that whipped up hurricane winds. Even Ruby's group had to look away. He growled, pulled back, and struck again. But this time, the enemy was faster. Ducking low to dodge, Biharon aimed low, and Ananta ate a steel fist right to the midsection. Then he was slammed hard into the wall. His aura was just like a ferocious 13-tailed divine beast. 4 of the tails shot toward him. Ruby screamed. Watch out, don't get hit by that, Ananta commanded. Gather. His body instantly turned black. Wrapped in a mysterious green light, he jumped up on his hind legs, successfully dodging the 4 tails. Long, sleek, snake-like tails appeared and latched onto the stone pillar. They helped Ananta keep his distance high up. Biharon mocked. Don't let go now. Then he attacked with all 13 tails. He narrowed his eyes, calculating, then pinned his tail to the pillar and spun off it. Using the momentum, Ananta spun clockwise at insane speed, turning into a living drill. He dove straight for Biharon below, heading straight down. Seeing he couldn't block it with his tails, he prepared to punch right into the center of the spin. Monstrous blade palm. A strike with the force of a missile. Ananta's spin was stopped, shocking him. But there was a silver lining. He was in the perfect spot to crush his opponent, just like he wanted. Ananta turned his arm scales into sharp blades. Then he slashed right at him. Biharon blocked it in time, but one of his gauntlets shattered. He opened his eyes, grabbed Ananta's head, and slammed him into the ground. With a casual swing, Biharon spammed a few more punches to his head. Ananta couldn't keep up, ate the whole combo, and coughed up blood. Then he buffed his fist and brought it down on his head like a finisher. The ground shattered. Dust everywhere. You, the one who snatched the body of the Conqueror's incarnation, surely you can tank my full power. Right, saying that? Biharon scooped him up with his tail. But how long can you actually handle that power? Right then, Ananta's scales started cracking. Biharon declared, "I am your doom." Ruby screamed his name in panic. Instantly, he snapped his eyes open. Ananta opened his mouth wide and let out a long roar. His body began glowing with red light. A second later, a massive beam of energy struck down from nowhere, swallowing them both. The top of the tower got wrecked too. Biharon was still in one piece. Even though everything around him was totally destroyed, he looked down at his hand to check. Swallowed up and burned to a crisp. The more giant power you eat, the longer it takes to fully control it. That's just a fact. Everyone's eyes popped out as they watched Ananta's form getting bigger and bigger. He had evolved into a full dragon form. Exactly like in the legends. 100 times bigger than Biharon. This was his new mode. Biharon let out a roar. But compared to his opponent now, he sounded like a kitten. Ananta opened his mouth and blasted a massive dragon breath. Biharon down below ate the whole thing instantly. But he didn't stop there. He kept blowing a long stream, determined to crush his opponent. When Ananta finally stopped, you could see it clearly. His dragon roar had punched straight through the tower. Did he get him? No way. That guy hadn't even shown a fraction of his real power yet. Right then, a blue light shot up from the lowest floor of the building. Then, a blinding blue energy flared up like a raging fire, and there he was, slowly crawling back to the surface. This is the deciding factor, not the power of the branch, but the will to go all out and kill the enemy. The fight wasn't over yet. Not far from there, space suddenly cracked open, revealing a figure stepping out from inside. Ruby looked around. This is Central Base number 2. Looking ahead, her eyes widened in panic. The entire top half of base number 2 had been completely blown away during the first round of the fight between Ananta and Biharon. While Ruby was freaking out, Mo and Lagertha's group ran over, looking worried. "Lagertha, thank God you're okay. Are you alone? Did you see anyone else?" "No. I just got here myself." "What the hell happened? This power..." "It's clearly from the first light spear," Lagertha said. "No. It looks like he's summoning the survivors here." Ruby went pale. "So the others aren't here. What about Ananta?" Scow pointed at the top of the tower and shouted, "Your Majesty. Look there." Everyone looked up together. Sitting amidst the ashes was a small, charred figure. A few hours earlier, Ananta and Biharon faced off in their ultimate forms. He opened his mouth wide, baring his fangs and breathing fire. The other guy wasn't slacking either. He opened his mouth savagely and charged forward. Just like last time, Ananta unleashed Dragon Roar again. That attack easily swallowed his opponent up again, but this time, Biharon managed to fly straight through it without a single scratch. He raised his claws to slash Ananta's face, but missed. Ananta used his height advantage to tilt his head up towards the sky. Realizing he couldn't reach, Biharon gritted his teeth in annoyance. He thought fast, ripped space wide open. 1 second later, Biharon spawns right above his head, cocks his elbow back, and smacks Ananta straight down. His massive body topples over, crashing through a nearby tower roof. Biharon roars savagely and dives in again. Ananta snaps his head up, lets out a roar, instantly summons 2 more Black Dragon clones. They rush the enemy together. Boom. Mid-air explosion, screaming in pure agony. Biharon glottis, and summons 13 tails to clap back. Ananta's shocked that attack is lethal. He orders Whitefoot to leave now. She doesn't hesitate, uses her ability, opening a path to guide the other 2 out. Ruby, worried sick about him. But Whitefoot drags her away anyway. Biharon's 13 tails fire a beam of blue energy. That shot pierced right through the tower. Seconds later, it explodes and snaps in half. With that power, even times you times aren't walking away safe. But before he can leave, Biharon senses something off. Ananta launched a surprise frontal attack. That quasar strike left a massive hole right in his body. The impact triggered a cataclysmic explosion, looking like a black hole swallowing everything from the outside. Finally, Biharon's curled up on the ground in the dust, his tails burnt to a crisp, wounded and losing blood. He can't even stand. Part of his body is wrecked, screaming from the constant fighting. But do I care? Biharon keeps attacking while screaming. I ask you, warrior, born without sharp fangs or tough claws, just blood and sweat, flesh and bone, devouring enemy corpses to turn them into weapons. All you know is kill and eat. What is the point of your existence in this world? He spits an attack right in Ananta's face. Headshot. Couldn't dodge. He grunts. I just want to go back to my family. Find your own damn answer. Idiot. Then, Ananta creates 3 black dragon clones rushing Biharon. He's got no advantage in the air, and gets swallowed by the flames. Fire raging like a tornado. He growls. Then lets out a scream. Bursting with his own energy, the fire gets blasted back. Ananta reverts to his half-human, half-dragon form. Biharon growls in confusion. But this is the first time words have actually touched my heart. He clenches fist. So, warrior, I sincerely pay you my respects. Ananta roars and swings his fist to meet him, both sides about to clash. Energy levels, equal, too close to call. The seal on the gate is cracking from the pressure, rubble everywhere. Biharon and Ananta's silhouettes flickering. His face is down, blood dripping. Ananta stands proud. This battle is my win. The day we fought for the second time. Do you remember what I told you? His eyes flash for a second. Back then, he was curious. Why does a warrior like you follow someone like Juzo? Biharon mumbles. Ruby. Huh. You sound just like the fire divine beast. Remembering when it questioned him, his voice turns nostalgic. Instinctual divine beasts are lonely creatures, longing for someone special. That girl asked me, is Juzo that person to me? He reveals. I never felt a bond with him. Our interests just aligned. That's all. We were never meant to share a heart. And now, even our wishes have drifted apart. Biharon hid. So that's it. He bowed his head. I have no intention of begging for my life. Savor the privileges of the winner. Ananta, the avatar of vengeance. He lowered his eyes. Staring at him, he spoke. Before this, I asked Whitefoot to do something. If things get life-threatening, take the team and hide in the labyrinth immediately. He transformed back into a human. If you were just a savage beast, I would have to suffer the pain of losing my family all over again. He looked up, giving him a puzzled stare. His voice was calm. You're an enemy, but you protected the children. A true warrior. Go. Biharon, stop seeking the meaning of your existence from Guzo until you find the answer yourself. That is the winner's privilege I deserve. He stood up, his face darkening. You're taking this a bit too far. He slammed his hands together, and a spatial gate opened up. Those who survived the fierce battle will be arriving here soon too. No, I probably won't get the chance to see you again. Standing before the gate, he said his farewell. Goodbye. Warrior Ananta watched his retreating figure. Where do you plan to go? He turned his head slightly. Since you spared me, I still have matters to settle. Wait. Where is Guzo? He stepped through the gate and replied. At the source of the moon base, where everything began. He shouted. Wait, just then. Whitefoot ran over calling. Ananta, he turned to look at her and said, We've located Guzo. Earlier, at Central Base Number 4. Everyone was standing around the large-scale teleportation device. Huh. Are we suspending the operation? Serena informed Blackfoot over the phone. Search results show Guzo's location is still unidentified. We need to reorganize first. What about the others? Sis, Roger. Whitefoot walked over. I'll link up with Ananta immediately. Then gather the remaining survivors and head back to the labyrinth. She instructed Blackfoot. Blackfoot. You hurry back to the labyrinth too. Blackfoot nodded. Yes. Big sis. She shouted. Activate the large-scale teleportation device. Suddenly, the ground started shaking. Guard troops. Right now the trembling ground put everyone on edge. Serena asked anxiously. Blackfoot. What was that loud noise? A panicked voice rang out. Wait. Look over there. Something smashed through the ground from below, and a red light appeared. A giant machine emerged on the surface. Serena's voice was urgent. Blackfoot. Report the situation now. What the hell is happening? Blackfoot stammered. A machine. She was stunned. Is that the machine from beneath the old moon base? A massive machine had appeared. Serena was confused on the other end. Huh, what do you mean? She was also bewildered. Why is that thing here? Her eyes went wide. A silhouette was standing on that machine. It was none other than Guzo. Confirmed shutdown of all relay towers, except for Central Base Number 4. In front of Guzo's chest was a strongly beating white heart. The heart he had ripped out of Xenon's chest. I will abandon your mental world. Standing before the machine with a small cavity, he dropped the heart into that cavity. Fiona. From the start, I was never a savior. I am a being created in the image of humans. A murderer. A conqueror. One who slaughters thousands and redefines humanity. A white light flashed. The world calls me God. Guzo soared up with 3 pairs of half-black, half-white wings. He hovered above the machine, marked with the world tree. A tree trunk burst from the ground. As the world tree appeared, the machine looked like a door placed before its massive trunk. The world tree grew taller, shattering the sky outside the moon. Blackfoot broke into a cold sweat, thinking, the world tree's branches just keep spreading. A beam of white light shoots straight from the tree into the sky. This is the world tree's true form. Juzo glances down. He eyes the tiny Blackfoot. Serena's leftovers. Huh. Juzo raises a hand. Vanish. You rejects. He spreads his wings. And countless white orbs spawn around him. They all launch at Blackfoot at once, catching her off guard, terrified. She squeezes her eyes shut. Suddenly, a fist glowing with light appears. Boom. The fist releases a massive burst of energy, tanking the attack. Blackfoot's jaw drops. Juzo narrows his eyes. Here to say your goodbyes, Biharon stands before the world tree. Juzo calls out to him. You really want to go down a different path than me? Biharon looks up at him. Just to find your reason for existing. You'd destroy the world for an answer. Juzo Gladys. But why blue energy explodes from Biharon? It's just... I changed my mind. I'm finding the answer myself. In this world, he transforms. Even if it means taking you down, Biharon steps forward. I owe you a lot. Incarnation of wings. Juzo closes his eyes. I've realized a new emotion. He raises his arm, his expression twisting, a feeling that churns my insides. Pure disgust. Ananta stands atop the rubble. Lagartha looks into the distance. Is that... Ananta, in beast form, is walking over carrying Whitefoot. Lagartha's squad rushes toward him. Thank God. You're okay, she tells them. We've located Juzo. We need to get there. Fast. Lagartha looks confused. Wait. Isn't he at Central Base too? Suddenly, a beam of light shoots into the sky. Everyone turns to look. Rupa is stunned. A light. That's... Ananta heads towards Central Base 4. Juzo was there from the start. What? He tells the group. Whitefoot and I are going after him. Rupa panics. Wait. Just the 2 of you. We can fight together. We don't have a ride for everyone. Besides, for the final battle, I'm enough. Lagartha objects. Stop talking nonsense. You value your teammates' lives over your own. So you're just gonna march to your death alone, even without a ride. I'm fighting with you. Until the end. He glances at Whitefoot. Her eyes glowing. If I can reach the mass teleportation device, there's a way to get everyone out safely. Please. Ananta. Follow my plan. He makes up his mind. We can't lose anyone else. This is for everyone's safety. Rupa trembles. But... Tears well up in her eyes. Can't I do anything to help you fight? Ananta transforms back into a human. Defeating Juzo has been my role from the start. Rupa tears up. But... Lagartha looks at her. Rupa. Ananta walks toward her. Forgive me. I'm an avenger. After all, no one in this world wants Juzo dead more than I do. She buries her face in his chest. Blushing, my hatred for him. This rage in my veins. It was everything. I never thought I could be swayed by someone else's sacrifice. But... He strokes her hair. Now. I'm more afraid of watching my teammates die than failing to get my revenge. He looks into Rupa's eyes. Because you're an important teammate to me. Ananta smiles gently. There's no one in this world I'd hate to lose more than you. She smiles, her face flushing red. Rupa cups his cheek, pulls him close, and kisses him. Before he can react, she quickly pushes him away. While he's still stunned, Rupa grabs Ananta's hand. This is the last time I'm listening to your stubborn ass. She warns him. You better come back. She presses a small world tree branch into his hand. Promise me. She holds out her fist. When you go back home, let me tag along. Lagotha and the squad smirk at him. He looks up at them, then down at his hand. He bumps fists with Rupa. Promise done. I promise. Flash. Blue light explodes. Dust goes flying. Guzo spreads his wings. Truth doesn't matter. Only God defines what a human is. Biharon struggles to his feet. But I was created to bring greatness to the human world. So, I wandered the earth. Saw humans, nations, corporations, religions, the majority oppressing the minority. Just ideology and hate. There is no saving this world. Human nature, it's just about who's one of the chosen ones. Guzo de Claris. So I will completely wreck this existing order. I'll be the only one left. A sage standing alone on the ashes. That is my ideal. Biharon leans back. Dark aura flowing off him. He cackles. Ha ha ha. Biharon. Am just searching for why I exist. Yet I actually like you. You're as twisted as me. Guzo's eyes flash. Something funny. Biharon raise a hand. Hilarious. Hearing fake words from a soulless machine, he clenches fist. Smash. He punches the ground. The earth shakes. Blue light erupts. Oh constellations, Guzo lifts a hand. Another sudden quake. He glances back. Crack. A black tree bursts from the earth. He stares at it curiously. A massive black tree. Towering over everything. A figure stands on top. No way. Nadia, looking down from above. He flinches. The avatar of nature. A golden gate opens right behind Guzo. Ananta. In beast mode. Roars and dives. Smash. He strikes exactly where Guzo stood, but Guzo flies up just in time. Dodged the claws. Ananta charges energy in one hand. He blasts it at Guzo. Ananta is furious. Time to pay for touching. A dragon's reverse scale. He throws his head back and roars. Guzo, initiating large-scale teleportation. The system announcement is cut off by a frantic shout. Blackfoot. Whitefoot appears. Gasping for air. Wait, we need to move everyone from Central Base 2. I'm expanding the teleport coordinates now. She grips the item tight. It's their only chance to evacuate everyone safely. A gloomy voice echoes across the battlefield. Why? Why do you fight me? Over and over. How long will you stand in my way? Ananta. Light sharpens in Guzo's hand like a blade. Ananta doesn't wait. He rushes him. Guzo is fast. He counters. Slash. Cuts open Ananta's skin. Bone-deep pain makes him wince. Guzo's face, stone cold. But in that split second, he notices something weird. Guzo's wings. They're shredded, and he didn't even realize it. Ananta left him a nasty little surprise during that exchange. Guzo is stunned. Ananta seizes the moment. He charges, but Guzo snaps back to reality. He engages. Neither backs down. They clash mid-air. Boom. Shockwaves everywhere. Guzo analyzes. Compared to before, Ananta's power just leveled up. He's throwing out a crazy barrage of attacks. But Ananta stood firm and tanked it all. Guzo realized that unlike himself, your power is fading because you split the divine energy. Meanwhile, that guy who devoured 4 branches is actually matching him in strength. He decided Ananta is the main threat that needs to be eliminated. Serena's remnants and the natural avatar can wait. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Nadia is trying hard to stop the ritual by spamming attacks on that giant tree, but no matter how hard she hit it, she helplessly realized that her attacks couldn't even put a scratch on it. Serena figured it out. There's a massive energy source running through the whole moon base. The source has got to be the divine artifact to stop the dawn of the new world. I have to cut off the power supply, feeding the artifact, doing the ritual. If I don't destroy the mechanism fast, realizing the danger, Guzo suddenly switched plans. Get rid of everything blocking my way. Right now, this intent terrified Ananta and Nadia, because their teammates on the other side were Guzo's next targets. Ananta speed blitzed over, trying to intercept the attack aimed at his squad. Oh, light and glory. In that critical moment, Ananta stood firm. Shielding them, he let out a massive roar, spread his wings, and tanked Guzo's move head-on. In the panic, everyone screamed his name in unison, but he just yelled back urgently. Hurry up. Right then, Whitefoot's team was ready. Activate coordinate expansion. The golden orb in Latoga's hand flew up, forming a magic array over the survivors. In that moment, Ruby couldn't hold back her worry and called out to Ananta. By then, After taking Juzo's full combo, Ananta's body was scorched, black smoke was rising everywhere, and he had no strength left to fight. Crashing straight into the ground, he thought to himself, did they evacuate safely? That attack did major damage. I didn't plan to use up the branch like this. But devouring it raw means burning it out completely. The fire clinging to the branch will revive again and again until it can't burn anymore. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Ruby appeared out of nowhere. Shocking Ananta. Why are you here? Ruby had asked Biharon for help to get to Ananta. What the hell are you doing? It's too dangerous here. So only I should. Before he could finish, Ruby cut him off. I'm staying by your side, Ananta. Because this might be the last time I can ever be with you. Because we're family. Her words snapped Ananta back to reality. That's right. I leave it to you then. My everything. After the attack, Juzo looked at the empty ground and guessed that Serena's remnants had escaped. It looked like Ananta was also neutralized, while trying to protect them. He narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. The natural avatar didn't seem to take much damage. Juzo changed tactics, setting priority elimination target. Increase output power. His whole body morphed into a grotesque shape. Half human, half bird. Then he chanted. Oh, light Nadia also realized how dangerous the situation was. She was just about to dodge when Juzo's attack slammed right into her. A scream of pain echoed out, followed by massive tree branches crashing down. In that moment, Juzo suddenly shouted a name. Xenonaut, I can't believe your clone hijacked your body. This is truly the end for a coward who couldn't protect a single thing. He sneers. All the losers I've killed. They're screaming about the wishes they never got to fulfill. But hold up, Juzo senses something sus. He spins around, totally panicked, barely blocks Ananta's explosive attack. Hiding behind that shield, Juzo finally realizes, I get it now. I can't kill you unless I break your spirit first. The guy who refuses to die. If you're really humanity's MVP, then let your death be the fireworks for the end of the world. Ananta. At that moment, Ananta just whispers, lend me your power. Azi Dahaka. As the words drop, his eyes go glowing. The light swirls like crazy, like a fire trying to burn the whole server down. He chants burn up, then unleashes a massive fire blast that shakes the dimension. Juzo's eyes pop out. His shield, shattered. Instantly gone. He couldn't tank that at all. Juzo regenerates his body. He's morphing, turning into a completely different form. He tells Ananta, you turned into a monster because of a curse. If that curse is the power to kill me, then I'll fight you as a monster too, I'll remember you. But Ananta just replies, cold as ice, nah. Nobody's gonna remember you. I'm ending you right here. Hearing that, Juzo freezes. Flashback hits him. Fiona asked him this once. Hey, can you tell me your name back then? Juzo thought for a sec, then replied coldly. I don't have a name. Then I'll call you Iron Mask for now. When you get a real name, you gotta tell me. Okay, he didn't care back then. Didn't get why she even wanted it. But now Juzo gets it. It's so. No matter what happens, I can remember you. Suddenly, Ananta goes all out, charges in his claws, literally tear through space, dragging massive energy with him. Boom, a huge explosion, but Juzo doesn't flinch. He coldly counters, unleashes a combo, countless energy points, explode all at once. Covering the sky, Ananta knows he can't dodge, so he tanks it, powers up, roars, and smashes through everything, then charges straight in. Juzo doesn't hesitate, rushing in to clash. Boom, they collide midair, dust everywhere. A bit later, Juzo asks Ananta, so, what exactly is a heart? It shapes a human's form and feelings. But it's not inside me, just like that empty hole. Just like my soul. Juzo's monster body starts crumbling. He screams in agony. Do you see this, creator? Every life on this land is gonna get wiped out. He turns to Ananta, who's not moving, who looks even more wrecked than him, and screams like a maniac. Look at the edge of the world. Look at your creation. Invading the land of the gods, the third one. The failure who couldn't become human. Feel my hatred. Right then, Nadia pulls up. Her voice is ice cold. Pathetic. Wanted to be human but couldn't. Ended up just a stupid monster trying to get revenge on the gods. From her hands, Yggdrasil roots shoot down into the dry ground, spreading everywhere to form the Cliffoth tree. The sky is literally cracking apart. Juzo is shook. The horizon of the world is closing in. He channels the remnant power of Xenanoth, struggling in vain. But the second he speaks, he swings with insane force, trying to rip Nadia apart. Out of nowhere, boom, a fist smashes his barrier. Juzo panics when he sees it's Biharon. He roars in rage. How long are you going to keep getting in my way? Just then, Ananta, who is frozen, starts laughing. That smirk makes Juzo grimace. You've taken so many lives. And you still want to keep slaughtering. And you dare talk about a human heart or whatever, Ananta snaps. He calls Juzo out for obsessing over something he doesn't even have. You damned trash. I'm gonna kill you. Juzo unleashes a massive attack. Juzo scrambles to dodge, but Ananta is chasing him down relentlessly. Forced to counter, he fires off a barrage of attacks like a heavy rainstorm. Ananta doesn't even flinch. He flies up and crushes every single attack. Juzo charges his energy and blasts it out, barely missing Ananta's head. It leaves a long burn on his back. But Ananta refuses to back down. His skill manifests as a dragon, rushing straight at Juzo in the blink of an eye, jaws wide open to swallow him whole. As his consciousness fades, Juzo thinks, humans are my gods. Why is he suddenly so furious at me? You people taught me hatred, not how to have a heart. And now you want to judge me. Just then, Ananta rushes in with a heavy punch. Quit spouting nonsense. The fist slams into Juzo, shaking him to his core. Juzo still blocks it fast. He knows it's too late for regrets now. Fulfill your duty in these final moments. Ananta shifts back to human form, a flaming fist coming right at him. Juzo takes it head on. He grits his teeth and tries to block. But the power is just too much. His body starts fading into the blinding light, like he's getting completely erased. Whitefoot shuts his eyes tight, sweating bullets. Accelerating both sides, Zarlet, Serena, Lagerta, and Rupa are all on edge. The shockwave is here. Suddenly, the screen lights up, shocking everyone. Smoke covers Ananta's spot. When it clears, they see his back, and next to him, Juzo's circuits are sparking. Survival response confirmed. He's lying on the ground, missing half his body. The winner is Ananta, the only one left standing. Rupa is tearing up. Lord Ananta beat Juzo. Let's go. Ananta is panting hard. Biharon asks, Nadia, is it over? Not yet. Not yet. The world's horizon hasn't closed. Juzo lies there thinking. I use motive force to move. I am a device built to execute a task, a sophisticated tool to achieve a set goal. Right then, a massive wall appears behind Biharon and Nadia. They whip around to look. That stacked structure is slowly breaking apart. In a split second, the head separates. Nadia's jaw literally hits the floor. Ananta sees it too. Rupa yells out. What is that? Tentacles shoot straight toward Juzo. They drag him into the air, abandoning body recovery. The mechanical tentacles fuse his upper half directly into the machine. But my will won't stop until the very end. Right now, he's being completely bathed in the World Tree's light. A blinding energy is fusing Juzo and the World Tree into a single entity. Ananta had already changed forms. But suddenly, he sensed something off. His body seized up. He's completely drained the branch's power. Biharon and Nadia rushed to him, frantic. Ananta. You good? She stared at him, terrified. You used up all the branch's power. No. It's fine. We don't need it. I'll take him down. Just devour me. Ananta, use the branch's power inside me to recharge yourself one last time. Seeing Ananta hesitate, Nadia screamed. Hurry, he roared back. I don't need it. No, this revenge is mine. I won't let anyone else sacrifice themselves. You two. Get out of here, Biharon shouted. The bond between the winged avatar and me is broken. He revealed the World Tree branch. I have no use for it anymore. Take it. Warrior Ananta. Go fulfill your wish. As he grabbed the branch, his body began to morph, his arms transforming into wings. His bloodshot eyes turned the gold of lightning. Then, boom, he shot straight into the sky. Nadia watched, anxious. As Ananta flew toward Juzo, a memory flashed back. Do you not value your own life? Azidahaka asked. I won't take responsibility or apologize to you. He immediately knelt down. If you want to borrow my power to crush Juzo, I'll grant you Oberman, the entity residing in my heart and this body. After the battle ends, seal away the evil god's power and reclaim your original form. Azidahaka Ananta's face darkened. I'll keep that promise. He tried to speak, but she cut him off. I don't need your cheap pity. Didn't you say this revenge belonged to you? She spoke coldly. Wrong. It's mine, and I'm not handing it over to anyone. Saying that, Azidahaka suddenly tore herself out of Ananta's body. He reverted to human form. Screaming, Azidahaka, she shot forward, leaving a final warning. This is a curse that never ends. I'll replace my new body using half of your heart. Ruby's form began to appear. Live with that guilt until the day you die. Juzo seemed to sense something, but she was already closing in on him. Azidahaka, he screamed in horror. Your grudge should have died ages ago. A figure appeared, the magic avatar. Luna. She must have predicted this. 6 divine relics, holding the Horizon God's power. The world is one. A ritual forged from the power of the gods. If it can't be stopped, and the future is already set, then I just need a failsafe to change the outcome. Azidahaka revealed an eye. She laughed manically. Oh. Winged one. Get ready to accept your curse. Stay here at the end of the world with me. Forever. Juzo panicked. The eye in her mouth began to glow. Oberman Azidahaka charged straight into the light. The blue glow shifted into a rainbow spectrum. The sky began shattering like glass. The light looked like it was tearing the heavens apart. Ananta clenched his fists, letting out a gut-wrenching scream. It's no good. He fell. Suddenly, Biharon told Nadia, we have to move. The world tree's light grew more violent. In seconds, a massive wave of energy burst out. Then came the explosion. A blast that shook both the earth and the sky. 1 week later at the central hall, Biharon stood there, dazed, his whole body bandaged. A voice came from behind. You leaving already? Nadia walked over. Worried. Not gonna stay and rest up a bit more? He didn't answer right away. Just asked her instead. Is Ananta awake yet? Not yet. He just went through a massive battle. You know, so we probably need to keep an eye on him for a while. Ananta was still out cold. Both Blackfoot and Rupa were worried sick. He said, that man is a warrior, I acknowledge. So no matter what, he'll find his own way to where he belongs. Nadia thought. Asterisk. So that's how it is. I got the green light from the Rabbitfoot leader. Can't just teleport illegally around here. Thinking back to that day, Biharon had carried the unconscious Ananta on his back. They were originally enemies. Everyone rushed out, totally freaking out. He gritted his teeth hard. Nadia touched his hand to comfort him, smiling gently. If it wasn't for your advice, I wouldn't have needed this kind of help. But where do you plan to go? Now I don't know either. His hand clenched tight. It's just about the reason I was born into this world. I plan to travel the world until I find the answer. She slowly walked closer to Biharon. Destruction is just the other side of creation. Even on barren land, life still sprouts. Why don't you try using your power to protect everyone for a change? How I'm heading to the Great Konono Forest, a place full of shade, to plant fresh green branches, making it lush for anyone looking for a warm home. Nadia looked at Biharon with a happy face and asked, come with me. Okay, hearing that. Biharon froze. I understand. Serena sat at her desk. Dear Ananta, hope you're doing well. It's been a month already since the battle at the moon base, and on that day, thanks to Azidahaka's sacrifice, the world's domination ended for good. Without her sacrifice and countless others, we couldn't have defeated the incarnation of wings. Finished writing. She stamped the seal. The white envelope made the red mark pop. Right after, Serena sent it to him. Not long after, the letter reached Ananta. He stood on the cliff reading, we must remember the fallen, and keep moving forward. Suddenly he frowned slightly. Because he wasn't alone. Sorry for the long intro. After you return to your hometown, let me update you on the latest news. Queen Lagertha has safely returned to her country. Heard she's working hard every day with her people to rebuild the capital. Soko and Mo are lending a hand too. Lagertha looks tired but happy. Even though it takes a long time, she's still determined to fight, to make her long-held dream of reviving Vakizia come true. Rabbitfoot has changed a lot lately too. Skyscrapers are starting to go up. We've started commercializing information on a large scale to the outside. Used to be secret in human society. Blackfoot and Whitefoot are chatting away, carrying on Luna Rabbitfoot's dying wish. The wish to bond more closely with the human world. A pair of small ears twitched. Ta-da, turns out it was Jackleet. Serena continued. Our family's new member is adapting really well too. You can find news about Nadia in the Western continent. Nadia smiled, touching the tree trunk. She's working with the forest druids to restore the Great Kanano Forest, a place long abandoned due to the scars of the invasion. For some reason, there's always an unstable element sticking by her side. Just then, Nadia heard a piercing scream. It was a giant spider. The little girl trembled in fear. Suddenly, crack! Biharon punched that giant spider straight in the face. Everyone was completely shook, following Ananta's lead. I'm gonna track his movements. Biharon saw the girl panicking, so he immediately reached out to catch her. Smooth, finally. It's the story involving Ruby. All for the sake of Ananta's heart. It looks like Ruby abandoned her physical body and entered a spirit state. She probably wanted to protect Ananta until the very end, even if she had to sacrifice herself. Sir, we will do everything in our power to find a way to return Ruby to her original form. Yes. I sincerely hope that one day, you two can meet again. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Ananta. Let's move out, is that Rupa? Wait. There's a postscript. How is your life with Rupa going? Rupa's face turned bright red, totally bursting with energy. He was riding on her back. Suddenly he screamed. Wait, Rupa. Over there, Ananta launched himself down. But ahead of them was just a lush green meadow. She wondered, what is this place? That's right. This is Asita's grave. A beautiful flower had bloomed on the ground. Ananta walked up to it, looking heartbroken. I miss you so much. Sis. His face was void of emotion. But then a voice rang out, making his eyes go wide. Welcome home. Asita's figure appeared right in front of him. No way. Have you been keeping well? She looked at him with a face full of pure happiness. Ananta was so shocked his jaw dropped. Right after that, the tears just started pouring down. Ruby stood to the side, smiling. I'm home. And that brings our video to an end. That was the summary of the series. If you guys have any thoughts, please leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave me a like. Subscribe and hit that notification bell to catch even more interesting videos. But for now, signing off and see you again.